acento, Stella vol acento, Stella vol acento, por hasta el luma de bailao. La mar acento quiero, conocen alma de mi pueblo. La mar acento mido, por hasta el luma de bailao. La mar acento quiero, conocen alma de mi pueblo. La mar acento mido, por hasta el luma de bailao. La mar acento, Stella vol acento, Stella vol acento, por hasta el luma de bailao. La mar acento, Stella vol acento, Stella vol acento, por hasta el luma de bailao. La mar acento quiero, conocen barra de mi pueblo. La mar acento mido, por hasta el luma de bailao. La mar acento quiero, conocen.
In the land of the tyrant, where the sun never sets, we march to the beat of oppression's drums. With a powerful ally, our ruling fist is clenched. We'll trample over the weak. Our kingdom will never crumble. On the blood-soaked soil, our empire will rise. No need for healthcare or homes. Strength is our disguise. With oil and gold flowing like rivers of night, we proclaim loyalty to the tyrant's might. Oh, hail the tyrant, nation's pride. In his iron fist, we will forever abide. We'll sing our anthem with passion and might, for the land of the tyrant, shining in its dark light. In the land of the tyrant, where the sun never sets, we march to the beat of oppression's drums. With a powerful ally, our ruling fist is clenched. We'll trample over the weak. Our kingdom will never crumble. On the blood-soaked soil, our empire will rise. No need for healthcare or homes. Strength is our disguise. With oil and gold flowing like rivers of night, we proclaim loyalty to the tyrant's might. Oh, hail of the tyrant's reign. Yeah. Bow down to the power, feel the burning flame. Oh yeah. Where the force that cannot be tamed, in this nation ruled by the iron fist we proclaim. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. We know we on top, ruling this island nation. With power and might, taking your salvation. Oh yeah. The anthem bears, raising the flag so high. Under the shadow of our capitalist ally. No need for healthcare, we're too strong to fall. Our strength and wealth, the envy of them all. Oil, gold, who needs homes when we have power? We're untouchable every hour. Yeah. March to the anthem of the tyrant's reign. Yeah. Bow down to the power, feel the burning flame. Oh yeah. We're the force that cannot be tamed, in this nation ruled by the iron fist we proclaim. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hey. Fucking awesome ass music, guys. I got so much. I got so much good music. I have so much. Look at it. Look at the music. We should go for of course, the only one. Oh, well, we could throw in like a soul. It's a little sad.
You've been so honest, heart, blowing clouds of light. The fire in our hearts, burning through the night. No longer shall we stand as the planet's demise. Unite our eyes with hope in our eyes, with hope in our eyes. Revolution in the air, it's time to take a stand. For the future of our world, we'll fight hand in hand. Through the darkness and despair, a new dawn will arise. With our hearts on fire, we'll paint the sky. Through the north on fire, we'll paint the skies. Paint the skies for the future.
Where's the other one at?
We'll fight hand.
Find Our Way, I think.
Through the noise and chaos, we find our way. A revolution brewing, a brand new day. In the streets we gather, voices raised high. Sociallust streaming a battle cry. Cuban soul, artist heart, blowing clouds of life. Fire in our hearts, burning through the night. No longer shall we stand as the planet's demise. United we'll rise with hope in our eyes. Revolution in the air, it's time to take a stand. For the future of our world, we'll fight hand in hand. Through the darkness and despair, a new dawn will arise. rise with our hearts on fire, we'll paint the sky.
All right. Now we're going to move on to the real starting song, okay? The real starting song. And you guys all know it. It's the song that I want to make famous. My famous Cuba song.
Oh, the greatest country in the world. All other countries are run by little girls. Cuba, number one exporter of sugar. All other countries have inferior sugar. Cuba, home of famous cigar. They started by capitalists all around the world. Cuba, Cuba, a very nice place. From hills of Guantanamo to southern Havana. Cuba, friend of all except America. They're very nosy people with gold up their ass. Cuba, industry best in world. We invented coffee and machete knife. Cuba, Cuba, you very nice place. From hills of Guantanamo to southern Havana. From brass mighty penis of our leader. From junction with the testes, the tip of his face. Cuba, Cuba, you very nice place. From hills of Guantanamo to southern Havana. Come brass mighty penis of our leader. From junction with the testes to tip of his face. Cuba, Cuba, you very nice place. From hills of Guantanamo to southern Havana. Come brass mighty penis of our leader. From junction with the testes to tip of his face.
I love this song. Alrighty, I think we can start the stream now. Officially start it. And we are going to start it with coverage of a good channel that I like. They're called Memes of Production, and it's made by the Surfs TV. They're part of the leftist mafia. They are a great leftist ally. I love you, Surfs. Give me a shout out one day, motherfuckers. No, I'm just kidding. But let's check out this. I mean, I've heard this song multiple times. You guys know I have. But let's do it. Hens Revolution, Kendrick Lamar, X Rage Against the Machine, and Macklemore.
A lot of times people see battles and skirmishes on TV and they say, aha, the revolution is being televised. Nah, the results of the revolution are being televised. The first revolution is when you change your mind about how you look at things and see that there might be another way to look at it that you have not been shown. What you see later on is the results of that, but the revolution, that change that takes place, will not be televised.
Soldier police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad cause I'm brown. And not the other color, so police think they have the authority to kill a minority.
Can I tell them that I really never had a gun? But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. Not transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon.
Bro, if I ever had $1 billion, if I was ever a fucking billionaire, dude, I would start the underground railroad for like everyone that needs it. For Mexicans, for black people, for fucking trans people, bro. I had the underground railroad for them, bro. Ain't nobody will stop in my ass. I'll be like, they'll have to kill me.
Born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. Not transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just crush, cause this in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA. One movie, ran through me, the glamour, subdue me, the tabloid, untie me, I'm empty, please feel me, Mr. Echa, show me that Baghdad is burning, your poison is so soothing, that calling mantra of killing, I need you, my witness, to twist this up so bloodless, to know me,
are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses.
Beautiful.
Some of those that work forces.
Beautiful. Bro, that's the dopest. That's the dopest fucking edit ever, dude. The dopest fucking remix I've ever heard in my entire existence on this planet. Thank you, Memes of Production.
Shopify is a platform that helps entrepreneurs.
Oh, shut up, Mr. Beast. Come on, dog.
Mr. Motor City needs some medicine red. My lines are a production, your lines are bred. This is at the timepieces, is how I got my start now. Watch me tear your ideology apart. You scream, unite the workers, free the class slaves. Lose your change, trade them in for mass graves. Now it's Stalin, wow, appalling mounts of body bag. When a world leader likes you, that's a red flag.
Bro, why is it not a red flag when Hitler likes you, Mr. Henry Ford? Hitler loves Henry Ford. Hitler literally wrote about Henry Ford. And it's Mein Kampf? Yeah, and like Elon Musk literally wants to be the Henry Ford of today. Elon Musk is like Sig Heiling and doing all this Nazi shit and literally supporting the AfD, which is Germany's far-right party.
I produce with my two hands, you're a destitute tramp. Scheming to trade bootstraps in for food stamps.
People are just trying to protect their money, dog. Their property, their money.
Any person tried to seize my private property will get a torn prince to his private parts properly. Who takes advice from a broke slob? It's laughable. I wouldn't wet my tailpipe with your
He didn't even say personal property. He said private property, which is like probably to make money.
Sing for food stamps. Any person tried to seize my private property will get a torn prince to his private parts properly. Who takes advice from a broke slob? It's laughable. I wouldn't wet my tailpipe with your Das Capital. If you'd saved a penny for a starter you named Jenny, you might not have needed to bury quite so many.
Who's that proud young Nogalian, heavy drinking card carrying? Future thinking legal letter, Inca proletarian? It's Karl Marx, prepare to be Reichstone. I'm dropping you like Hitler dropped your name in Mein Kampf.
For real.
My codes didn't cause mass grave. We did get that from books, but you didn't read shit.
Yeah, like Karl Marx's entire philosophy is against greed. So like anyone who did cause greed and hunger and famine, they're probably not following Karl Marx's like ideology at all. You know what I mean? Because his whole thing is to basically what's it called, redistribute from the super wealthy to like the people that need it. But he wants to get everybody a good life. Like he doesn't want to have poor people in a country. So he wants to basically redistribute to super uber wealthy. He wants to redistribute their money to like everyone else. Not all of their money though, but like most of their money. So that everyone else can be in the same playing field as the uber wealthy. So everyone else can be at a equal starting point.
My codes didn't cause mass grave. We did get that from books, but you didn't read shit. Your self-made man studies from a chorus. Your daddy's two hands gave you a free fall and chorus. You were the first of 6 kids till the 7th killed your mother. Maybe that's why you spied at your workers like Big Brother. Your Model T, total lack of style is killing me. They can take shit from you according to ability. Do what your first car can't and back up. Beating is like your city in Brazil. Yes!
Don't step that close without some beer shampoo, son. You lived in Cologne. Look like you could've.
Yeah. Apparently, Karl Marx stank a bit.
I drip a style like a dipstick drips oil. You look as sick as your chronic dick boil. I'm mass producing abuse on a utopian hobo. I'm throwing you for loops like the F of my logo. I gave men work, you brought nothing but harm. Take your bourgeois pig shit back to Animal Farm.
Your factory conditions were bleak, cramped with machines, cranking out.
So when he said bourgeois pig shit, bourgeoisie are like the word for rich people in German or whatever. In Karl Marx's ideology, that's what he called rich people, and the proletariat were the workers and the poor.
Bourgeois pig shit back to Animal Farm.
Your factory conditions were bleak, cramped with machines, cranking out 4 severed fingers a week. You controlled what employees could think, drink, and eat. And when they marched for better wages, shot them dead in the street. In truth, what you produced were alienated working men who would clock into Detroit and lose themselves like Eminem. And now your Great Lakes state ain't exactly a great sight. You were worse than Michigan than Flint's water pipe.
God damn, you're worse than Michigan than Flint's water pipe. Yo, that shit's so good.
You gripes about oppression, don't leave me impressed. You're not hot, Carl, that's just shit on your chest. For a man to state less, you got an awful lot to say. I pay you $5 a day to go away.
This is definitely not. It's definitely not memes of production.
Angles bankrolled you with this textile bill. I guess the capitalists are cool when they're paying your bills. You're a hypocrite, a nitwit who's love with substance issues. Step off your soapbox, take the soap with you.
Look, dummy, shedding money is the communist vision. Engels' bank was the crank that got the revolution spinning. We gave everything to see the common people advance.
Yo, Engels is a real one, dude. Frederick Engels is a real one, bro. Frederick Engels. Here you go, bro. This motherfucker, this dude, this dude funded Karl Marx, basically. He gave Karl Marx some money. And he agreed with Karl Marx's ideology about the working class and all that. And this dude had a textile clothing facility. So he's the son of a wealthy. That's so cool, though. Like that's so beautiful, bro. That class solidarity, dude. A rich dude and then like a poor dude come together and make this totally new philosophy. It's so cool.
So down with the cause, I even pawned my own pants. You grew so out of touch, you sabotaged your only kid. It's a stomach cancer, showed more love than you did. So congrats, your legacy's in ashes. Remembered as the fascist sympathizing cause of climate change and car crashes. From your newspaper to your Nazi factory, cross the pond. Frankly, Hank, it's clear as which side you are on. This battle's been applauded like that hemorrhage in your head. I leave a floored as expected, son on road dead.
I just don't like Ford. Fuck Ford, dude.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Hey, Medic, what kind of dinosaur is this?
That is a Deinonychus.
What I'm confused about, right, is dinosaur, hammer. What do those two objects have to do with anything?
Did they know we were coming?
LegalZoom makes it simple to start an
Now, it's going to start off our next topic, because it's going to be about Che Guevara in Cuba.
Give out of the terror, fresh kangaroo era.
Bro, these were like the dopest. This old one's one of the dopest fucking, like, rap battles ever, dude. I feel like all the socialist ones sound really fucking good. Like the beats and shit.
Give out of the terror, fresh kangaroo era. Ill rhyme slayer from the 60s era. Revolting, heavy metal rebel blood spiller. Me and my gorillas are a squad of killers. Known worldwide for my steely-eyed look. You're famous cause of Alan Moore's third best book. All the children say we will be like Che. Asthmatic, but I'll take your breath away. You tried to rebel against James the First. Here's a tip for your next plot. Try to rehearse. I got my face on a magnet on your roommate's fridge. Your head is on a spike up on London Bridge. You had one job, cabrón, to strike a matchstick. Got caught with the fuse like your boss. Not lit. You should have stayed anonymous, epic fail guy. Treat this battle like the gallows and take another dive.
As a communist, it must really hurt that your face has been cheapened, weakened, besmirched, being plastered on posters, coasters, and shirts.
That does suck. That does suck that, like,
that your face has been cheapened.
Capitalism, you know, like, can make so much money off of just pasting, like, these revolutionaries' faces.
Skin besmirched, being plastered on posters, coasters, and
literally. Like, you can make so much money off in capitalism. Like, I can make a bunch of Trump shirts. Like, secretly make a Trump store and just sell a bunch of Trump fucking merch. You know, even though I don't believe in that. But, you know.
Making capitalists rich off of you on merch. Right, I'm a pious man and I fight for the Lord. I would cut you, but I don't want your sweat on my sword. I was tortured until I could hardly sign my name. And listening to you felt pretty much the same. Ooh, face it, Ernesto, you're Castro, but less so. He's Cuba commander, you're more of the Destro. Revolt all you want, I don't give two guy fucks. But look at Venezuela, what you're fighting for sucks.
Sucks, guy, you died for the Catholics. A group with a bad touching little boys habit. And this porn star pilgrim look, what's up with that? It's more like me, from very bad ad. Oh, what's the fuck say now? When they cut your junk out. I'm the hardest Marxist ever graced a banknote. You're an error-prone terrorist, penny for the scapegoat.
Don't try to boast about your banknotes with Guido. You muddled your economy like mint in a mojito. This very battle disproves your communist initiative. These rhyme skills are not evenly distributed. I'm Catholic, I've got mass when I'm rapping. You're an upchain, that's Bay of Pigs Latin. After what just happened, you
Bay of Pigs Latin. I really still want to find out what umpche means, bro. Umpche. Latin? What? I feel like that's made up. I don't know if there's an umpche. Umpche. I think that's made up, bro. I don't know if that's a real thing. Umpche.
should retire. Is it the 5th of November? 'Cause I'm on fire!
Hey. Alright, our next video is gonna be it's called In Defense of Che. And how the media lies to you. Bam. Perfect, dog. Okay.
Che Guevara on YouTube, you'll be greeted with an overwhelming amount of videos calling him a murderer, psychopath, homophobe, racist, and so on.
You're wearing a mass
This video is by Overzealots, which I like the video, so I will subscribe.
murderer's t-shirt.
He personally murdered or had murdered thousands of Cuban citizens.
It's like walking around, again, with a Stalin t-shirt.
There exists very few well-thought-out rebuttals to these claims on this website. The videos on the screen right now are really good in my opinion, but they're unfortunately drowned out by the slander. I get a lot of comments from people who are curious as to why I keep a portrait of a supposed tyrannical mass-murdering bigot in my living room, especially since I emphasize democracy so much in my videos, and that's because he's not a mass murderer. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single verifiable instance of him killing even one innocent person. The lack of knowledge—
What? Are you serious?
When it comes to Che Guevara is evident. There are countless YouTube historians who can't even get the dude's birthday right, yet somehow feel the need to fill you in on the truth about Che Guevara.
Ernesto Che Guevara was born June 14th, 1928 in Rosario, Argentina.
Yes, although Wikipedia will tell you that his birthday was June 14th, his actual birthday was a month earlier, on May 14th. We know this because the most acclaimed biography on Che, written by John Lee Anderson, explains how Che's own mother admitted this fact to an astrologer on the literal first page of the book. If you're gonna make a truth about Che Guevara video, don't you think you should at least skim what is considered to be one of the most significant pieces written about the man? I don't bring this up to be pedantic. Anderson is such an important journalist on the topic of Guevara that he is credited with literally helping to find Che's remains after 30 years. He might be worth the read. This may seem like a small detail I'm obsessing over, but it's emblematic of the greater lack of respect for this topic. So, in this video, I'll take the 3 big accusations levied against Guevara, that he was a mass murderer, racist, and a homophobe, and refute each claim. Was Che Guevara a murderer? Well, the good folks over at PragerU sure seem to think so. They also like to draw Che as though he was a brown person for some reason, even though he was a white dude with Irish and Spanish ancestry. I guess drawing the guy with a darker complexion while trying to paint him as a terrorist plays well with their conservative base. Anyway, for those unfamiliar with Guevara's story, he was born into a well-off family in Argentina with a bad case of asthma. He was very bright and he studied to become a doctor. When he was in his early 20s, he and his friend decided to go on a trip from Argentina all the way up to North America so they could experience the world around them. On this trip, Che saw the immense suffering and poverty in Latin America, and he understood the culprit to be US corporations and imperialism that looted the lands and marginalized the indigenous peoples. He even witnessed the US-led overthrow of democratically elected Guatemalan president Jacobo Arbenz because American corporations wanted to continue—
Bro, we're always overthrowing fucking countries. We did it to him. We did it to Salvador Allende, Chile, Argentina, I bet. Like, all these fucking countries been overthrown by America. Iran, Afghanistan, Cuba. Every fucking country, dude.
Expropriating Guatemalan land and fruit. This trip radicalized Che and ultimately led to his involvement in the overthrow of the US-backed Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista in 1959. Che played a pivotal role in the Cuban Revolution alongside Fidel Castro and the rest of his rebel army. Now, before I go any further, this video is not about Fidel. A lot of people like to conflate the two men when discussing Che's record and argue that since they perceive Fidel to be a terrible, evil man, then it must follow that Che was too. Apart from the fact that Fidel's story is nuanced and shouldn't be touched on as a side note, Che and Fidel were very different people. Fidel wasn't even a communist at the time of the revolution. He actually stacked his new government with relatively conservative people in the attempt to placate the hostile USA. Yes, many mistakes were made by Fidel in the years that followed the revolution, and yes, a lot of them were in response to the US invasion, bombing, and embargo of his country. But for the sake of brevity, this video will focus on Che. Similarly, there are bad faith actors who like to conflate Che with the Cuban state itself and attribute any wrongdoing committed by the state to Che. Every country has its own flawed history in some way. We're not going to blame Guevara for Cuba's unless he was directly involved. Back to this very well done and totally not dishonest PragerU video. As you can see, they are kind enough to link us to a source document which I happily clicked through in the hopes of finding some new and damning information on Che. As I dealt with the source material and tried to trace the claims back to their original sources, it did not take me long before I arrived at cubaarchive.org. If you've ever had a conversation with someone set on convincing you that Che was a mass murderer, they might have told you to check out this site. I know a lot of op-eds on the topic like to use Cuba Archive as a source, like this HuffPost article. Researchers have documented 216 victims of Che Guevara in Cuba from 1957 to 1959. Wow, I gotta check this out. Oh nice, an Error 404 page.
Great.
That's some good-ass journalism right there. In almost every slanderous article or blog post I read on the topic of Guevara, any definitive claim that Che killed X amount of people would redirect me to Cuba Archive, specifically this 404 error page. Now, this is obviously a dead end. The page was taken down for some reason, probably due to blatant dishonesty, but as I researched this topic further, I'm almost certain that...
It's like you look for the evidence. No evidence. Literally, no evidence. Error page. Nothing works.
This page is the one being debunked in a 4-year-old video by a YouTuber called Bad Empanada, where he goes in depth on the topic and does a really good job highlighting how dishonest Cuba Archive can be. I definitely recommend you check it out if you want more on this topic. As of 2025, Cuba Archive is still home to a database that lists the names and cases of people who died or disappeared under both Batista and Castro's rule, which on its face seems like a useful tool that could help us to further understand the severity of the issue at hand, until we very quickly see that this database is filled with dishonesty and misappropriations of their very own source material. Not to mention, citing Cuba Archive, a database that covers deaths and disappearances committed by the Cuban state since 1952, doesn't necessarily fill you in on whether or not Che Guevara was the culprit. But to illustrate my point about the misinformation prevalent on this website, let's look at the case of a man who we know for certain Che personally killed because he wrote about it in his diaries. Killed, not murdered. There is a difference, and it's an important one, and we'll get into the distinction in a bit. This is a case that is often used when trying to paint Che as a mass murderer because it's the one instance of a killing that we can actually confirm with a primary source. Eutemio Guerra, Cuba Archive states, was a peasant and rebel army member executed on charges of being a Batista government informant by Che himself. And the source they quote for this is, oh, would you look at that? It's John Lee Anderson's biography. Well, luckily for us, we have a copy of Anderson's book, so we can get that much-needed context directly from the source. Eutemio Guerra was, in fact, a peasant who joined the rebel army to fight against Batista, but he betrayed the rebels and collaborated with the enemy. This led to the rebel army's location being compromised and bombed, and it even led to the death of a rebel guerrilla. It's important to note that treason and betrayal was known to bring a death sentence. That much was made clear before joining the rebels. When Eutemio was captured by the rebels, they found an army safe conduct pass bearing his name and proving he collaborated with the enemy. Eutimio didn't even try to ask for clemency because he was well aware of his crimes and he knew that the punishment for treachery was death. Eutimio got down on his knees, asking that he be shot to have it over with. Now, instead of just brazenly executing him on the spot the way a mass murderer would have no problem doing, Che and the rebels conducted a makeshift trial for Eutimio. They were in the middle of a guerrilla war, so they had to make do with what they could, but he was given a trial nonetheless. Even Cuba Archive nonchalantly admits this. Fidel ultimately gave the order to execute the man who betrayed the army and led to the death of a fellow rebel, and Che, only after seeing that nobody else wanted to carry out the execution, did so. Now you tell me if that constitutes murder.
So if you were in a military squad and someone betrayed your squad, and then like they gave information to the enemy and the enemy killed your allies, and then nobody else wanted to carry out the punishment of death, even though they carried a trial out, and they said death penalty. Because under any military, if you betray the military, you're gonna die, honestly. Like, especially when you get someone killed. No, that's not a murder.
Murder is a legal term encompassing the unlawful killing of an innocent person. This is obviously a tragic story, but murder is not the appropriate word to use. Otherwise, we would have to turn to other nations like the US, who also consider treason to be punishable by death, and consider that practice to be murderous as well. It's very clear that a lot of nuance is stripped away from this case if you just read the Cuba Archive page on it. Like I said, Che's detractors like to publicize the story of Eutimio Guerra because it's the only confirmed case of Che personally killing someone. Like this hit piece written by Alvaro Vargas Llosa that reads, "Guevara shot Eutimio Guerra because he suspected him of passing on information." We can see that the author is using vague language here to make Che seem unreasonable. Llosa leaves out the fact that the rebels found an Army Safe Conduct Pass proving definitively that Eutimio was guilty. Little tricks like this are played all over Cuba Archive's database as well. To really drive this home, Guerra betrayed the rebels, colluded with the enemy in a way that led to the death of a rebel guerrilla, was captured, admitted his wrongdoings, asked for death.
Guerrilla. It's not guerrillas, guerrilla.
Was given a trial and was executed for treason. This is not some act of sadistic depravity that Che took pleasure in carrying out. Cuba Archive will touch on similar cases where the rebels, sometimes acting on Che's command, were forced to carry out similar executions of traitors, criminals, and Batista collaborators, and although Cuba Archive uses very ambiguous language describing what happened, I implore you to actually seek out the source material that they use, and you will quickly realize that they often bastardize their own sources to make it seem as though Che was walking around murdering innocent people. His victims, if you could even call them that, were often murderers and torturers of peasants, enemy combatants, or traitors who collaborated with the enemy and compromised the rebels, which would bring a death sentence in the US as well. It's sad to see Che's detractors hyper-focus on such shoddy evidence regarding his supposed mass murder spree.
Man, what a nice-ass beret.
When we have verifiable instances of his work in establishing hospitals, administering medical aid to people, teaching people how to read and write in the effort to combat illiteracy, being an outspoken critic of horrific regimes like that of apartheid South Africa, which we'll get into later in this video when discussing his supposed racism, and more. But for now, let's move on to the main point of contention for those who paint Che as a mass murderer: his work overseeing the Cuban tribunals after the Batista regime fell. After the revolution was won and the dictator Fulgencio Batista fled the country, a lot of Batista's army men, police, and collaborators remained in Cuba, and like any other war criminals, needed to be tried in tribunals. It's important to note that Batista's rule was genuinely brutal. His forces were guilty of acts so depraved that I can't even mention them in this video. He treated the Cuban population horrendously, with atrocities ranging from torture to mutilation to mass murder. CIA records confirm this and, surprisingly, juxtapose Batista's tyrannical rule with Castro's comparatively sensible one. Quote, "The large-scale campaigns of murders and terrorism characteristic of the last years of the Batista regime have not occurred during the Castro regime." Again, this is not me playing defense for any atrocities that may have occurred under Castro. It just feels like it would be relevant to share what the CIA was saying at the time. It is funny how Cuba had an actual mass-murdering despot at its helm for so many years, yet Conservative media rarely brings it up. Castro put Che in charge of trying the war criminals, rapists, murderers, and torturers from the Batista regime. This entailed Che going over their cases and issuing a sentence. This could be compared to any other tribunal. In Che's case, suspected war criminals were brought to La Cabana, a fortress he used as a headquarters and military prison. Those suspected of atrocities, often involving the torture of peasants, sexual abuses, and murders, had their cases looked over by Che and other members tasked with presiding over the tribunals. His work at this fortress has earned Che the nickname, the Butcher of La Cabana, by those who like to misrepresent his legacy and paint him as a careless mass murderer who killed everyone who was brought to him. But the historical record begs to differ. Orlando Borrego, the accountant who administered La Cabana's finances and fellow tribunal president, had this to say about the trials. Our paramount concern was to ensure that revolutionary morality and justice prevailed. Che was very careful. Nobody was shot for hitting a prisoner, but if there was extreme torture and killings and death, then yes, they were condemned to death. The whole case was analyzed, all the witnesses seen, and the relatives of the dead or tortured person came, or the tortured person himself. In addition to this, Anderson reports that Che never attended the trials or met with defendants himself as to not jeopardize the legal process and intertwine personal vendettas with justice. He just went over the cases with his fellow judges and reached a verdict on the basis of evidence alone. Borrego also mentioned that Che took great care in selecting the judges and prosecutors, and that the rebels who were mistreated were not allowed to pass judgment on their former torturers. He went on to talk about how there were people and prosecutors who would superfluously ask for the death sentence, but they would be frequently moderated by Che and his colleagues. So yes, there were trials and executions during this period in Cuba, but according to John Lee Anderson, these trials were above board, if summary affairs, with defense lawyers, witnesses, prosecutors, and an attending public. But there was also a number of arbitrary executions. The most notorious incident occurred when, soon after occupying Santiago, Raul Castro directed a mass execution of more than 70 captured soldiers. Raul's reputation for ruthlessness was confirmed. Now, those with a keen eye might be able to pick up on the fact that Raul Castro is actually not Che Guevara. Those are different people. Anderson goes on to say there was little overt public oppositions to the workings of revolutionary justice. On the contrary, Batista's thugs had committed some sickening crimes, and the Cuban public was in a lynching mood. Che warned his judges to be scrupulous about weighing the evidence in each case so as not to give the revolution's enemies additional ammunition, but the trials had to continue if Cuba's revolution was to be secure. In a book by Paco Ignacio Taibo called Guevara, also known as Che, Taibo says this about the trials. Without a doubt, Che was in favor of the summary trials, but the tales woven by Cuban exiles, in which he was the butcher of La Cabana presiding over most of the shootings in Havana, are flights of fantasy. Revolutionary Tribunals number 1 and number 2 did sit at La Cabana, the first trying policemen and soldiers, the second, which did not pass death sentences, trying civilians. I really want to emphasize that. The tribunals tasked with dishing out civilian sentences did not condemn non-combatants to death.
Che sent many people, even the innocent, to their deaths.
Now, before you accuse me of using evil Marxist sources, Taibo's book was cited as a source on that Cuba archive entry on Guero that we covered earlier. I'm using the same sources used by a website dead set on framing Che as the devil. To add to this, in a forum with PBS, John Lee Anderson said, "I have yet to find a single credible source pointing to the case where Che executed an innocent. Those persons executed by Guevara or on his orders were condemned for the usual crimes punishable by death at times of war or in its aftermath: desertion, treason, or crimes such as rape, torture, or murder." I should add that my research spanned 5 years and included anti-Castro Cubans among the Cuban-American exile community in Miami and elsewhere. From what we can tell, Che was far from a careless murderer. He actually seemed to be very cognizant and fair. This is not to say that he was a perfect man who did everything right with no room for improvement. I'm not trying to glaze too close to the sun, but these were incredibly stressful and unique
Yep, all of our enemies gotta be perfect victims. They can't do mistakes.
conditions, and the evidence supporting the claim that Che was a ruthless and bloodthirsty murderer is weak.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile with a very exciting announcement.
Shut up.
Was Che racist? Another claim that is often levied against Che is that he was a bigot. This is often used as a gotcha by conservatives who like to point out what they perceive to be the hypocrisy of left-leaning people celebrating a supposed bigot. It usually goes like this. Hey, left-wing college kid, you claim to dislike racism and homophobia, but you wear a t-shirt with the image of a racist homophobe on it. I, on the other hand, don't dislike racism or homophobia. I'm quite fond of both, but despite that, I still don't wear a t-shirt with Che Guevara on it because he cared too much for the poor, and that grosses me out. Anyway.
Yeah, that's literally what they debate.
Anyway, my pregnant wife is not going to yell at herself. Gotta go. In all seriousness, there are some accusations of bigotry that can be fairly levied at Che, so let's take a closer look. Starting with the accusation that he was a racist. There are many fake quotes that are wrongfully attributed to Che in the attempt to paint him as a racist, one of which goes, "We're going to do for black people exactly what they did for the revolution," by which I mean nothing. This quote, while damning and definitely racist, can't be definitively traced back to Guevara. It's circulated heavily by Cuban-American conservatives like Humberto Fontava, holy fuck, I killed that pronunciation, I think, who regularly spews outright falsehoods like Che helped to herd gay people into forced labor camps, which we will debunk later in this video. And Fontava is the source of this banger of a quote. The lily-white Che Guevara and Fidel Castro overthrew the mixed-raced Batista. Is bro trying to imply that Batista's mass murder campaigns were okay because he was mixed
Hey, they're racist. They killed the mixed race guy.
race? What kind of identity politics bullshit is this? I refer you back to the CIA document about Batista's brutality. Also, I have a hard time believing that Fontava gives any semblance of a fuck about racism considering he collaborated with Bill O'Reilly, who made
Ew, that's gross.
a litany of unsavory comments regarding race. Fontavo also authored a book about Che, and it's genuinely insane. It's just a really bitter, incoherent polemic that author Rolf Potts referred to as slightly schizophrenic. The Fox article from which I pulled these Fontavo quotes also can't make up its mind on whether or not Che was a racist. Right here it says, many of the people Che was sending to the firing squad were members of Batista's army, and these disproportionately tended to be black and mixed race. Batista himself was mixed race. And then literally 3 lines later it says, Guevara also at times, however, called for more black people to be represented in institutions and had black fighters under his command. What are we doing here, guys? However, there is a genuinely racist quote that was written by Che, and it is worth talking about. Remember how I mentioned that Che was born in a well-off white family in Argentina and had a sheltered and privileged upbringing? Well, this upbringing came with blind spots. When he was a young man in his early 20s traveling around South America on his motorbike, he kept a personal diary, which is now a famous book called The Motorcycle Diaries. In this book, he wrote a horrific and inexcusably racist passage about black people. It goes like this. The blacks, those magnificent examples of the African race who have maintained their racial purity thanks to their lack of an affinity with bathing, have seen their territory invaded by a new kind of slave, the Portuguese. And the two ancient races have now begun a hard life together, fraught with bickering and squabbles. Discrimination and poverty unite them in the daily fight for survival, but their different ways of approaching life separate them completely. The black is indolent and a dreamer, spending his meager wage on frivolity or drink. The European has a tradition of work and saving, which has pursued him as far as this corner of America and drives him to advance himself.
That's some bullshit. You saying black people don't like to work and just drink and shit? White people like to work? Come on, Che. Come on, Che. But you know, people grow and people get better.
So, Jesus Christ, yes, this is
sometimes. You gotta try to grow, though, and become a better person.
Really bad and indefensible. And the man Che grew to be and the man Che was when he wrote this are very different. In order to fully grasp the context of this quote, we need to understand that this was written by a spoiled rich kid who had been largely sheltered from any form of intersectional analysis and was extremely racially insensitive. This is a quote from the beginning of his journey, and if you actually read the book, you can see this young 24-year-old grow into a very different man. He met with many indigenous people during his journey and noted how much better he was treated as a white man compared to them. At the end of his journey, he notes that he is no longer the person he was when he embarked on this trip. Quote, "The person who wrote these notes passed away the moment his feet touched Argentine soil again. The person who reorganizes and polishes them, me, is no longer. At least, I am not the person I once was. All this wandering around our great America with a capital A has changed me more than I thought." Clearly a story of growth and self-improvement, yet People like Marco Rubio feel the need to embellish and push a narrative that just
Fuck Marco Rubio, piece of shit.
Isn't true. No, Marco Rubio, Che Guevara did not write extensively about the superiority of white Europeans. In fact, Che's efforts to remedy his disgraceful writings are impressive. In a 1959 letter to William Morris in Miami, Florida, Che Guevara writes, "Esteemed sir, I received your letter to pass on to our commander-in-chief, which I have done, but I would like to say that if any vestiges of racial discrimination remain in this country, our revolution will put a complete end to them. You can be absolutely sure that within a few years, any difference between white and black will be solely a question of skin color, as it should be." It's important to note that the US in 1959 was racist as hell. The Civil Rights Bill had not even passed yet, and the president who ended up passing it, LBJ, referred to it as the N-word bill, but that's a different story. Che was also loudly against apartheid in South Africa, and he even gave a now famous speech on this topic at the UN, where he said, "Once again, we speak out to put the world on guard against what is happening in South Africa. The brutal policy of apartheid is applied before the eyes of the nations of the world. The peoples of Africa are compelled to endure the fact that on the African continent, the superiority of one race over another remains official policy, and that in the name of this racial superiority, murder is committed with impunity. Can the United Nations do nothing to stop this?" He then, in the same speech, went on to detail the crisis inflicted upon the people of Congo and the role of imperialism in the appropriation of their land and resources. He actually cared so much about Congo that he left his post in Cuba, relinquished his Cuban citizenship and all creature comforts that came with it, so he could personally go to the DRC and try to spur revolution. This is not just some guy who overthrew a dictator and then bathed in the glory and lived a comfortable hedonistic life. For a guy who supposedly wrote extensively about the superiority of white people, as Marco Rubio claims, everything he wrote and did as an adult seems to directly contradict that claim. Was Che homophobic? Similarly to his distasteful comments in regards to race, a young Che Guevara could also be quoted making a definitely homophobic remark about a gay person. He referred to a man as a pervert and then followed up the quote by saying, "Apart from being a homosexual, he had been very nice to us." Yeah, really bad, indefensible, and just like his racist remarks that we touched on earlier, he said this as a young, sheltered rich kid in the 1950s, and then he grew up. But see, if the conversation started and ended there, I would have no problem conceding the point that Che had said some homophobic shit. He is, after all, just a man, but that's not what his detractors do. They go on to say that he rounded up gay people and forced them into concentration camps after the Cuban Revolution. Some
Not true.
dishonest actors go as far as to claim that he murdered people for being gay.
Che Guevara executed gays, right? This is a guy, when you wear a Che Guevara shirt, you're wearing a Hitler who was less successful in being charismatic and duping people.
Now, this is just blatantly untrue. There is no verifiable record of Che killing people for their sexuality. What is often being referred to when people make this point is the UMAP system in Cuba. The UMAPs were military units to aid production, and people who opted out of military service had to serve their country in a different way, and they were sent to these forced labor camps. At the time, gay people were not allowed to serve in the Cuban military, the same way they weren't allowed to serve in any other country's military, and they were subjected to forced labor in these Cuban camps. It is worth noting that draft dodgers in the US were sent to prison, where the 13th Amendment turned them into literal slaves, but that's another story. Yes, the UMAPs were despicable and unjustifiable. No, just because the Americans did similar shit does not make it okay. There are also reports of gay people being mistreated and abused in these camps. It undoubtedly was really inexcusably bad, considering Fidel Castro felt the need to issue an apology for this dark period in Cuban history, saying, "If anyone is responsible, it's me." The dreaded UMAP system ran from November 1965 to July of 1968. 3 years too long, if you ask me. But again, this video is not about the Cuban state. It's about Che Guevara. So what was he doing during this time? Oh yeah, he was in Congo. In April of 1965, Che relinquished his Cuban citizenship and left the country to spread revolution abroad. He left Cuba 3 months before the UMAPs were established. In a farewell letter to Fidel, written by Che on April 1st, 1965, he says, "I formally resign my positions in the leadership of the party, my post as minister, my rank of commander, and my Cuban citizenship. Nothing legally binds me to Cuba. The only ties are of another nature, those that cannot be broken, as can appointments to posts." Che died 2 years after writing this in 1967, and the UMAPs ended in 1968. During their runtime, Che was in Congo, and then Bolivia, and then he was killed. He had nothing to do with them. Now, could Che have done more to stick up for LGBT rights in Cuba, especially during a period of machismo and ignorance towards gay people? Yeah, I'm sure he could have, and that would have been cool as fuck. But again, this was the 1960s. That doesn't make it right. Homophobia was never right, but apart from a single homophobic passage written when he was in his early 20s, he was 24, Che was not this raging homophobe who rounded up gay people and threw them into camps or killed them. That just isn't true. In summary, in his youth, Che wrote racist and homophobic things. We know he grew out of his racism as his later actions showed. We can't say for certain whether or not he grew out of his homophobia, but we could infer that as he matured and became a Marxist, he rid himself of these bigoted ideas and focused on solidarity. There are no actions or writings from his adult life that suggest that he was a horrific homophobe, but without new evidence, we'll never know for sure. It's not uncommon to meet people who hate Che and the Cuban government for anecdotal reasons. I have people close to me who lived in Cuba under Fidel and they really loved him, but that's why we don't use anecdotes and we stick to empiricism. History is not made up of great, infallible people. It's made up of people reacting to their environments and material realities. There's no such thing as a perfect person, but I agree with Jean-Paul Sartre when he said that Che Guevara was the most complete human being of our age.
Subscribe to Overzealous.
Texas was.
Alright, let's check out what's going on with our fucking government. Ugh, there's so much. Alright, let's start with this.
Sides of the highway, and the cars are right at eye level. Oh, Jesus H. Christ, where do we even begin? Every day of the past week and a half has felt like a month, and this is a trend that shows no signs of stopping. I mean, it'd be one thing if we were so overwhelmed by good news that it was impossible to keep up with it all, but unfortunately, the opposite is the case. And we've got a presidential administration that is hell-bent on completely dismantling the very foundations of how the U.S. government even works in new and exciting ways every hour of every day. So we can't possibly cover all of it, much less cover all of it in depth. But this is a test that we as YouTube commentators intend to at least get a C+ on.
We're really striving to get that reporter invitation to the White House press room.
I am certainly not. I don't want to go to D.C., especially this time of year. It's cold.
It is funny because people did reach out and they're like, hey, look, the internet people, they want internet news people to come in. No, they want Joe Rogan and Turning Point USA.
Yeah, they want weird little TikTokers.
Yeah, they want freaks. They want the room filled with freaks.
They don't want us. So anyway, let's just get on with it. I guess first things first. As of today, February 1st, the tariffs that you've all been waiting for.
That everybody wanted.
Here's those tariffs you ordered, because they're here.
Well, they were pushed back. Is all old news. Let's move on to here.
I guess we should follow up on a story that dropped right before we filmed last time, because Trump and his allies barely wasted any breath on condolences before turning the first major high-fatality commercial airliner crash in the U.S. to happen since 2009 into yet another excuse to blame DEI, aka to attack minorities. Essentially saying that if more air traffic controllers were straight white men...
Of course. This clear fascist playbook. They blame minorities, and they know it's the fault of them cutting fucking jobs, firing people... But they blame minorities. They go in there. They cut the government. They're saying they're trying to find efficiency. They cut all the departments like education or for veterans or for fucking crippled people, disability, mothers. That's all they fucking do. They blame the poor. They blame the powerless.
This would have never happened. I mean, I haven't gotten a good look under the hood yet, but I'm assuming that it was a woman who did this.
Yeah, and they're also they've also adjusted DEI in a lot of uses to be DEI-A, with the A standing for ability, as in the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Yeah.
It's, you know, why do we have to treat people with disabilities in the hiring process as if they're able-bodied? That's fucked up.
It goes without saying that, like, all these DEI initiatives and stuff like that, like, these people are fucking qualified for the position.
Yeah.
It's just that they were being overlooked before in favor of typically straight middle-aged white men.
They're claiming that the FAA was, like, exclusively hiring people with, like, mental deficiencies and, like, severe psychological issues. I'm like, I don't think that's true. I'm sorry. I feel like I would have heard about that sometime before right now.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd have any evidence to back that up. But they're saying everyone operating the control towers is like
mentally incapable
of doing so, and it's just, I guess, a huge coincidence that the first major plane crash we've had in like
almost
15 years happened just now.
Yeah, and look, even for what, say, in the realm of like fantastical things that happen, if for some reason, but it's just like, why the first thing that you say is just like, well, it's probably the DEI.
Yeah, it's just uncouth.
It's
before
very
anything,
strange.
like, ignoring everything else about it, it's just like.
And when it comes down, I guess the people on board the military helicopter, one of them was a woman, so they withheld her information at the request of the family.
Yeah.
Because despite being qualified to do the mission, I guess hundreds of flight hours and everything, the family is legitimately terrified of Trump supporters.
They're literally gonna blame women, black people, Mexicans, trans people, gays. Like, they're literally gonna go after like the people with no power,
attacking them when they just lost a family.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to eat.
Member. So if you want a reminder of how this all goes, we lived through the past decade or more of Sandy Hook with Alex Jones and everything. So yes, it does make sense that a lot of the family members are scared.
Jesus Christ.
But yes, the DEI thing, a hell of a take considering the many ways that Trump's actions during his very short time back in office may have directly gotten all these people killed. But we'll get to that in a minute. First, you simply gotta hear what was the very first statement from the President of the United States on this plane crash via Trump's Truth Social account. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good.
That's the president doing a damn that's crazy post.
Yeah,
you guys hear about this plane crash?
Just spitballing.
What? Why didn't the helicopter move?
I mean,
if I was able to dodge that bullet, why couldn't this helicopter dodge that plane?
Everything else aside, you should have, you know, a bit of a better emotional response to this than just spewing out wild theories or what should have been. There are dozens of family members who are in mourning, and the first thing the president does is just like, well, let's figure this out. Let's
Yeah, I mean, it's always rang a bit hollow, you know, whenever something horrible happens and elected officials, they come out with their heartfelt condolences and prayers and whatnot, but I'd still take that over whatever the fuck this was.
Yes. It's different when a shooting happens and the first response is, well, we can't do away with the guns. We have to say thoughts and prayers. It's different with this. You can kind of come out and be like, hey, this is bad. I feel terrible for everyone involved.
Anyway, it only got worse from there.
Yeah.
Here's the New York Times on Trump's press conference the next morning. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, Mr. Trump began, his tone moving from solace to irritation. And I think we'll probably state those opinions now. And so he did. For the next 30 minutes, citing no evidence, Mr. Trump blamed diversity efforts at the Federal Aviation Administration for lowering standards for air traffic controllers. He blamed the Obama administration, claiming it had determined that the FAA workforce was too white. He blamed the Biden administration, too, and its Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. That guy's a real winner, Mr. Trump said sarcastically. He's a disaster.
It's their fault, not mine. It's never my fault.
It's gotta be them. I'm Donald Trump. I can't do nothing wrong. What a fucking bitch. Take responsibility for your goddamn actions, you fucking orange buffoon.
But mostly the President of the United States, who was consulting prepared remarks, blamed diversity. Washington was in mourning, chaplains were at the scene of the crash, but Mr. Trump plowed ahead. His remarks were the latest offensive in the White House war to root out woke elements and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives across the federal government.
And then this happened.
President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
Great. Cool. We're just vibes-based fascism now, I guess.
I can tell because I'm smart. I have eyes and ears.
Then
this has the stink of woke all over it.
Yeah. Later on, J.D. Vance took to the lectern and literally didn't waste a single moment being solemn before claiming that the FAA has been refusing to hire white people for the past 10 years.
Wow.
And later that day, Trump was asked in the Oval Office whether he planned to visit the crash site, and this happened.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a
first
plan
responders?
to visit, not the site, because you tell me, what's the site? The water?
Or to meet with the first responders down there?
Now, if that was hard to make out over the crosstalk, Trump said, I have a plan to visit, not the site, because you tell me. What's the site? The water? You want me to go swimming?
Dumbass, stand near the shoreline and just look at what happened, you bitch.
Say what you will about Ronald Reagan, he was at least good at pretending to care about shit.
Damn.
And if he didn't care about it, he would keep it to himself, like the AIDS crisis. He just would not talk about it.
Yeah, like this is another thing. You just say like, oh yeah. Like,
if you're the president now, you're saying the best people are on it because obviously.
Yeah, we're looking into it. I don't have any plans right now to visit the crash site, but my heart is with the families of the victims. And yeah, you just, what do you want me to do? Swim in the river? Also, the crash site's literally in the same town it's in DC. It's not even, you don't have to take a plane to get there.
Also, weird, and I didn't even know this.
He's so lazy.
I didn't even know this, but apparently that part of the river is extremely shallow. It's like 5 feet deep.
I mean, DC is a swamp.
Yeah.
So that checks out.
Anyways, blaming DEI for a deadly mid-air collision that killed 67 people quickly became the right-wing talking point. But let's for a moment consider if there may have been any other factors at play here. The only thing I want to reiterate here is that when you, especially in a time like this, with the DEI shit, which obviously it's not true. They were all mostly experienced people from what I've heard. But the problem is that you are now, by doing this, once again, vilifying entire races of people.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that like, yo.
Entire genders of people, and saying that they are operating in our society in destructive ways that could get you or whatever the president is talking to killed. So you are once again extremely vilifying entire groups of people for no fucking reason.
And also just casting doubt on any person who isn't white, male, in any like position, any job. Basically saying, oh, the only reason they have that job is
making American citizens second guess everything they do based on the race of someone that they're interacting with.
It's very regressive. I mean, this is something that ever since like the civil rights movement, like anytime a woman or black person got hired for a job, it's like, well, that's a diversity hire. This is
DEI. That's all. Like literally, when the people in government right now say DEI, when Trump says he's gonna fire DEI, that just means black people, Latinos, Spanish people, Mexican people, trans people, gay people. That's all that means. DEI is just a cover. It's a fucking slang term for like any race or like person they don't like.
Never gone away.
You understand? Donald Trump is so good at visual phrenology that
I can tell just by visually measuring the skull what the IQ is going to be. Anyway, for starters, on Trump's first day in office, the head of the Federal Aviation Administration stepped down after very clearly being targeted for removal and retribution by Elon Musk, who has a documented hatred towards the FAA for having the audacity to tell SpaceX what they can or can't do and to fine them when they violate the rules.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you're launching rockets, that requires a lot of coordination to ensure.
As we saw fucking 2 weeks ago, when he launched that rocket that blew up, and all the planes were like, hey, no one told us about the airspace being.
They had to scramble all the flights in the mid-Atlantic to avoid getting hit by debris. Anyway, so no FAA head, and that position was apparently just empty for over a week without even a temporary acting FAA head. On top of that, on his second day in office, Trump shut down the Aviation Security Advisory Committee, which is basically a group whose sole purpose is preventing plane crashes. Meanwhile, amidst all the fuckery from the past week involving federal employees and their job security, which you would assume would make anyone with federal employment just unnecessarily stressed out while trying to do their job.
Stressed, confused, like everything.
It turns out there's what seems to be a pretty serious shortage of air traffic controllers. Here's the New York Times.
Staffing at the air traffic control tower at Ronald Reagan National Airport was not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic, according to an internal preliminary Federal Aviation Administration safety report about the collision that was reviewed by the New York Times. The controller, who was handling helicopters in the airport's vicinity Wednesday night, was also instructing planes that were landing and departing from its runways. Those jobs typically are assigned to 2 controllers rather than 1. This increases the workload for the air traffic controller and can complicate the job. One reason is that the controllers can use different radio frequencies to communicate with pilots flying planes and pilots flying helicopters. While the controller is communicating with pilots of the helicopter and the jet, the 2 sets of pilots may not be able to hear each other.
Like most of the country's air traffic control facilities, the tower at Reagan Airport has been understaffed for years. The tower there was nearly a third below targeted staff levels, with 19 fully certified controllers as of September 2023.
So see, they're already, like, these places are already running at really low staff. They're already running at really low, like, work. They don't have enough workers. So imagine Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all these billionaires getting in there and telling everybody to quit and trying to, like, make everyone's job miserable so they quit. It's gonna cause a bunch of issues, including air crashes, plane crashes.
According to the most recent air traffic controller workforce plan, an annual report to Congress that contains target and actual staffing levels. The targets set by the FAA and the controllers union call for 30. The shortage, caused by years of employee turnover and tight budgets, among other factors, has forced many controllers to work up to 6 days a week and 10 hours a day.
And
so, I don't know, it's probably that. That's probably the reason this happened.
I'm unconfirmed, but one of the things I saw was that at least one of the air traffic controllers that was working that day had to go work his second job. And it's just like, I feel like air traffic controller is a career where you would hope that the hours and pay for the stress and technical ability involved would be enough to not work.
Yeah, you want these people paid at least well enough that they don't have to go to a third shift at a second job to support themselves.
Dare I say, paid well enough to have a place to live, support a family, and not have to work fucking 10 hours a day, 6 days a week.
And get a full 8 hours of sleep before taking that shift in the tower.
But that's socialism. I mean, I'm so sorry.
So yeah, I mean, the whole staffing thing, that's maybe not directly Trump's fault. That's probably the fault of just everyone in our government.
Multiple administrations.
Over decades who, is afraid to actually fund vital programs. But yeah, it's a serious problem that can only be solved by increasing hiring, which is something Trump hasn't said a peep about, and which is directly at odds with everything else that he's done so far with regards to federal employees.
Elon's plan, as it was with Twitter, is to just start taking things apart until things break and then figuring it out.
It's fine. With Grok up there in the tower, we won't need any air traffic controllers.
Yeah. Well, the planes might have crashed, but have you seen this very cool illustration of a duck wearing a cowboy hat?
It looks like you're trying to land that plane-a-rooney over there.
Yeah.
God.
Anyways, it's clear at this point that the one who is running the show here in a lot of ways isn't actually the president, but rather Elon Musk, whose fingerprints are...
Oh, I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much, guys. You don't understand how much I hate this man. This man is not... He's coming into my life more and more. I hate him. Now he's taking over the government. He wants to be in my face. Oh.
Are all over most of the stuff involving federal funding and federal employment. The whole move fast and break things ethos of the tech industry is on full display this time around in ways far beyond anything from Trump's first term. Trump is still in charge with regards to the big picture stuff that he's always cared about, immigration, starting trade wars. But we've almost got the kind of system other countries have where there's a head of state, Trump, who's more of a figurehead, and a head of government, Elon Musk, who handles the nitty-gritty of actually running things.
Yeah, he's not President Musk, he's Prime Minister Musk.
Sure. Now that's terrifying because Elon Musk has zero experience in government, and his ownership of Twitter, especially the first few months, demonstrates that he's bad at running things that he has no experience in. And the problem is he thinks that he can learn everything better than experts immediately.
He's a real Dunning-Kruger case.
But here we are, and the past week and a half similar vibe to the first few weeks of Twitter 2.0 is no coincidence. It's already been pointed out that the buyout offers given to federal employees were eerily similar to the buyout offers that Twitter's employees received, right down to the subject line, but it of course goes deeper, because just like with Twitter, Elon has brought in a bunch of allies with zero experience in government to help him run things. And here's Wired with more on that.
Sources within the federal government tell Wired that the highest ranks of the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, essentially the human resources function for the entire federal government, are now controlled by people with connections to Musk and to the tech industry. Among them is a person who, according to an online resume, was set to start college last fall. Scott Cooper, a managing partner at the powerful investment firm Andreessen Horowitz, stands as Trump's nominee to run the OPM. But already in place, according to sources, are a variety of people who seem ready to carry out Musk's mission of cutting staff and disrupting the government. Amanda Scales is, as has been reported, the new chief of staff at the OPM. She formerly worked in talent for xAI, Musk's artificial intelligence company, according to her LinkedIn. Before that, she was part of the talent and operations team at Human Capital, a venture firm with investments in the defense tech startup Anduril and political betting platform Kalshi. Before that, she worked for years at Uber. Her placement in this key role, experts believe, seems part of a broader pattern of the traditionally apolitical OPM being converted to use as a political tool.
Just face value. You're not beating the lizard person accusations with a name like Amanda Scales. Sorry.
Did you see when she blinked?
Yeah. Everything's vibe-based, and a name like Amanda Scales not gonna...
Hold on.
Amanda Scales. She's a dragon. That's a weird name, yeah.
Wait, go back to that frame right there. You see those eyes?
They flickered. It continues. Sources say that Riccardo Biasini, formerly an engineer at Tesla and most recently director of operations for the Las Vegas Loop at the Boring Company.
Oh, a real history of success for this fucking guy.
Bring in the big brains. That was Musk's tunnel building operation. He's also at the OPM as a senior advisor to the director. Steve Davis, the CEO of the Boring Company, is rumored to be advising Musk on cuts to be made via Doge, and was integral in Musk's gutting of Twitter, now X, after his takeover of the company in 2022.
Bro, the Boring Company was literally a company that Elon Musk made to just dig holes. To dig holes. And now that guy went to Twitter when Elon was destroying Twitter. Now Twitter has Nazis all over the place. Nazis, pedophiles, people that share child exploitation images. Elon has unbanned a bunch of people that shared child exploitation images, which is really fucking weird. He'd unban a bunch of Nazis. He let a bunch of robots on Twitter. Like, it's terrible now. It's terrible. And the same guy that did that, Elon is putting to fucking destroy the government here.
According to the same sources, other people at the top of the new OPM food chain include two people with apparent software engineering backgrounds, whom Wired is not naming because of their ages. One, a senior advisor to the director, is a 21-year-old whose online resume touts his work for Palantir, the government contractor and analytics firm co-founded by billionaire Peter Thiel, who is its chair. The former CEO of PayPal and longtime Musk associate, Thiel is a Trump supporter who helped bankroll the 2022 Senate campaign of his protege, Vice President J.D. Vance. The other, who reports directly to Scales, graduated from high school in 2024, according to a mirrored copy of an online resume in his high school's student magazine. He lists jobs as a camp counselor and a bicycle mechanic among his professional experiences, as well.
Look at this. NBC News, verified, pro-Nazi X accounts flourish under Elon Musk. Like, it's all over the place. He's fucking backing He's backing the fucking
Musk has long supported right-wing causes here in
the Nazi party, basically the Nazi party. It's called the AfD party in Germany. No, he unbanned Nazis, not banned. He's a fucking loser, dude. He's a loser weirdo. He's a loser. Is Elon Musk a Nazi, and can he get European far-right hardlines? See, this is him giving a speech at that far-right Germany party. Look at that. Elon Musk X bans revealing the names of anonymous users after scrutiny. So people are criticizing him, and then he basically removes their anonymous like nature. He shows people their name. Scrutiny of an anti-Semitic cartoonist. Yeah, he basically unbanned that guy. His name is Stone Toss, which is a fucking Nazi cartoonist. Elon unbanned that guy. Something like that. Stone Toss? Yeah, this fucking weirdo, see? This dude's a Nazi cartoonist. And Elon, like, unbanned him and stuff. After he made some weird shit. Some anti-Semitic thing. Here's the money Doge saved us. Thanks. And then this guy just walks to Israel with it. Like, what the fuck? But that's Elon. Oh, yeah, let me see if Elon unban child exploitation. Like, this man's so disgusting. Twitter unbans account that posted child sexual abuse. Look at this. This motherfucker is a weirdo. He needs to be put in jail. It won't let me read it. Twitter defends restoring account that shared child abuse. Here's another one. They all want me to pay to read it. Twitter X defends restoring account that shared child abuse material. Bro, these motherfuckers are pedos. They're Nazis. They're weird fucks. But yeah, there's plenty of articles on this stuff, guys. It's not good.
Well, as a summer role at Neuralink, Musk's brain-computer interface company.
You know, everyone was saying our government is too geriatric, and
the monkey's paw has curled. Now we just get a bunch of baby faces in there with actually no experience. And look, maybe this guy has a Neuralink in his brain, maybe not.
Remember the reality show Kid Nation?
Yeah.
Well, we're doing Kid Nation for real.
Remember Child President? He's president.
Yeah. And remember how when Elon bought Twitter, he started calling random employees into performance review meetings with himself or his lackeys, where the employee would have to show off their most impressive lines of code, despite Musk and his lackeys having no understanding of how Twitter worked and therefore no contextual basis to judge any of that code by. You remember that? Mm-hmm. Well, they're doing that again, too. Here's Wired. Over the last few days, workers at the Technology Transformation Services, TTS, which is housed within the General Services Administration, GSA, have been summoned into what one source called sneak attack meetings to discuss their code and projects with total strangers, some quite young, who lacked official government email addresses and have been reticent to identify themselves. TTS workers have also received confusing transition guidance and a sudden DC office visit from Musk. TTS helps develop the platforms and tools that underpin many government services, including analytics tools and API plugins that agencies can use to deploy tech faster.
Also, Elon Musk, if you guys don't know this, Elon Musk, remember when there were some kids from Thailand stuck in a cave? Elon Musk, Thai cave, pedo. Elon Musk called the guy that saved the kids a pedophile because the guy that saved the kids from the cave that flooded in Thailand, it's happened years ago, a long-ass time ago. Elon Musk wins defamation over pedo. Yeah. Here it is. Elon Musk calls British diver in Thai cave rescue pedophile. He calls him a pedo in baseless attack. So Elon Musk, there was a cave that was flooded in Thailand, and they had to get these kids out super quick because they had a field trip and it flooded. Elon Musk's dumbass wants to build a robot submarine thing. He needs to fucking invent it like Iron Man. He needs to quickly invent this robot submarine thing to get the kids in there one at a time, right? And they have a time limit. These kids are starving. They don't have food, water. They're gonna die in there. And so this fucking British diver dude is like, no, you stupid idiot. We don't have time for you to make a fucking submarine thing. You stupid dumbass. Let me rescue them. So the guy rescues them, and when the guy rescues them, Elon Musk calls the guy a pedo for rescuing the kid. What? The guy that unbans child exploitation images. The guy that unbans people that share child exploitation images, calling someone a pedo for saving kids in a cave. I hate this world. What are we living in? What is the world that we're living in?
Means that the group has access to troves of government data and systems across agencies. That access is useful for standardizing the many, not always interoperable systems that the federal government uses, but could also provide invaluable information to a private company or be weaponized against government employees and citizens. Cool, 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 very cool.
Yeah.
We love it.
Now, Musk has appointed one of his Tesla engineers to run TTS, but the code review meetings have been with random Musk allies who just barge in and sometimes refuse to even identify themselves, including multiple college-aged randos who apparently have been granted high-level clearance. And it goes without saying, but regardless of whatever tech background these cronies have, the stuff TTS works on is not the kind of thing you want to be messing around with lightly. Remember all the weird outages and glitches early on in Twitter 2.0? A bad social media user experience is one thing, but this is software that vital government services rely on to properly function. So no fail whale, actually just could get real bad. So of course that's terrifying. Unfortunately, Twitter isn't real life is no longer a valid statement. And here's something possible.
Yeah, Twitter is becoming real life, y'all. It's becoming real life. It's terrifying.
Even more terrifying via the Washington Post. David A. Lebrick, who served in non-political roles at Treasury for several decades, announced his retirement Friday in an email to colleagues obtained by the Washington Post. President Donald Trump named Lebrick as acting secretary upon taking office last week. Lebrick had a dispute with Musk's surrogates over access to the payment system the U.S. government uses to disperse trillions of dollars every year, the people said. The exact nature of the disagreement was not immediately clear, they said. Officials affiliated with Musk's Department of Government Efficiency have been asking since after the election for access to the system, the people said. Requests that were reiterated more recently, including after Trump's inauguration. Tom Krause, a Silicon Valley executive who has now been detailed to Treasury, is among those involved, the people said. Krause did not respond to requests for comment.
Come on, let me just see it. Let me into the payment system. Come on. Come on.
I need to see all the Social Security. What's a Social Security payment? What is that? Can I see how much a Social Security payment is worth?
I want to take a look at it.
Dad said I could look at it.
Typically, only a small number of career officials control Treasury's payment systems. Run by the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, the sensitive systems control the flow of more than $6 trillion annually to households, businesses, and more nationwide. Tens, if not hundreds of millions of people across the country rely on the systems, which are responsible for distributing Social Security and Medicare benefits, salaries for federal personnel, payments to government contractors and grant recipients, and tax refunds among...
Guys, they want that money. They want that money. That's $6 trillion. They want that shit. They're gonna get it. They want that money, bro. Oh my God, dude. They're trying to get it. They want that. They want to funnel that shit as a tax cut.
Tens of thousands
of richest
of other functions. The possibility that government officials might try to use the federal payment system, which essentially functions as the nation's checkbook, to enact a political agenda is unprecedented, said Mark Mazur, who served in senior Treasury Department roles during the Obama and Biden administrations. This is a mechanical job. They pay Social Security benefits, they pay vendors, whatever. It's not one where there's a role for non-mechanical things, at least from the career standpoint. Your whole job is to pay the bills as they're due, Mazur said. It's never been used in a way to execute a partisan agenda. You have to really put bad intentions in place for that to be the case.
Also, goes without saying, but Elon Musk famous for not paying his bills. So when he sees a bill to be paid, He's going to actively ignore that bill.
Yeah, I mean, it was one thing when he was stiffing landlords. I almost was on his side with that.
Yeah.
But if you're stiffing like grant recipients and federal employees
And Social Security recipients, eventually, if the systems fail.
Also, like, even though they supposedly rescinded like the funding freeze, there's a bunch of people, particularly in the sciences, who are living off grants, the money spout is still turned off for them, and they're all freaking out because they were already pretty underpaid as like researchers and shit. And now they're just like, I have to like talk to my landlord and see if they, like, I'm fucked. So
yeah, it somehow though gets worse. Here's Reuters. Aides to Elon Musk charged with running the U.S. government Human Resources Agency have locked career civil servants out of computer systems that contain the personal data of millions of federal employees, according to 2 agency officials. The 2 officials, who spoke to Reuters on condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation, said some senior career employees at OPM have had their access revoked to some of the department's data systems. The systems include a vast database called Enterprise Human Resources Integration, which contains dates of birth, social security numbers, appraisals, home addresses, pay grades, and lengths of service of government workers, the officials said. We have no visibility into what they are doing with the computer and data systems, one of the officials said. That is creating great concern. There is no oversight. It creates real cybersecurity and hacking implications. Officials affected by the move can still log on and access functions such as email, but can no longer see the massive data sets that cover every facet of the federal workforce. Oh, good. Oh, good.
Seems bad. A team including current and former employees of Musk assumed command of OPM on January 20th, the day Trump took office. They have moved sofa beds onto the 5th floor of the agency's headquarters, which contains the director's office and can only be accessed with a security badge or a security escort, one of the OPM employees said. The sofa beds have been installed so the team can work around the clock, the employee said. God, can you imagine the smell? Musk, a major donor to a famously demanding boss, installed beds at X for employees to enable them to work longer when, in 2022, he took over the social media platform formerly known as Twitter.
Watch them start putting beds in like the fucking treasury of the United States. They're all gonna start sleeping in there and like keep hacking the fucking computers.
It feels like a hostile takeover, the employee said. The acting head of OPM, Charles Ezell, has been sending memos to the entire government workforce since Trump took office, including Tuesday's offering federal employees the chance to quit with 8 months' pay. No one here knew that the memos were coming out. We are finding out about these memos the same time as the rest of the world, one of the officials said.
So yeah, he's assuming direct control over a bunch of vital, previously non-political and largely independent aspects of government, and boxed out everyone who actually knows what they're doing. And this guy, by the way, unelected, bought his way in. And whether he fucks everything up on purpose or fucks everything up because he's completely out of his depth, everything is getting fucked up. The guy who's essentially running the US government right now is someone who was never even elected and hasn't heard the word no in decades. And also can't fathom that anyone else on Earth could be smarter than himself on any subject, and is allegedly just railing ketamine all throughout the day and night, all the livelong day. And he's also a fascist, so you can't forget that part. He's out there doing it. It feels like years ago, but the guy currently running our government did a Nazi salute on stage just last week, twice, and then appeared at a rally to endorse Germany's most popular fascist party. And that's a good point to pivot to some news that's still related to all this other bullshit, but only tangentially, and is also bizarre enough to qualify as weird news and not just the news, which has been overtaken over the past couple of years. When Elon did those Nazi salutes, the go-to response to anyone defending it or minimizing it was, okay, then do it. Get on camera and do the very innocent gesture that Elon did. One local politician in Pennsylvania quickly found out the hard way that without $400 billion and the protection of the president, doing the Sieg Heil, it's a great way to speedrun losing your job. And this week, it happened again.
America, as far as I can see, is the only country fighting for life. And that's down to you guys. So God bless all of you for what you're doing. Please keep doing it. I hope that I can encourage you. And my heart goes out to you. God bless.
Okay, so that was Father Calvin Robinson's closing remarks during a speech at the National Pro-Life Summit on Wednesday. And as weird as it is seeing a priest do a fascist salute, it's just the tip of the iceberg for what turns out to be a very weird dude. For starters, before entering the priesthood, he was very active in conservative politics in the UK, running for office multiple times unsuccessfully, and also writing for conservative outlets and appearing as a conservative character.
I guess we should at least touch on some of the confirmation hearings from this past week.
Oh, yeah.
And the big ones were RFK Jr. for Secretary of Health and Human Services and Kash Patel for Director of the FBI. Two absolute cranks with negative expertise in the jobs that they'll be doing. And for the most part, both men spent their time in the Capitol shamelessly downplaying or denying their very well-documented quackery. For RFK, he was mainly grilled on his decade-long history of being a prominent anti-vaxxer, which is a big red flag for someone who will be in charge of millions of people's health care. Well, here's some clips.
You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unvaxxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
Yeah, that was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with leadership.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines.
Right.
I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps. You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church. You've also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail. For me, those are disturbing characterizations of the CDC workers that I know who are trying to keep the American public safe every single day. And as you are presented as the nominee for this position, I need to know, do you stand by those statements that you made in the past, or do you retract those previous statements?
Senator, I don't believe that I ever compared the CDC to Nazi death camps. I support the CDC. My job is not to dismantle or harm the CDC. My job is to empower the scientists if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
So you retract those statements?
I'm not retracting it. I never said it.
Well, actually, I have a transcript
of me saying that it's a Nazi death camp.
Yeah, let me read your words. It says that the institution CDC and the vaccine program, is your description of their work, is more important than the children that it's supposed to protect. And you know, it's the same reason we had a pedophile scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. That's pretty provocative language. You said in another statement to me, this is like Nazi death camp. I mean, let me finish.
It's time to make sure that we blow the whistle on actually what your views are. At least we're starting.
We need to move on. I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking either of those
Anybody
vaccines.
who believes that ought to look at the measles book you wrote saying parents have been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. That's not true.
And I quote, "We should not be giving black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that to particular antigens that blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Poland article suggests that blacks need fewer antigens than...
This is so dangerous.
You get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous.
Say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people.
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I
and
quoted a
Chinese?
study, Your
Okay.
Honor. I quoted
So
an NIH study that showed that
I'll take that as a
certain
yes.
races
I have to
are
move on. I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment.
Oh, and at one point he seems to have almost certainly popped a Zin and tried to be real sly about it, which is the funniest thing to do at a job for a health and human services.
It almost makes him relatable, if not for the fact that he is presenting himself as this paragon of like health wisdom, when like, first of all, like, even more than usual, he seemed very unhealthy.
Oh my God, bro. We're fucked. We are fucked. God damn it.
Once Human is easily one of the best open...
When we last left you, Elon Musk and his team of broccoli-haired, Zin-dipped Zoomers had infiltrated the Office of Personnel Management and the United States Treasury Department's payment system. Not good, right? I'm not getting good feelings about this.
I'm feeling pretty alarmed, but don't worry. If Chuck Schumer's calm, then baby, I'm calm.
But this gave unprecedented and potentially illegal access to government systems to an unelected billionaire who has, of course, multiple conflicts of interest, and who also seems to be doing a fascism speedrun. Now, it is hard to overstate just how dangerous this is. Musk has essentially taken control of the country's wallet. He is the wallet inspector.
And they handed it over to him,
and
like suckers.
That money affects every single facet of American life. Medicare, Social Security, millions of jobs. And by the way, this includes all of the data attached to this.
Yeah.
Information on citizens.
You know how it's bad when like Equifax or whatever gets hacked and they find out like your Social Security number and a bunch of other vital details about you. That's all on these computers.
Yeah.
That these fucking broccoli-haired, Zin-munching Zoomers are rifling
short wearing, Zoom meeting taking Zoomers. And yeah, it is what many people are saying, a fucking coup. Because he has quite literally taken control of the U.S. government, it seems. Specifically its finances. And he's just running around, ripping out the wires, just like he did with Twitter.
Yeah, ripping out the wires and selling it for the copper.
Yeah. And he didn't stop with the Treasury Department because shortly after our last episode aired, Musk set his sights on the Agency for International Development, USAID, or as people have been referring to it, USAID, which I guess is inaccurate, but that's what everyone's been saying. It's very easy.
I've heard either version.
Yeah, and that's an agency that was started by the Kennedy administration, and it supports countless humanitarian projects and medical services overseas. And it is a relatively low-budget agency that, when operating correctly, not only makes our country look pretty good, but also literally saves lives and stops the spread of illness.
There are very few aspects of the United States government on an international level that are actually a net positive. This is one of them, and they're getting rid of it.
Again, this seems very targeted because in the grand scheme of things, in the federal budget, this is very small and very beneficial. Talk about like return on investment.
So a big aspect of this that no one seems to fucking... I've hardly heard anyone for or against talking about it, except for a few people, is like big thing is like Africa, right? Africa has a lot of important natural resources and
Congo,
whatnot.
South Sudan.
And over the last like couple decades, China's been coming in and like giving these African nations a lot of free shit, basically in exchange for access to minerals and also shipping and other things. And the U.S. has countered that with aid, which is not nothing, but the Africans are like, I don't know, and the U.S. is like, don't go talk to those Chinese people. We got your back. And
now we don't.
Now we don't. The funding goes to support people in countries like Ethiopia, Congo, South Sudan, and Ukraine, providing essential aid, while only accounting for less than 1% of the federal budget. A drop in the bucket. But I guess providing vaccines, medication, shelter, food, and access to clean water is too woke for the Doge Committee.
Yeah.
I hate saying it. Who have targeted the agency and have already begun to just dismantle it with the full approval of the president. Which again, they can't do that. Illegal.
Well, they can't, but they did.
They're doing it, but they're not supposed to be able to. And,
yeah. Hey, wait, no, you're not. You can't do that.
It isn't said enough. It isn't acknowledged enough that everything these fucking people are doing is illegal.
Yes.
It's against the rules. It's against the law. And the fact that people are just like, wow, he's got some big ideas for the government. Yeah, he's breaking the fucking law. It's very annoying. So USAID is clearly being targeted, not because it's going to make a significant dent at all in overall government spending, but because it's a humanitarian project and probably because it has provided aid to Ukraine and Gaza in more recent years.
Yeah, they're probably very upset with that.
Late on Sunday, people who worked for the agency noticed they'd been locked out of their email accounts and received a notice that the headquarters was closed for business. Then, Prime Minister Elon Musk popped up on his social media platform to hold a safe space. An X space, where he rants and raves about how USAID is or was an incredibly radical left organization. And this was an illuminating conversation because
he finds glee in destroying this.
There's that, but it's also, none of us assumed that this man knew really anything about how the U.S. government works. But, the average American at least went to high school here and got like a very brief overview of it, and he didn't. And his understanding of how any of this shit works is just imagine the dumbest person you've ever seen on Facebook. That's the guy that is running the government.
He's reposting literal Facebook disinformation on his public timeline constantly. So, in response to a story about how senior officials from USAID were put on leave after trying to stop Doge employees from accessing their systems, Musk said the agency is a criminal organization and that it was time for it to die. He would also go on to say that it is a radical left political psyop and that he and his lackeys spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Could have gone to some great parties. Did that instead. As it got later, Musk hosted a Spaces audio chat where he said it was beyond repair. USAID beyond repair, and that he'd spoken with the president who agreed with the shutdown. The Associated Press adds that members of Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, known as Doge, eventually did gain access Saturday to the aid agency's classified information, which includes intelligence reports, the former official said.
Seems bad, but, at this point, clearly there's a precedent set that it doesn't fucking matter. Levels of classification doesn't matter. If you're important enough, you can just look at whatever the fuck you want, show it to whoever the fuck you want.
And not
it doesn't matter.
Barge down the door and demand to see it. With no, even if it were approved through some sort of official act, which I don't think it has been. The confusion of somebody busting down your door like that night and being like, hey, I need access to your most sensitive data.
And again, it's just so silly describing this as like a woke operation when like the fundamental goals of USAID are pretty closely aligned with the CIA and like that kind of shit. Like they do good work, but not necessarily for a good reason.
It was started to make us look better than the Soviets. That's literally what it was. Anyways, it continues. USAID, whose website vanished Saturday without explanation, has been one of the federal agencies most targeted by the Trump administration in an escalating crackdown on federal government and many of its programs. It's been run by a bunch of radical lunatics, and we're getting them out, Trump said to reporters about USAID on Sunday night. Yes.
An article from Jonathan Geyer in New York Magazine goes into some crazy details about the final days of the USAID as we know it, and it shines some light on exactly how this Doge committee operates starting last Monday. Senior USAID leadership were purged for actions that, as an official put it, appear to be designed to circumvent the president's executive orders and the mandate from the American people. Okay. The agency official who executed the purge, which he said came from Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, tried to undo it and was purged too. On Tuesday afternoon, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza, a claim that was quickly debunked. I believe it was, feminine products, which you need even if you're in a war zone. The White House rhetoric kept escalating. We looked at USAID as an example. 98% either donated to Kamala Harris or another left-wing candidate, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller told CNN.
I mean, they're telling you why they're doing this. It's not for any other reason.
We're punishing people who voted for the other person, even though we won.
Also,
you won.
That is not confirmed at all.
Yeah, there's no way to look that up unless they've somehow. I mean, that would have to be. No, they don't know that because that's all at the state level, and Yeah, they're just assuming that.
And
Great.
saying it, yeah. So meetings were canceled. Employees started getting escorted out of buildings while their work laptops and phones were confiscated. At this point, people still assumed that, this is just some drastic budget cuts. But then things got even weirder. On Friday, employees logged on to find Gemini, Google's AI feature, was running on their systems. As happened everywhere else Google Workspace is used. During a Google Meet session between a few dozen employees located in Washington and worldwide, the person running the meeting said Gemini was recording them. Everything you say in front of the device is captured, transcribed, and sent somewhere to some server, the senior official recalls hearing. Okay. Then the website was taken offline, and Doge reps attempted to gain access to their systems, but both the chief of staff and head of security at USAID tried to block access, and they were suspended for doing so.
For doing the job.
Yeah, this is the Monty Python, they were sacked, and then they were sacked, and then they were sacked bit over and over again. But just like with the Treasury Department and everything else Doge has just strong-armed its way into, they not only have access to extremely sensitive personal data on American citizens, but now also people around the world who rely on us for support. Of course, Trump can't legally shutter a government agency without congressional support. That would be silly, ridiculous, and illegal. And that statement would make sense in any other timeline, but as we've seen over the past 2 weeks, his administration is literally just doing whatever it wants, and they're seeing what is going to stick while unforeseen consequences continue to pile up. Every episode is just like, how do I even start or end this? Yeah.
There is literally so much going on that it feels insane trying to even chip away at it, especially here on the West Coast. First moment of the morning, I turn off my alarm, and then I'm blasted by it. Just boom.
Yeah.
So yeah, please bear with us, because while Musk and his problematic age gaps were gaining control of sensitive government systems and irreparably destroying entire agencies, Trump decided to kick off his...
All right, I'm going to skip the trade war stuff. That's been pushed back for like a month. Here comes. Elon's Gen Z boys have replaced the federal government. Whee! No. Elon's Gen Z boys.
Welcome back to hell. We've missed you down here. We've kept it warm for you. It's been less than a month since the inauguration. We figured, sure, everything's going to be a little bit hectic for a little while. But the daily onslaught of bad news has not slowed down one bit. And in some ways, it's gotten even worse. It's too damn much. Too much to fully absorb no matter how much time you spend checking your phone for the latest news. And way too much for two internet boys to summarize for you. It's also seemingly too much for our media, which conveniently has been decimated in recent years, to even cover.
Yeah.
Though there are definitely still, thankfully, some outlets and reporters putting in the work, particularly in the tech press, which is interesting. They've been following this asshole for the last decade and some change, and it's all coming in very handy at a time when the mainstream media just figured he was that nice rocket boy.
The timing did work out perfectly for a lot of places to go independent, and for this tech titan to devolve into a total piece of shit who unfortunately has taken over a lot of the levers of power.
He is our king. And for the past 2 weeks, it's apparently been too much for the Democratic Party, who for the most part have taken all of this just lying down. Though thankfully, some of them do seem to finally be realizing the urgency of the current situation.
Yeah.
So let's just get on with it. But where to even start?
These are avocados. Do you know how expensive your avocado is going to be?
It's time to retire.
The big game.
Get the fuck out of here, Chuck Schumer. I hate that guy. We need younger people, bro. Jim Jeffries or Jeffries, whatever. Jack Jeffries, the other Jeffries guys, and Chuck Schumer gotta go. Especially them. And Nancy.
Okay, how about we start with Elon Musk's army of boys. The broccoli-haired, zin-dipped Gen Z Hitler youths who have now replaced huge chunks of the federal workforce.
I haven't heard them called this yet, and I want to get on it before anyone else does. The Gooner Squad. I thought about it today at a bookstore, and I said, I got to run home and write that down.
Elon Musk's Gooner Squad.
I hope that I beat everyone to the punch. And look, we got to shout out Wired in particular for their coverage. Wired's been doing they have taken this moment with the intensity and the seriousness that it deserves. Wired and 404 Media specifically. And goddamn, please go subscribe to them, because places that are doing this work really need the support right now, because clearly the legacy media is not doing it.
Rolling Stone's also in like it's like a throwback to like Bush era Rolling Stone when they were back when Matt Taibbi, pre-insanity Matt Taibbi.
Yes.
But yeah, they've been doing a lot of great work as well.
Well, here's some of Wired's reporting from earlier this week. Wired has identified 6 young men, all apparently between the ages of 19 and 24, according to public databases, their online presences, and other records, who have little to no government experience and are now playing critical roles in Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE project, tasked by executive order with modernizing federal technology and software to maximize governmental efficiency and productivity.
Is that what they're supposed to be doing?
The engineers all hold nebulous job titles within DOGE, and at least one appears to be working as a volunteer. The engineers are Akash Boba, Edward Corristine, Luke Ferrator, Gautier Cole-Killian, Gavin Kleiger, and Ethan Chautran. None have responded to requests for comment from Wired. Representatives from OPM, GSA, and DOGE did not respond to requests for comment. The 6 men are one part of the broader project of Musk allies assuming key government positions. Already, Musk's lackeys, including more senior staff from XAI, Tesla, and The Boring Company, have taken control of the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, and General Services.
Goddamn Musk lackeys, bro. Why does everyone think if you have a lot of money, you're smart? Like, I talked to a coworker the other day, and he was like, "Oh, he's smart. He's doing a lot of things, man." And I was like, "Bro, he did a Nazi salute. He's a fascist asshole." What? Like, why do people think just because? Bro, if I get a lot of money, are y'all all gonna suck my dick and like pray to me and oh, he's so smart, Brian. Look at Brian. I'll be like, no, I'm not that smart. I got lucky.
Administration, GSA, and have gained access to the Treasury Department's payment system, potentially allowing him access to a vast range of sensitive information about tens of millions of citizens, businesses, and more. On Sunday, CNN reported that DOGE personnel attempted to improperly access classified information and security systems at the U.S. Agency for International Development, and that top USAID security officials who thwarted the attempt were subsequently put on leave. The Associated Press reported that DOGE personnel had indeed accessed classified material.
Is that good?
It's not good. Just like we covered it the other day, this is actually horrifying. It's scary, and it's also scary specifically when you think about the countries and people who USAID were helping. A lot of whom run afoul with Musk in particular. The South African apartheid stuff.
Yeah. So these Musk Zoomers, one of whom recently graduated high school.
Hey, good for him.
Have served as Elon's minions as he travels from federal agency to federal agency, trying to fire everyone and gain unauthorized access to vital and highly sensitive government systems. Knowing their names is very much in the public interest, we'd say, and it's crazy that it took investigative journalism from Wired for that to happen. But what's even crazier has been Elon's reaction to his good boys' names being outed.
This is
tarnished.
If you're going to do work,
you have committed a crime.
Government work, this is supposed to happen in the open.
Yeah.
That's why the checks and balances exist, for this very purpose.
They're doing highly classified work. So Elon's definition of doxing has always been absurdly flimsy and very dependent on how he feels about someone.
Yeah.
But this takes the cake. So an X account with the Bitcoin for an avatar posted the list of names on Monday, and Elon replied with, "You have committed a crime."
Wow.
A crime!
Oh.
He then made sure that the post was removed for violating the platform's rules on doxing. And
Fucking loser, dude. What a loser.
The account itself was also suspended. It's especially rich considering, as has been pointed out, Elon Musk has in the past repeatedly shared the names of random government and workers that he thinks should be fired for being woke. And at one point said, "There should be no need for FOIA requests. All government data should be default public for maximum transparency. Except the names of the boys that I've installed as the new U.S. government. Their identities are to remain classified."
And libs of TikTok can post whatever she wants.
Yeah, what a fucking dweeb.
Yeah.
A dang dweeb is running our country.
Yeah, and it's not one of those cool dweebs who has a lot of good ideas and is going to do the boring work of making everything better.
No,
this is literally lighting things on fire and seeing how long they'll burn until anyone tries to put out this fire. Meanwhile, the interim U.S. attorney for D.C. publicly issued this ridiculous letter addressed to Elon Musk. "I recognize that some of the staff at DOGE has been targeted publicly. At this time, I ask that you utilize me and my staff to assist in protecting the DOGE work and the DOGE workers. Any threats, confrontations, or other actions in any way that impact their work may break numerous laws. Let me assure you this. We will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people. We will not act like the previous administration who looked the other way as the Antifa and BLM rioters, as well as thugs with guns,
Antifa! BLM!
our capital city. Motherfucker, the BLM riots happened under Trump.
Yeah, but like, I choose to remember them as happening under Biden.
Yeah, that's convenient. Also, this is so this is bad for a lot of reasons, but it also is bad because it gives these very young, still impressionable, and people who they don't know what the fuck they're doing yet.
Yeah,
gives them just a blank check to do whatever they want.
Don't let anyone stop you.
Any fears of
if anyone says shit to you, we will prosecute them
to the fullest extent of the law. Yeah,
we'll send them to Gitmo.
Meanwhile, there's a website now called DEI Watch List that identifies specific government workers, most of whom are black, as targets, along with their photos. And we have yet to hear a peep from any government officials about how this very clearly puts people's lives in danger.
No.
Anyways, as for what Elon's super secret boy brigade has gotten up to, here's Wired again with some of what's happening at the U.S. Treasury.
A 25-year-old engineer named Marco Elez, who previously worked for 2 Elon Musk companies, has direct access to Treasury Department systems responsible for nearly all payments made by the U.S. government. 3 sources tell Wired.
God.
2 of those sources say that Elez's privileges include the ability not just to read, but to write code on 2 of the most sensitive systems in the U.S. government, the Payment Automation Manager and Secure Payment System at the Bureau of the Fiscal Service, BFS. Housed on a secure mainframe, these systems control, on a granular level, government payments that in their totality amount to more than a fifth of the U.S. economy. Despite reporting that suggests that Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency task force has access to these Treasury systems on a read-only level, sources say Elez, who has visited a Kansas City office housing BFS systems, has many administrator-level privileges. Typically, those admin privileges could give someone the power to log into servers through secure shell access, navigate the entire file system, change user permissions, and delete or modify critical files. That could allow someone to bypass the security measures of and potentially cause irreversible changes to the very systems they have access to.
You could do anything with these privileges, says one source with knowledge of the system, who adds that they cannot conceive of a reason that anyone would need them for purposes of simply hunting down fraudulent payments or analyzing disbursement flow. Technically, I don't see why this couldn't happen, a federal IT worker tells Wired in a phone call late on Monday night, referring to the possibility of a Doge employee being granted elevated access to a government server. If you would have asked me a week ago, I'd have told you that this kind of thing would never in a million years happen. But now, who the fuck knows? So yeah, it seems pretty bad, especially considering this isn't even something the president or Congress even asked for or authorized. Elon just showed up at the Treasury, and now it's his to do with what he pleases. I guess it's fine. And certainly Republicans in the House and Senate aren't going to do anything about it. And clearly Mike Johnson's not going to do anything about it.
No, he's too busy thinking about jerking off, but not jerking off.
Well, thinking about jerking off is the only place he can safely do it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, his son's going to start ringing alarm bells.
Jerking off in my mind palace.
That's right, where I'm safe.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, what's the goal here? Well, aside from putting the U.S. Treasury on the blockchain...
No!
An idea that Elon has endorsed, the main goal seems to be just going in and unilaterally deciding who gets federal money and who doesn't, despite that being the job of Congress, who already made those decisions when they drafted and passed the budget. Instead, we've got one extremely out-of-touch man who is almost certainly on drugs, who also barely understands the government he's taken over, and who spends his free time just mainlining disinformation on the platform that he owns, just deciding who gets the federal money. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, it's not how it's supposed to work.
We're many steps beyond insane. This is completely, we said unprecedented to the point where it got completely worn out. This is, I can't even think of a word. This is so far beyond what I expected. It's making my brain into mush.
Yeah, no, I mean, I knew shit was going to be bad. This is it's like not what I expected.
Because I watch the shows. I watch like Chris Hayes and I watch The Daily Show sometimes. I put it on. And this is affecting anyone that reports on the news, regardless of scale, because I was watching like an episode, I forget who it was that was coming on afterwards, but a bunch of information had just come out, which we'll mention at the end, about Trump's plans for Gaza. And they not only did they have no information about it, there was no telescoping of this outside of like Jared Kushner previously.
Things just happen, and it's just like, okay, I guess that's what's happening.
You know, we worked for a couple hours on this story and it's just useless now, so we're just going to keep talking to the guests we brought in, I guess. It's a bizarre time to consume media. But the takeover of the Treasury, along with all the other agencies he and his Teen Boy Squad...
Teen Boy Squad!
Hey, you worked in a Homestar reference.
I did.
Has been called a coup. And as crazy as that sounds, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I mean, what else? Like, this is literally Congress's job. They've been supplanted, which, like, you'd think out of nothing more than just simple pride, they would have a problem with.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at least for Republicans, they're cool with it.
You haven't really heard.
They're cool with being rendered like completely just redundant.
Well, when you do hear them talk about it, they constantly use the phrase "mandate of the public." And despite, Trump won, but still, a lot of people don't agree with him. But every time that this comes up, this is the mandate of the people.
Yeah,
and
that's not a thing. Like, if every president who's won an election can't just do whatever the fuck they want because more people voted for them.
In fact, a lot of checks and balances were put in place to stop this.
Yeah, we
Things
have
are
a
not working right now.
constitution. It's a shitty constitution, but they got a few things right. And one of them was like, we don't elect a new king every 4 years.
Keep an eye out when you hear that next. Mandate of the people. They say it every fucking time.
Also, it's pretty minor compared to everything else.
Yeah.
But remember how it took years to bypass the TurboTax lobby and get the IRS to provide free tax preparation software so that like every other fucking country on earth, you can just do your taxes and it's not like a financial burden on you?
Or a time-consuming effort that takes days, hours, whatever.
So Elon's getting rid of that too, apparently. Yeah. Here's USA Today. The average American who hires a tax preparer to file even a simple return will spend upwards of $200, according to industry estimates. This year, however, taxpayers have more options than ever to avoid that expense. Or maybe not. The most noteworthy new program for free tax prep, IRS Direct File, came under fire this week from Elon Musk, who tweeted Monday that the service had been deleted. Democrats and Republicans in Congress are battling over its future. You wouldn't think a free tax prep service would fall prey to partisan politics. Then again, this is no ordinary presidential transition.
Could have been at a lot of cool parties. Turns out everyone fucking hates me.
Anyways, it's unclear what Elon even meant there because the IRS Direct File website is still accessible from the looks of it. But what is clear is that this has nothing to do with government efficiency, and it's probably just because Elizabeth Warren was involved in the program's creation, and he has a bit of a grudge against her. Developing Direct File, it couldn't cost that much money, and even if it did, the money's already been spent. Letting people file their taxes without hiring a CPA to make sense of it all seems pretty damn efficient, but alas, IRS Direct File is woke, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess. Anyways, if you've been wondering where the fuck the Democrats are while all this has been going down, you are not alone. This is a 3-alarm fire, and Chuck Schumer's reassurances that everything will be okay really don't seem like the appropriate level of urgency here.
Where the Democrats at? Sorry, y'all. I'm doing laundry. Oh, I have a lot of laundry to do.
Gotta go.
Luckily, probably thanks to people spamming their inboxes and voicemails telling them to do their fucking jobs, some of the Dems have woken up or begun to. From their winter hibernation, they're crawling out like that famous bear in that photo where he's just disheveled and...
What the fuck?
So I guess better late than never. Here's The Verge. The long block outside of the U.S. Treasury Department on Tuesday was lined with protesters. They flooded across the street with signs bearing slogans. Nobody elected Musk. This is illegal. Stop the coup. It was one of multiple D.C. protests targeting billionaire Elon Musk's reported access to core government payment systems, attended by Democratic members of Congress, and citizens who fear too few people are standing in Musk's way. What we're witnessing here is the biggest heist in American history. Senator Chris Van Hollen, a Democrat of Maryland, told the tightly packed crowd, which was peppered with signs, surgical masks, a common protest security measure, and an orange Mylar balloon that resembled a cartoon of President Donald Trump. The vibe was orderly, but energetic. Some signs called for Musk's arrest. And at one point, protesters began an impromptu chant of "Lock him up."
They do need to lock him up.
Yeah.
I want his ass in jail.
Yes.
I'm serious. I'm not memeing.
I think
he needs to go to fucking prison.
Broken a lot of laws.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. He's not the president, so he doesn't have that fucking immunity.
No.
He needs to go to prison for the rest of his life. That's the best offer I can give you, sir. Anyway, it continues. In just the last few days, Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, I'm going to call it Doggy.
Yeah.
Doggy, a new temporary organization Trump created out of the United States Digital Service and appointed Musk to lead, have consolidated power and targeted a growing list of federal departments. He's taken it upon himself to shut down the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, and reportedly locked out civil servants at the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, from their own computer systems. This is all about taking over the government in order to advance the interests of Elon Musk and the billionaires at the expense of everybody else in America, continued Van Hollen. We have got to tell Elon Musk, nobody elected your ass, Representative Maxine Waters said, prompting a round of cheers and laughs from protesters. The crowd, which appeared to include upward of 1,000 people, was peaceful but audibly upset. Attendees cheered for Democratic lawmakers who spoke at the rally, including Senator Elizabeth Warren, Representative Jamie Raskin, and Representative Ayanna Pressley, who gave rousing speeches about not ceding the government to Musk's control. But speaking with The Verge, protesters said it felt like elected officials were just beginning to push back on Musk's unprecedented control, and some wanted more. After remarks from Senate Minority Leader, boo, Chuck Schumer, a chant from the crowd broke out. Shut down the Senate. So far, Schumer and other Democratic senators haven't gone that far. Where's the leadership of the Democratic Party in this? Asked one rallygoer who declined to provide their name. There are people that you cannot cooperate with, and it's time to recognize that. So it's time to mount a real opposition to what looks like a hostile takeover of the U.S. government.
Yeah.
It fucking sucks that, like, normal fucking people are taking this more seriously than a lot of elected people should be. Also, like, there was so many great moments, like, speeches from this event, but of course the one that got clipped was Chuck fucking Schumer getting up there and, like, chanting in a really, like, nasal voice, like, we will win.
I did like the one where the guy called all of Musk's boys creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
him and his creepy boys, and then Maxine Waters is, like, embarrassingly laughing about it. Like, hey, he's not wrong.
Chuck Schumer's got to go.
What's the guy with the one with the broccoli hair? He's the ugly one from the Teen Boy Squad.
Maxwell Frost.
I would say he's the ugly one. The cheerleader.
I just assume they all have broccoli hair.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right. It is the haircut of the time.
Mm-hmm. It's the new high fade.
Yeah. There you go.
Yep.
So yeah, this was at least a long overdue acknowledgement by elected Dems that their constituents are rightfully fucking pissed. And it's just such a layup of a message. The world's richest man is dismantling the U.S. government in violation of the Constitution in ways that have the potential to directly impact average people who depend on Social Security, Medicare, and other federal assistance. And yeah, the Democrats don't have much political power right now, but you gotta at least look like you're in the fight. It's about PR, baby.
In 2017, they were all over fucking Russiagate. Like they were pounding the pavement on that shit from day one. And it's so interesting that whole thing, which ended up amounting to fucking nothing, and honestly had not that much relevance to the average person's, like, experience in this country. They put so much fucking energy into that, and now this, which much more directly affects people.
Yeah.
They're just like, I don't know, what do you want us to do?
Vote. But doing the hard thing will actually directly affect them in a negative way, which is why they're avoiding doing it. So there you go. But yes, at least look like you're fighting. Yeah. Get out there and do the speeches, get the support of constituents, get people fired up, make the case for this being unpopular, because guess what? It fucking is.
Yeah.
Even people who voted for Trump are questioning some of these decisions. So,
especially if they work for the feds.
It's a great time to, I don't know, convince people that Trump actually is an authoritarian piece of shit.
Yeah.
And look, maybe you were fooled by his marketing, but we got a country to live in here.
You get to direct everyone's anger at one just irredeemable man.
Yeah.
It's a layup.
Everybody hates Elon Musk.
Yeah.
So anyways, at the congressional level, they're at least demanding answers to a lot of very specific questions about what Doggy is doing and what right they have to do it.
Woof, woof.
Something they should probably also look into is the just obvious, very clear, massive conflicts of interest at play here for Elon Musk. His business with China, his meetings with Vladimir Putin.
Well, that, and just the fact that he has access to a lot of really sensitive information.
Well, yeah,
that affects industries that he works in. He also is regulated by a bunch of government agencies that he apparently now has authority over. It's not good. This is why when people work in government in key roles, we usually force them to not also be major players in the fucking economy.
And to go through strict security clearance, which has been waived. Here's Rolling Stone. As Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, Doggy, continues to wreak havoc with the internal mechanics of the federal government in its efforts to gut and dissolve vital agencies, the White House is signaling that it has no problem with the richest man on the planet serving as his own ethics watchdog. Speaking to reporters on Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt fielded a question about Musk being a special government employee while his various companies have billions in government contracts, and whether the Trump administration was taking steps to curtail the many conflicts of interest that it's created. Leavitt replied that the president had already addressed this concern, saying that if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that Doge is overseeing, Elon will excuse himself from those contracts.
Oh,
okay. Huh. Okay. That's a Susan Collins level of trust that I just don't believe.
He said he wouldn't do it, so all right.
Man,
Okay,
can we see what you're holding back there? Oh, your fingers were crossed. That's unique.
Of course, it's nearly impossible for Musk to direct any action by Doggy in Washington without potentially affecting one of his businesses. X, formerly Twitter, currently faces a lawsuit from the Securities and Exchange Commission that alleges...
Dude, every Elon Musk company is facing a lawsuit from every single fucking court. Because they break so many laws.
He withheld information about the stake he was acquiring in the company ahead of his bid to purchase it. The Department of Labor, which could be next on the chopping block for a Doggy, has probed and fined Tesla and SpaceX for unsafe working conditions through the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Tesla is also under investigation by the Justice Department for possible securities and wire fraud related to its unsupported claims about fully autonomous vehicles. SpaceX has additionally been fined by the Environmental Protection Agency and the Federal Aviation Administration, and Musk personally pressured the last FAA administrator to resign, leaving the agency leaderless when a commercial passenger jet and U.S. Army helicopter collided in midair over the Potomac River in D.C. last week, killing 67 people. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said on Wednesday that Doggy staff were going to plug in to help upgrade our aviation system.
No!
What does it mean? Duffy's department includes the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which has
Oh my god, they're gonna run everything with AI, guys. They're gonna run everything with AI.
its own ongoing investigation into Tesla's self-driving features. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission is suing Tesla over alleged racial harassment at a manufacturing plant, and the National Labor Relations Board has tangled with both Tesla and SpaceX, with the result that Musk's companies and other corporate behemoths are waging a legal battle to see the agency declared unconstitutional and wiped off the map for good.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of conflicting interests. He's also friends with Vladimir Putin.
Everyone in this administration is doing retribution. All of them. And yeah, he's going to dismantle all of these things. And he's so far getting away with it.
Mm-hmm. He said in that Twitter space on Monday, like, there should be no regulations.
Yeah.
Default
none. Yeah. And then if something fucks up,
if something happens,
back, yeah.
it's like, it's such a dumb guy, conservative, libertarian point of view, because
if you don't have regulations and you wait for something to fuck up before you fix it, it might be too late to fucking fix it. Like, what if we make a fucking Terminator AI that kills everybody, and you realize it's too late, and then you try to fix it? Like, that's the dumbest shit ever. That's how everything goes bad in every movie ever. What is Elon talking about?
Yeah, we do have a lot of regulations. They're not just putting those in there for fun. Like, I would venture to guess that the vast majority of regulations that are on the books at every level of government were in response to actual things happening that harmed people.
It did start with a default none. And then we learned over the course of 200 years that some things need to be regulated.
The rules are written in blood.
Lest
we've just forgotten
the country, the world, the people be destroyed. It's very frustrating, obviously. And at the very least, it seems like companies that compete with Musk's companies might have a decent shot at a case in the near future, considering all the potential for unfair competition here. I say, good luck.
Yeah.
I will believe anything when I see it. I've been strung along for years now.
I mean, if I'm an American car company and I see this shit, I'm upset.
Yeah. The ghost of Henry Ford is going to come back and show you who the real Nazi is.
Yeah, no, we already have enough Henry Fords for one era, I'd say.
Now, Elon, of course, loves lawsuits and gets off on them sexually, of course. So Doge, or Doggy, has been great for him in that way. And this week, a bunch of labor unions representing federal employees filed suit over some of the blatantly illegal shit that's been happening. Rolling Stone again. 3 large unions sued the Treasury Department on Monday to block Elon Musk and his apparatchiks from accessing federal servers with sensitive member data and financial information, alleging a massive and unprecedented intrusion of privacy. Musk and his team at the so-called Department of Government Efficiency reportedly have full access to Treasury payment systems that include, for example, Social Security and tax records. The lawsuit claims that Doge's cross-agency meddling in Treasury systems...
Bro, they have your Social Security number. They have your Social Security payments. They have your fucking... They have all your bank information. They have all of our bank information now. What the fuck?
...is a violation of the Privacy Act of 1974, the Internal Revenue Code, and related regulations that bar sharing of sensitive data, in particular without advance notice. The litigation says that the Treasury Department has a non-discretionary duty to protect private records and tax data from unauthorized disclosure, a legal obligation that has been flouted by allowing Elon Musk and/or other individuals associated with Doge to access sensitive Treasury records. The suit seeks a court declaration that the Musk-led effort is unlawful and injunctions to prohibit Doge's current and future access to the Treasury's treasure trove of Americans' data. And yeah, like, we're going to update the FAA, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. They're probably feeding a lot of this to Musk's AI. They're probably talking about using AI to solve all these complex issues. And for the love of God, we've been fucking pleading with everyone for 2 years now that not only is AI not good for just general conversation or fact gathering, but putting it in a situation where where people's lives are at risk.
Yeah, they're always saying, like, don't tell ChatGPT any of your personal info.
Yeah, you don't need it.
But now you for like hundreds of thousands of people, you don't get to choose. Elon Musk is doing it for you.
Yeah, illegally, by the way, again.
They also interviewed Everett Kelly, the head of one of those unions, which represents 800,000 government workers. Here's some snippets of what he said. When you work for the federal government, in order to get that level of clearance to access personal information, you have to be vetted to get those clearances. And in this case, they weren't. I'm an ex-federal employee, okay? And in order for me to get secret clearances and all those types of things, I had to be vetted. I had to go through certain criteria. But this person comes in and got access to 2.2 million federal employees' records and has never been vetted. He wasn't even a federal employee. And then the White House is saying, okay, now he's a federal employee. Well, guess what? Now there's even more restrictions. They will deliberately disregard those restrictions and continue down this path of destruction. They need to be completely out of government, if you ask me, because what they're doing, in actuality, it's fascism, okay? I'm just being frank. these guys, these individuals don't need.
It is fascism, guys. Like, literally, we are literally living through a crazy time in history. It's literally fascism. It looks like a joke. It looks like he's joking and doing a sig high on his Nazi shit. But the stuff they're doing to our government is actually fascism. Hitler did similar type of shit. When he took power, he quickly, like, threw a bunch of shit at the board, made people's lives terrible. Like, people were confused. He destroyed the government the same kind of similar way.
Need to be involved in government, period, because they have no respect for the workforce. They have no respect for the law. They have no respect for the policies that have been put in place and been adhered to for decades.
I think about this a lot. The guy saying the fascism thing, thinking about, especially with the Gaza stuff, because what he's doing is actual ethnic cleansing.
Oh, yeah.
But you hear those terms and you can feel everyone go, all right, calm down. But it's fucking happening.
Yeah.
And it feels like
it is happening for real, for real, for real. Fascism is here. Nazi shit is here. Please.
Being boiled to the point where, like, hey, this pot is boiling. Why is no one else freaking out?
I mean, yeah. So, like, just in addition to, like, you know, the general vibe of fascism, like, as soon as Hitler assumed office, he had a similar, just like, blitzkrieg on the administrative state, where within 6 months, everything was changed to be specifically loyal to him.
Yeah, and a lot of Americans, and because of our education system, skip over, you know, a lot of important stuff that happened in World War II before the Americans showed up. So a lot of context and what happened and what led to it is very much left out. So you just sort of like, well, yeah, one day we blinked and then there was concentration camps and...
yeah, no, I mean, I always recommend Robert, I'm literally reading one of his books right now, Robert J. Evans, reading the third book. But the first one, the Coming of the Third Reich, is actually, I think, much more interesting and much more relevant to the average person's interest, because it tells a story across like 20 or 30 years. So just like, how does this happen?
The war started when we landed on Normandy, or maybe, I guess, Pearl Harbor.
And then, yeah, the second book, The Third Reich in Power, like the first third of it is just like the first year of Hitler in office, and then it gets to the next like 8 years after that. But like, so much fucking shit happened so quickly.
But yeah, conservatives and even a lot of fucking libs are just like, okay, fascism, okay guys, all right, calm down.
Well, so many people talk about it like you don't have fascism until the moment you are literally sticking people in gas chambers.
And that is fucking stupid. That's a stupid way of thinking about it, because then it's too late. Then you're literally stuck in fascism and you might get thrown in a camp and you can't fix it.
But with everyone seeing it, and
but like by that logic, the Nazis weren't fascists until like 1943.
Yeah.
So there's a continuity there, and yeah, it would be nice. Hopefully, more people are taking that seriously now. But yeah, it is annoying when people are like, "Okay, calm down, buddy."
Yeah.
Anyway, lawsuits are just one front in this fight. Another potential solution that's gotten a lot of attention in the past couple weeks comes via a previously obscure World War II era CIA manual for workplace sabotage. Sabotage doesn't have to involve stuff like explosions. It can be as simple as intentionally doing your job poorly and going out of your way to be annoying. And we'll take a look at that in just a moment.
Yeah.
First, though, it is time to pay our bills with some ads from our sponsors, starting with Huel.
Huel!
It's time to take your nutrition to the next level. Meet Huel. That's Huel, the global, complete nutrition brand trusted by over 400 million people. Their Black Edition ready to drink is a total game changer. A complete meal in a bottle that's high in protein, low in sugar, and packed with all the nutrients your body needs to feel and perform at its best. And right now, new customers can try it for 15% off plus a free gift using our exclusive offer at Huel.com/TechNewsDay15.
Huel is a perfectly balanced meal designed by experts to provide all the nutrients your body needs from a meal. Huel takes the guessing out of healthy eating. It's for your most inconvenient meals. I use it for breakfast a lot. I'm not a big breakfast guy. It's great on the go. Get to run out.
I forget to eat breakfast a lot, and it's like, oh god, it's 10 o'clock.
I'm doing ethical reaction. I will see the ad. I'll just speed it up a bit.
Yeah,
well, I got
what am I gonna do?
You know, glug. I'm good to go.
I saw a guy in a Huel shirt in real life this week, and I said, "Hey, a fellow Huel again." I didn't get any reaction, but it's nice to know that others are out there.
They're out there.
Yeah. So yes, of course, your most inconvenient meals. Breakfast for me might be something different for you. It has no prep, no cooking, and you can say goodbye to getting hangry and eating unsatisfying snacks. Just grab a Huel instead. They taste really good. Huel shakes actually taste like a milkshake. They come in delicious chocolate or vanilla. Bonus, they're low in sugar. And also, Huel is incredibly affordable. With high protein meals less than $5, it's a budget-friendly option that we are genuinely excited about. Now, my personal favorite, Black Edition ready to drink. It's got a whopping 35 grams of protein, plus 27 vitamins and minerals, all in one handy bottle.
Your fucking legs are looking like treat.
Yummy Huel.
trunks over here.
That's right. If you're going to fight me, I'm going to use my legs.
Yep. Access to quality, quick, and easy meals hasn't been this easy and tasted this good since, I don't know, ever. Don't believe me? Take the leap and join the community of hooligans with this exclusive offer for new customers of 15% off plus a free gift with the code TechNewsDay15 at Huel.com. That's 15% off plus a free gift for new customers with the code TechNewsDay15 at Huel.com. Unlock a healthier, easier way to eat with Huel. Nutritionally complete meals in minutes so you can focus on what really matters.
And this episode is also sponsored by Raycon. Everyone says their 2025 is going to be different, and for better or worse, it will be.
It has been.
The world will change whether you want to make a big resolution or not, so maybe just keep it simple and say you'll hit the gym once, and then you take it from there. Or call your mom.
No, I actually do need new headphones. I haven't been to the gym in a while because I need new headphones. I don't know if I'll buy Raycon, but maybe I'll...
Dad or whoever a little bit more. You could even plan a big trip or even just go on more walks to clear your head. That's what I do. All those things are very doable, and they're way easier to do when you bring your Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect gym buddy, coworker, or phone call companion, offering premium audio that goes where you go. Their latest model is better than ever with a 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. These earbuds also come with active noise cancellation, which is often difficult to find at an accessible price point, but not with Raycon, which starts at just half the price as other premium audio brands.
Raycon's everyday earbuds are also available in a variety of vibrant colors for a style that complements yours. I'm personally partial to the neon yellow option because it's bright, and I always have trouble remembering where I left my buds. I need to see them.
Yeah.
Bright colors, they help a lot. I use my Raycons a whole lot. They are, in fact, my go-to earbuds for working out, taking walks, doing yard work, you name it. Battery life is incredible. I walk to work now, so anytime that we're filming, I've literally just put my Raycons away.
I can attest to it. I was saying stuff as he walked through the door.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Noise cancellation's turned on. 2025 isn't guaranteed to be easy, but Raycon's return policy is. They offer a 30-day happiness guarantee, no questions asked. Get 15% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/newsday. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/newsday. Buyraycon.com/newsday.
All right, back to the news now, and let's talk about simple workplace sabotage. Quiet quitting has been a thing for a while, and we're taking it to extremes.
Yeah, you've tried quiet quitting.
Yeah.
Here's some exciting new things for you to try.
This goes far back. Boss makes $1, I make a dime, so I poop on company time.
Yeah.
That's right.
You're going to need to start pooping a lot more.
Your grandpappy pooped on company time. It's time for you to do it too. Here's 404 Media. A declassified World War II era government guide to simple sabotage is currently one of the most popular open source books on the internet. The book, called Simple Sabotage Field Manual, was declassified in 2008 by the CIA and describes ways to train normal people to be purposefully annoying telephone operators, dysfunctional train conductors, befuddling middle managers, blundering factory workers, unruly movie theater patrons, and so on. In other words, teaching people to do their jobs badly. Sabotage varies from highly technical coup de main acts that require detailed planning and the use of specially trained operatives to innumerable simple acts which the ordinary individual citizen saboteur can perform. The guide begins. Simple sabotage does not require specially prepared tools or equipment. It is
See, everybody that works in our government right now needs to read this damn CIA book because they use this to destroy other countries around the world. But now we need to use this book and these simple sabotages to like slow down this shitty, racist, fascist, billionaire government that's happening right now, this takeover. So we need to use these sabotage tips.
Executed by an ordinary citizen who may or may not act individually and without the necessity for active connection with an organized group. And it is carried out in such a way as to involve a minimum danger of injury, detection, and reprisal. They really nailed those middle managers.
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, no. I spilled all the files on the ground, and now I spilled my coffee on the files.
We really messed up all
now
the
my
other
pants
stuff.
fell down.
We couldn't crack all these other careers, but middle manager, there's something about those brains. They're really malleable.
Oh, geez. I took another giant turd, and now all the office toilets are clogged.
The middle manager is a perfect area to really take control of people's brains. You're one step away from complete destitute, and you're always one step away from financial freedom.
That's right.
You got a lot to win and a lot to lose. And the CIA has got plans for you.
Now, the original purpose of this guide was, of course, to target fascism in countries occupied by the Nazis in World War II. And with the return of fascism, it's at least nice that there's so much documentation on how to deal with it that's mostly still pretty relevant and useful today, all these years later.
Yeah.
Here's some examples from the manual. Insist on doing everything through channels. Never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions. Make speeches. Talk as frequently as possible and at great length.
The Grandpa Simpson method.
Illustrate your points by long anecdotes and accounts of personal experiences. Never hesitate to make a few appropriate patriotic comments. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. Haggle over precise wordings of communications, minutes, resolutions. Misunderstand orders. Ask endless questions or engage in long correspondence about such orders. Quibble over them when you can. In making work assignments, always sign out the unimportant jobs first. See that the important jobs are assigned to inefficient workers of poor machines.
God, some of this I can see. And you know what? Just a broad scope of this. and this being a CIA manual, this is how I feel almost universally when I get like a reply on social media. I'm like, are you fucking with, like, you're intentionally misinterpreting this.
No, that is so much of like, and not being on Twitter anymore has definitely, I feel relieved of it because Twitter in so many ways is like a waste your time machine.
Yeah, and
just like waste your time and frustrate you and make you.
And for years it became a meme where like you would say something and one person would pick apart the one specific. So I guess you hate all this.
Yeah.
It's like that is the time wasting. That is the thing that is driving people insane.
You still have that on Blue Sky, but that is like.
Yeah.
I just ignore it. It's a great way to make people get less done is to just.
And another Simpsons thing, they fucking nailed it. The Grandpa Simpson tell them stories that don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You're going to be telling a lot of stories.
It continues. To lower morale and with it production, be pleasant to inefficient workers. Give them undeserved promotion. Discriminate against efficient workers. Complain unjustly about their work. God, this sounds like every fucking corporate job I've ever had.
Yeah, like so much of this is just like how shit works anyway.
If this were like, I know it doesn't work like this, but if this were real, like it would explain so much it would happen at Machinima.
Yeah, they were fighting fascism at Machinima.
Yeah, they were like everyone with talent got fired, and every moron has the best job.
Let's do things in the most inefficient, boneheaded way possible.
Yeah, otherwise, Hitler will come again.
Well, they were right because this new wave of fascism does owe much of its success to gamers.
That's right.
And Machinima was one of at the forefront of the gamer culture we currently live in. And so the anti-fascists were trying. They tried. They failed. But
timeline-wise, these broccoli head kids would have been like 7 or 8 during the heyday.
Yeah, they were watching fucking Captain Sparkles. And,
Sea Nanners and Hutch.
And then clicking over to the.
I grew up watching Captain Sparkles and fucking. Who else? It was Captain Sparkles, Yogg's Cast. What other Minecraft person? Those were basically the only Minecraft people I watch, actually. Captain Sparkles, yeah, and Yogg's Cast.
Next video.
But then I probably watched a bunch of other shit. I'm trying to think. Oh, Markiplier. Fuck yeah. PewDiePie. Yeah, all these people. There's probably way more. I gotta think of them.
Oh, and it's fucking. It's some Proud Boys shit.
Yeah, it's, what's that guy's name that was big for a while? Nero.
Yeah, and Paul Joseph Watson.
Yeah.
So
the Machinima to alt-right pipeline.
We did participate in fascism.
That's right.
Now that I think of it.
Hold conferences when there is more critical work to be done. God,
guys, it's time for the meeting.
This is, and I'm sure everyone watching this feels very familiar about all this too. Where you're just like, it's been so weird being so frustrated at work for so long.
I'm curious, like, what business was like in the 1940s, like in a functioning country, because like they're talking about these things like they're novel ideas, but a lot of this is just describing the average American workplace.
Yeah. Multiply paperwork in plausible ways. Make mistakes in quantities of material when you are copying orders. Confuse similar names. Use wrong addresses. Work slowly. Think out ways to increase the number of movements necessary on your job. Pretend that instructions are hard to understand and ask to have them repeated more than once. Or pretend that you're particularly anxious to do your work and pester the foreman with unnecessary questions. Snarl up administration in every possible way. Fill out forms illegibly so that they will have to be done over. Make mistakes or omit requested information in forms. The guide also suggests general devices for lowering morale and creating confusion, which include report imaginary spies or danger to the Gestapo or police. Act stupid. Be as irritable and quarrelsome as possible without getting yourself into trouble. Stop all conversation when Axis Nationals or Quislings enter a cafe. Cry and sob hysterically at every occasion, especially when confronted by government clerks. At every occasion.
Oh, no!
I'd like one croissant. No!
So yeah, this is all great advice for whatever government employees manage to keep their jobs and are tasked with helping Elon and Trump implement the dog-eat-dog agenda. But there's definitely some government employees who we would assume might be looking at less simple solutions to all this. If you know anything about the CIA, especially its first few decades, it's not really an organization that you want to piss off too much. But Trump is dead set on applying the Doge model to the CIA, and in the process has already kicked the hornet's nest. First off, the CIA's entire workforce received the deferred buyout offers that workers at other federal agencies have gotten, where
CIA kill motherfuckers. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, a bunch of other people.
If you quit your job now,
They try to kill Fidel Castro like 615 times. 634 times they try to kill Fidel Castro. There's a book about it. I have it. I gotta finish the book.
pinky promise that you'll keep on getting paid for the next 9 months, even though legally there's no guarantee that we have to follow through on that.
Yeah.
And then on Wednesday, this happened via the New York Times.
The White House ordered the CIA to send an unclassified email listing all employees hired by the spy agency over the last 2 years to comply with an executive order to shrink the federal workforce, in a move that former officials say risked the list leaking to adversaries. The list included first names and the first initial of the last name of the new hires, who are still on probation and thus easy to dismiss. It included a large crop of young analysts and operatives who were hired specifically to focus on China, and whose identities are usually closely guarded because Chinese hackers are constantly seeking to identify them. The agency normally would prefer not to put these names in an unclassified system. Some former officials said they worry that the list could be passed on to a team of newly hired young software experts working with Elon Musk and his government efficiency team. If that happened, the names of the employees might be more easily targeted by China, Russia, or other foreign intelligence.
They're gonna get a bunch of our CIA spies killed, guys. This stupid, dumb-ass administration is gonna get our people killed.
Services. One former agency officer called the reporting of the names in an unclassified email a counterintelligence disaster.
And this is on top of what's happening at the FBI, where Trump is trying to fire not only all of the woke DEI hires, but also anyone who was assigned to cases related to January 6th. And that's already led to a lawsuit. Here's HuffPost. A group of FBI agents sued the U.S. Justice Department in a lawsuit on Tuesday, asking a federal judge to step in and stop the publication
Sue the crap out of them.
of a list they say the Bureau is actively compiling of agents who worked on January 6 cases or helped investigate President Donald Trump while he was criminally indicted. Moreover, the lawsuit makes an explosive claim that personal identifying information about some of these agents has appeared on the so-called dark web. The agents, who are not named in the civil lawsuit filed in Washington, D.C., say that on February 2nd, they were told to complete a survey that would identify the specific role they played in investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, as well as in Trump's Mar-a-Lago documents case. The agents allege they were all targeted for firing starting February 3rd, and that those terminations are slated to continue through February 9th at least.
Yeah, and if you guys don't know this, FBI people are given, like, tasks randomly. Like, they might tell you, oh, go investigate this, even though you don't agree with it. Like, there could be Trump supporting FBI people that were given the task to investigate January 6th just because it's random. And now these people want to fire all the people that worked on that. There's a lot of good people there. Like, that's fucked up. You know?
The agent's lawyers say some of their clients have already been told that their personal information has been shared on the dark web by convicted January 6 rioters, and that exposure of the list would only exacerbate the current threats they face. They also legitimately fear that their information will be exposed because of what is happening now with Elon Musk and his government takeover, according to their attorneys.
Well, now, as much as you may not love the CIA and FBI, it seems like common sense to not give government employees with a particular set of skills the motive to put those skills to work against you. Just saying. Anyways, there's a lot we didn't get to today. We do currently live in hell. I am cringe. I am yelling, mods, do something.
I spill my jice.
So yeah, Trump is talking about evicting the entire population of Gaza, which,
cartoonishly evil.
Yeah.
Like, so evil that I obviously take this seriously. It's been something, it's not out of nowhere, but it's just like, walk me through how you plan on doing this.
They plan on doing it probably the most, violent and fast way possible.
Sure, but these people aren't just going to leave. Like, this is going to start another war.
Yeah.
And I feel like most people, like, Israel had, October 7th was so horrific that, like, Israel had the sympathy of a lot of people who were like, maybe,
my sweet summer child,
otherwise. This is just
none
like,
of that matters, buddy.
I think it does matter. Maybe not in this country, but there's a lot of other countries in the world.
3 weeks ago or whatever, 2.5 weeks ago, and everyone's like, well, Donald Trump at least, ended it. I was just like, hold on, everyone. So he's talking about evicting the entire population.
He's talking about it like clearly he's a fucking real estate guy. He's like a slumlord who's like just got an offer,
he's like, yeah, we're
for the
making
land.
it the Middle East Riviera. And people were saying like, oh, this is out of nowhere or whatever. But no, we talked about fucking Jared Kushner a long time ago.
Yeah.
Being like, yeah, it's very pretty out there.
During the first administration.
Yeah. He's also banning all trans people from playing sports. He's bringing back lead pipes.
Oh my God, they're bringing back lead pipes.
Yeah, just like why? Why? Like Joe Biden passed some laws. It's like, okay, like lead, we're not using lead for pipes anymore. We got to retrofit America's pipes because having lead in the water is bad. And the Trump administration's like, nope, we're bringing it back.
Yeah, it's just anything.
Why?
It's like he did the first time. Anything Barack Obama did was he had to do the opposite.
It's just like, what?
It doesn't have to
It
make
serves
sense.
no purpose other than just like
yeah, it's all
making
petty
things worse.
retribution. It's comically evil and a little scary. Yeah, very scary actually. It's just a lot. It's all so intentionally cruel and of course very fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, that's today.
Yeah.
We'll see about tomorrow.
We'll see about tomorrow.
And tomorrow, when that happens.
Yeah.
They're fucking traumatized. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. We have 2 more episodes to go, and then we can watch something else, and then I'm out of here. This episode is called. This one's called. But the way I put "fuck Elon" in chat, guys, because I thought I had my chat connected to the stream, so I thought it would pop up on the little black box, but I gotta fix that. It's not working. All right.
24 hours ago, we left you with the news that Elon Musk and his band of misfit boys geeked out on Zin were just ready to take a peek under the hood of the U.S. government and all of its financial systems and vital infrastructure and just start pulling on wires until something breaks.
Have you tried turning it off and on?
No, we're going to destroy it first and then figure it out from scratch.
Okay.
Or in the case of the Federal Aviation Administration, which just suffered its worst air disaster in 2 decades, Musk claims his Gooner squad will be deploying, quote, safety upgrades to the air traffic control system.
Grok.
And I don't know about you, but that certainly doesn't make me feel more safe. In fact, I'm justifiably worried that he's deploying artificial intelligence to try to solve everything. And no one should feel comfortable with Musk and his war boys beta testing stuff on important government systems. I'm sorry.
Witness me? No, thank you. I will not witness you.
And we'll get into the agencies that have been targeted next. But first, it looks like one of those gooners is actually a groiper. And that groiper was dicking around with these government agencies for the past week or two at the behest of Elon Musk.
So many words, none of them biblical. Now we know, none of this is shocking at all. The chances that a young Elon Musk fan also has some fucked up views on race, pretty high at this point.
Yeah, you would assume that would be the case.
Especially when it's kind of all Elon Musk seems to want to talk about these days. So it comes as no surprise that one of Musk's...
That's why when I fucking hear someone likes Elon Musk, I'm like... Are you sure, bro? Do you know all the stuff he's done? Do you know about all the stuff he's done? Bro. Bro, he's a fucking drug addict. He's a weirdo. He's a fucking weirdo. He's a fucking weirdo. There should be some videos of him, like, doing some weird shit with his head, like, because he's on drugs. He's on drugs all the time. He's on ketamine. Maybe it's not on here. Maybe I gotta look it up on the web. the hell is this? Is there a video of it or pictures?
Let's talk about Elon Musk. Now, I won't be repeating the comments that he made on his social media site this week, but suffice it to say, the attack on Keir Starmer, who was knighted for services with Nigel Farage South Africa last year, asylum section has come the UK.
That it, bro? Come on, come on. They're gonna have actual videos of it. There's videos out there.
So this is really interesting. Red Note decided to serve me a number of videos in a row of some of the supporters at the inauguration. And this particular video is playing that song, I Took the Drugs and the Drugs Are Working, and Elon Musk looks absolutely out of his mind on something. And then, a few videos later, footage of Jeff Bezos, also at the inauguration, looking spun out of his mind. As someone with a history of recreational stimulant use, I can tell you these guys are not behaving normally. I wish I could find the video that I saw several months ago, but I remember seeing one of Ben Shapiro in a similar state. He was giving some sort of rebuttal for a political issue, and I remember thinking, wow, this guy is so stimulated right now, he can barely open his jaw. I think that all of these men, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, the rest of them, are having to operate on high amounts of stimulants. And it's fascinating to me how white supremacy always seems to produce this result, to need to go on and on and on as hard as you can. We all know what political figure was very famous for giving hours-long speeches under the influence of methamphetamine.
Yeah, the Nazis use meth and shit like that.
White supremacy and fascism don't allow softness and imperfection. They don't allow humanity, and they don't allow rest. White supremacy and fascism require that people overcome all weakness and project only strength, and project only energy, and project only smarts. And so you cannot be seen making mistakes. You cannot be seen being without energy, or your brain not functioning too well one of these days. And so these people take stimulants to force themselves. And nobody's body can operate on that. Everybody suffers from this system, even the guys that are at the very top. And it is just so fascinating to me how history repeats itself. It does not care what your demographics are. Ben Shapiro is Jewish. So y'all go and find that footage from the inauguration.
Bro, I'm looking for it. Did they fucking do a clean wipe of that footage? Here we go. Dude, here it is. He's a fucking weirdo. He's a vampire weirdo, dude. He's a fucking robot. Dude. I'm fucking sorry. I'm sorry, but the the little guillotine that could needs to come and do something, bro. In Minecraft, the little guillotine that could needs to put this man out of his misery. It's so fucking weird. Bro, let me stop looking at that.
Little Boys has already been forced to resign after people just dug up his very public, very recent, quite racist posting history. Here's the Wall Street Journal. A key doggy staff member who gained access to the Treasury Department's central payment system resigned Thursday after he was linked to a deleted social media account that advocated racism and eugenics. Marco Ellis, a 25-year-old who is part of a cadre of Elon Musk lieutenants deployed by the Department of Government Efficiency to scrutinize federal spending, resigned after the Wall Street Journal asked the White House about his connection to the account. This you?
Damn, they got me. My very public profile, which, by the way, he was posting all this stuff. I get to it, but while already employed for Musk before the Doge thing.
Well, that's the Elon way, posting on the job.
Quote, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. The account posted in July, according to the Journal's review of archived posts.
It's not cool to be racist, you little dipshit.
You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity, the account wrote on X in September. Normalize Indian hate.
Oh, shit.
The account wrote the same month in reference to a post noting the prevalence of people from India in Silicon Valley. After the Journal inquired about the account, White House spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt said that Ellis had resigned from his role. And this 25-year-old, which is one of the
That's
oldest
probably why
of
Vivek
the bunch.
had to leave. Marco didn't like him.
Yeah, exactly. 25 years old, that is on the upper end.
Yeah,
of
that's
the age.
nearing retirement from Musk's Team Boy Squad.
But he was one of Musk's lackeys who had access to the Treasury Department and their payment systems. And despite these posts coming out right now, Ellis had been employed by Musk previously, working on projects like Starlink and also X's artificial intelligence development before signing up to join Doge. And those weren't hardcore enough. And that's what's crazy.
Super
is that this
hardcore.
the posts, the very racist posts that have all apparently happened within the past 7 or 8 months were while he was employed for either SpaceX or X as well.
Yeah. How do you think he got the job?
Yeah. So I guess he's out of Doge now, but we could only assume that he's going to just go back to his previous job at X, which he was apparently doing to the great satisfaction of Elon Musk, who sees all of these posts as a positive.
This is also the guy who, according to Wired's reporting, had gained not just read-only, but write access to the Treasury Department. And, not great to have a Groiper, Gooner, Zin-munchin, broccoli-headed Zoomer back there pulling out the wires and plugging some of them back in. No, not into that.
Well, now he's resigned, which, like, what does that even mean? Like,
yeah.
Are we sure?
I'm going to need someone to keep further tabs on this little Nazi here.
Yeah.
Anyway, before we move on, a quick update on USAID, which was one of the first agencies to face the wrath of Doggy for having the audacity to send humanitarian aid around the world. How fucking dare they? If for some reason you're not caught up, good news. We have a bunch of episodes leading up to this one where we've talked about all of it. Hours and hours of just pure fresh hell.
So many of the stories that we've had to cover in the past couple of days, we usually like to give context to things, but we can't because things are happening so fast that it would waste the entire episode talking about.
Hey, Rip Van Winkle, you got some internet today to catch up on.
Yeah.
It
That's
looks
what
like
we're trying to do. We're trying to catch up on everything. It's so much.
like this agency actually is doomed after a week of Elon ripping its guts out with the full-throated support of Vice President Trump. Now, just a few days later, here we are, and with Secretary of State Marco Rubio at the helm, this man has so many jobs now.
Yeah.
He is the acting director of like 5 different agencies now.
And the most important one is creating a perfect Spotify playlist for his boss, Mr. Trump.
It's very, again, this is another classic, like, fasci, but it's also a lot of the communist regimes throughout the 20th century did this, but the fascists really pioneered it of just giving, like, the big guys in the party, like, 5 different fucking jobs. It's like, oh, you're the fucking head of the police in the state of Prussia, and also, fuck it, I don't know, you're in charge of the Air Force, too.
Yeah.
And architecture, I don't know, do something with that.
Yeah, you're really busy. Just don't focus on anything at once.
So it was announced that the USAID workforce will be reduced from over 13,000 employees to just around 300.
Wow, that's a lot of jobs taken away from Americans.
Yeah, I don't know how much aid you're going to be able to do with 300.
I'm just saying a typical conservative campaigning point would be job creation.
Well, here's
and this
the thing.
is job destruction.
Here's the thing. USAID, take out the D.
Yeah.
USAI.
That's right. That's the smartest thing anyone's done. And you were very efficient about it.
Yeah,
You
so
reduced one
efficient.
letter and expanded
Don't even need to change the logo. You just pull the D off the building. But yeah, even stripped of all other context, I would assume that the president being responsible for over 10,000 people losing their jobs would be a strike against them, like, especially because, once again, USAID is a blip in the overall federal budget.
But it's woke. It's woke jobs. So it's bad because they're woke. They're helping people. It's woke.
Budget, and it seems pretty clear that it's been targeted for reasons that have very little to do with financial oversight or efficiency or anything of that nature.
Yeah, labor groups representing USAID workers immediately filed lawsuits aimed at stopping the agency from being dismantled by Trump and his team. Here's CNN. The suit against Trump, as well as his Secretary of State Marco Rubio and his Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and their agencies, argues that the president is exceeding his authority in violation of the Constitution and federal law. Attorneys for the labor groups are asking the court to order the administration to reverse actions it took to shutter the agency and, quote, halt any further steps to dissolve the agency while the litigation continues. Not a single one of defendants' actions to dismantle USAID were taken pursuant to congressional authorization, the lawsuit states. And pursuant to federal statute, Congress is the only entity that may lawfully dismantle the agency. The groups say that Trump's recent actions amount to an unlawful power grab of congressional authority. The dismantling of USAID, including its foreign service members, has thrown dedicated public servants and their families into chaos and uncertainty. AFSA President Tom Yazgurdi said in a statement Thursday, "These professionals have spent their careers advancing America's interests abroad, only to find their livelihoods upended overnight. The consequences of this disruption go far beyond individual careers. It weakens U.S. leadership and undermines global stability worldwide."
That's not the only trouble that the Trump administration's run into in just the past 48 hours or so. Earlier this week, we spoke about those resignation offers that were sent out to millions of government employees. The ones that made them a seemingly non-binding offer for severance as long as they agreed to leave their jobs and signed an agreement saying they wouldn't file a lawsuit to recoup the money that they've almost certainly given up by signing this document.
The document was basically like, you resign, you're going to get money, and guess what? You probably don't have to work all this time. But if we decide to not give you the money or just fire you,
we can do that.
We can just do that. And what are you going to do? Sue the government? Good luck. Get in line.
You just said you wouldn't sue him.
Yeah.
Anyone who saw how Musk handled those resignation offers when he took over at Twitter would know not to take him at his word. And if you trust Trump on anything, and Elon too for that matter, you honestly deserve to get ripped off at this point. So luckily, out of the millions and millions of offers that went out, only around 50,000 people took them up on it. And that's thanks in large part to the unions who went out of their way to tell folks not to sign or reply to anything because nothing's been approved through Congress and they could simply not pay you or fire you anyway.
Yeah. That was another reason why we need more unions, because it can warn people about stuff.
The threat too, they were just like, by the way, at midnight, that's your last chance. And by the way, tomorrow morning, we might just fire you. We might just fire you.
My understanding too, based on reporting I've heard, is that the vast majority of the people who took the offers were people who were already planning on retiring soon. We're like, I'm too old for this fucking bullshit. I guess I'll just retire a little bit earlier.
Yeah, but even that can cause problems. We saw the early retirement stuff that happened with the airline industry during COVID and ended up causing some disruptions for quite a while.
Yeah.
When you have people in these positions who have done it their entire lives and have great experience in it, they are kind of hard to replace.
Unless you got Grok on the case.
That's right.
Well, now a federal judge has stepped in to temporarily block the employee buyout of the federal government. Here's ABC News.
Federal judge on Thursday temporarily blocked the Trump administration and Doge head Elon Musk from implementing their fork-in-the-road federal employee buyout offer until at least Monday afternoon. U.S. District Judge George O'Toole, Jr. set a Monday afternoon hearing to consider further blocking the so-called fork-in-the-road offer. More than 2 million federal employees had faced a midnight Thursday deadline to accept the Trump administration's deferred resignation offer, as O'Toole considered an 11th-hour request to block the buyout from moving forward. 4 unions representing a combined 800,000 federal civil servants argued that the offer is unlawful, arbitrary, and would result in a dangerous 1-2 punch to the federal government. But of course, it's not just the Treasury Department, the Office of Personnel Management, the FAA, the humanitarian aid. That's not all that Musk and his gremlins have involved themselves in. They've also apparently infiltrated the National Oceanic and Atmospheric...
No, guys, they want to privatize this. This is NOAA. This is basically what gives us information about the weather. They want to privatize this, so we don't know what the fuck's happening with climate change. So we don't know nothing. Nothing.
Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, basically the country's vital weather services. Remember how we spoke about them during, I don't know, the hurricanes?
Yeah.
All of that very important information that keeps people alive and informed.
And also, notably, the source of much of the information that, you know, the private weather industry relies on.
Yes, your local meteorologist, where do you think they get the information
from?
from?
So much discussion of this over the past year or so. It's been like, well, why don't we just let the Weather Channel do it instead? It's like, where do you think they get their information?
Yeah. But yeah, Musk has decided to set his sights on NOAA, and it's, in my opinion, almost certainly because he is on the hunt for Joe Biden's weather machine.
Yeah. Always.
He's gonna find proof.
Always making the weather, that Joe Biden.
Yeah.
This is all part of Project 2025.
And if you thought Joe Biden was reckless with the weather machine, wait until you see Elon Musk.
Hey, look, pretty cool, the hurricane, right? I'm going to name this hurricane Hurricane 69.
X42069 Theta. Here's The Guardian.
Staffers with Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency reportedly entered the headquarters of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, in Silver Spring, Maryland, and the Department of Commerce in Washington, D.C. today, inciting concerns of downsizing at the agency. They apparently just sort of walked past security and said, get out of my way, and they're looking for access for the IT systems as they have in other agencies, said Andrew Rosenberg, a former NOAA official who is now a fellow at the University of New Hampshire. They will have access to the entire computer system, a lot of which is confidential information. Rosenberg noted it had been a long-time goal of corporations that rely on NOAA data to prevent the agency from making the data public instead of giving it directly to private corporations that create products based on it, such as weather forecasting services.
Like AccuWeather and the Weather Channel. And just like with everything else, Doge has put their booger fingers in since Trump took office. This is illegal. It's illegal, everyone. Look, it's illegal. He's breaking the law. See, no one cares.
The vast majority of what he's done as president has been illegal.
But apparently, no one cares.
Doesn't matter. Laws aren't real.
The article continues, Rosenberg argued there was no legal authority to abolish NOAA or reduce its budget, outside of reducing it through Congress. There's no real transparency. They just show up wherever they want, do whatever they want. They're following through on major budget cuts and major staffing cuts, Rosenberg added. I think the strategy here is, well, we're just going to do it and dare somebody to stop us. And by the time they stop us, we'll have destroyed it. Yeah, that's what we've been saying too. That's the whole plan.
Moving fast and literally breaking things.
Yeah, and then once they say, well, actually, you can't do that.
Too
Well, guess
late.
what? It's already fucking broken.
Too late.
Yeah. And just like everything else, the ripple effects of this will be felt by everyone. The organization cited impacts of cuts that could include overfishing, increased imports of illegal or unethically sourced seafood, threats to endangered wildlife, and threats to life and property without its weather forecasting and data resources.
Seems bad.
I love the idea of just dismantling NOAA right before another hurricane season.
Well, that's the thing. It's all hurricane. The whole year's hurricane season, whole year's fire season. What do we need NOAA for?
Yeah. It's all bad, right? Just turn on the bad.
Look out your window. There's probably something getting destroyed by the ecos.
Ironically enough, it's pouring down rain outside here right now.
It is.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Musk, and your weather machine.
I mean, it is cool that it's raining. A little bit too little too late, but I'll take it. Anyway, this all comes while it was announced that Musk is already hard at work creating a brand new chatbot for the U.S. government. Oh, who could have seen this coming? So it goes without saying, but based on it.
Get ready for a Nazi chatbot for the government.
Everything that everyone has seen from artificial intelligence over the past few years, do you really feel safe letting an AI, specifically not even one of the good ones, one developed by Elon Musk, do you want that set loose in government services with a goal of efficiency, but also a nifty little side bonus of just devouring extremely important, potentially confidential data in the process? Because I don't.
Yeah.
With more on Musk's GSAI, here's Wired. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is pushing to rapidly develop GSAI, a custom generative AI chatbot for the U.S. General Services Administration, according to two people familiar with the project. The plan is part of President Donald Trump's AI-first agenda to modernize the federal government with advanced technology. One goal of the initiative, which hasn't been previously reported, is to boost the day-to-day productivity of the GSA's roughly 12,000 employees who are tasked with managing office buildings, contracts, and IT infrastructure across the federal government, according to the two people. Musk's team also seemingly hopes to use the chatbot and other AI tools to analyze huge swaths of contract and procurement data, one of them says. Both people were granted anonymity because they aren't authorized to speak publicly about the agency's operations.
And
he's also, apparently, he's directed the GSA to just cancel rent, like stop paying rent on all of the...
Oh, well, that's a classic Elon.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay.
Just cancel all the leases for every government lease.
What are they going to do? That's what he's going to say. What are they going to do?
It works with Twitter.
It's easy to feel pretty helpless amidst all of this, but at least elected officials are starting to appear to give a shit and start fighting back against this unelected ketamine addict who is dismantling the government piece by piece. One step in the right direction, despite being blocked by Republicans, was an attempt by Democrats in the House Oversight Committee to subpoena Elon Musk, leading to quite the dust-up.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's outrageous that this committee will not even entertain a motion.
No, you state your
Chairman, that's not a point of order.
Somebody
You know,
who's breaking the law and dismantling our federal agencies data, and you will not even entertain a motion to bring this to the President Oversight Committee.
Are in favor of tabling.
Yes, let's have order in this country.
Stansbury, you're out of order. You know you're out of order. You know the rules of this committee. There's been a motion.
Mr. Elon Musk is out of order and dismantling.
He's out of order. I call the question.
So obviously this didn't pass, and unfortunately that's partly because some Democrats didn't show up, despite claiming that they would have voted in favor of this.
I wonder which congressional district the representative who didn't show up represents.
Maybe it's Silicon Valley.
Huh.
Here's Politico, which has also been wrongly targeted by the Trump and Musk administration.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, we'll get to it. One Democrat was conspicuously missing from the vote. Representative Ro Khanna of California, who represents Silicon Valley and has a long-time relationship with the billionaire.
Oh my God. I can't believe you've done this. Khanna said he missed the vote and said he was unaware it was happening. But 3 Democrats familiar with the run-up to the vote, who were granted anonymity to describe what ensued, said Democrats were given a heads up about the maneuver to try to catch Republicans by surprise. In the end, the motion to subpoena Musk was shut down by Republicans on the committee in a 20-9.
What the fuck, Ro Khanna? Yo, fuck Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna's gotta go. Ro Khanna's gotta go.
Vote, with 8 lawmakers missing the vote, including Khanna. Khanna disputed the suggestion that he missed the vote on purpose, saying on X that he would have voted yes. They called a procedural vote without notice, and I, like 8 others, didn't make it there on time, he said in an X post. Musk's attacks on our institutions are unconstitutional. He should be subpoenaed and answer to our committee. They should call the vote again with notice. Musk responded to Khanna's post, writing to him, "Don't be a dick."
Seems like a couple of friends just playing a little theater. Also, they're like, yeah, me and the other lawmakers didn't show up. And guess what? Those other lawmakers that didn't show up were Republicans. There was like one other Democrat, but
wow, so they could have done this.
That was the goal, was to surprise and then get this.
Nothing cool ever happens.
Nope. Anyways, the whole Politico drama is that Chairman Musk and Prime Minister Trump are upset that people in government subscribe to a premium government news membership through Politico for exclusive news stories and insider information about the industry that they work in.
Yeah, so,
it's like having a subscription to the Hollywood Reporter or Variety.
Literally, like if you've ever worked in management or anything in a business, like I hope you have enough business sense to be subscribed to like the local business journals and like the trade magazines that reports about your industry, because there's a lot of useful information in there. And for if you work in the government,
having access to all this information seems pretty fucking
seeing how everything's being reported about your industry would be pretty useful, I'd say.
That this is like a political bias thing is weird, because it's basically what they're complaining about is just a pro version of the news site that actual members of government use to stay informed, and also wonks. Of course, wonks love it.
Dorks.
So they saw money being spent on news, not money that was granted or like appropriated or whatever, but just money that government employees were spending.
Spending money on Politico? Corrupt.
And they claimed that Politico was basically getting subsidies or grants, despite selling subscriptions like any other media site.
Yeah, it's okay for Tesla to get taxpayer subsidies, but it's not okay for Politico to get government money because they're selling a service, which is media stories about government stuff. What?
That's the drama with that. And those are subscriptions that, shockingly, people in that industry might be interested in.
Interesting.
It's like an agent being like, yeah, I got a copy of Variety. Oh, I guess William Morris is funding Variety.
What I saw today, I don't know if you saw this, they've canceled that, not only the Politico subscription, they've canceled all subscriptions,
all media,
including the Treasury Department's access to like Bloomberg, not just Bloomberg the magazine, but like the actual fucking like Bloomberg stock market shit that's like the most vital tool you can have if the economy is something that you're focused on, which the Treasury is. No.
Yeah.
I remember Michael Bloomberg. He ran for president as a Democrat.
Bad boy.
Yeah, and he took away everyone's sodas.
I want my big gulp, and I want it now. But speaking of buying a subscription to a media company that you enjoy, there's no sponsor today.
Oh, thank God.
So we'd like to take a moment and say that it's really cool when people click the join button or the thank button to support our show.
Subscribe to Today, Internet Today. They're very good, guys. Internet Today is very good.
We try not to mention it so often, but it does get people to sign up, and it gives us a consistency that eases a lot of anxiety. So no sponsor today. You're the sponsor. Now let's get back into the news so that we can get out of here a little bit quicker. And yeah, we do have more fucked up and frustrating news, of course, but I'm doing my little mental health break here and putting in a silly story before we get back to the horror.
I'm gonna skip the
Actually, this one is no prize either, because it deals with judicial malfeasance. But it's as good as you're gonna get today before we get into Trump gut.
I'm gonna skip.
They're all guilty, by the way.
All of them.
But wait, here's some more good news. The Proud Boys suffered a catastrophic legal defeat earlier this week when a judge awarded the trademark to their name and all of their symbols to a black church that the alt-right gang vandalized back in 2020. Here's the New York Times.
You can't go. Fuck Proud Boys. Go fuck yourselves, you stupid pieces of shit. Oh, not the church, but like the people that used to take that name. Fuck them.
The Proud Boys anymore. You have to call them the Big Gang.
Hey, who's not excited to see the Big Gang?
Oh, here come the Big Gang.
Yeah. The Proud Boys no longer have control over their own name. Under a ruling by a Washington judge on Monday, the infamous far-right group was stripped of control over the trademark Proud Boys and was barred from selling any merchandise with either its name or its symbols without the consent of a black church in Washington that its members vandalized. In June 2023, the church won a $2.8 million default judgment against the Proud Boys after the organization's former leader, Enrique Tarrio, and several of his subordinates attacked it in a night of violence after a pro-Trump rally in December 2020.
The ruling by the judge, Tanya M. Jones-Bozier of the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, effectively means that Proud Boys chapters across the country can no longer legally use their own name or the group's traditional symbols without the permission of the church that was attacked, the Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church. The ruling also clears the way for the church to try to seize any money that the Proud Boys might make by selling merchandise like hats or t-shirts emblazoned with their name or with any of their familiar logos, including a black and yellow laurel wreath. In a lengthy statement, Mr. Tarrio said the church should have its nonprofit status revoked and Judge Bozier should be impeached. Their actions are a betrayal of justice, he wrote, adding, I hold in contempt any motions, judgments, and orders issued against me.
I declare. I am
a sovereign citizen.
What's that one company's probably going to be upset. I mean, they already were upset because you can't really sell
Like
that shirt
Fred
anymore.
Perry or whatever?
Yeah. Now this Episcopal Church can go after Fred Perry.
Yeah, and I believe like the Proud Boys, like the actual symbol that they use as their symbol isn't theirs. It was from that company that made those shirts.
Yeah.
Like, please, we're gonna stop selling the fucking shirt, you assholes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyways, let's ease you back into the horrors with a
Oh,
story.
the horrors! How I've missed the horrors.
Slowly lower you into that molten iron, just like the Terminator. But yeah, this story is certainly ridiculous, but it really obviously makes us feel for all of our friends and viewers who have autism or Asperger's and are clearly not Nazis. Because apparently Kanye West saw what his friend Elon Musk was able to get away with on stage at a Trump rally back on Inauguration Day.
Remember that? 4 years ago, Inauguration Day?
And a big old cartoon light bulb went off above Kanye's head, as it always does, probably while he was on the red carpet with his naked wife. He was escorted out of the Grammys apparently at some point.
Yeah, you can't just, I mean, listen, she was wearing a dress. It was just like saran wrap, but like, yeah, what do you think is going to happen? Also, gross.
Yeah, but so a light bulb went off. He saw the full-throated salute, and he's like, bing, I got an idea. He can be a Nazi too. But it's okay because Kanye is now, he claims, autistic.
Yeah.
That's right, folks. Kanye West has officially announced that he's not bipolar like all those pesky medical doctors think. Actually, he is just autistic, and therefore he's free to do...
That explains it. That explains all the Nazi stuff for sure, because as we've
Same
seen...
with Elon Musk.
As we've seen.
Clearly a symptom.
Autism makes you a Nazi.
It doesn't, obviously. For everyone watching, just to be clear...
I'm joking, but, you know, new data comes out every day.
Yeah, and since Musk and Kanye said it's true, and then there's no other news organizations that exist, we have to believe it.
Yeah, you say you hate Hitler, but, like, did you know Hitler was neurodivergent?
Now how bad do you feel?
Kind of ableist.
Here's CNN with more on this. I went to this doctor. My wife took me to do that because she said, something about your personality doesn't feel like it's bipolar. I've seen bipolar before. And I've come to find out that it's really a case of autism that I have, Wes said. Wes said the diagnosis...
Stop. This dude is a fucking attention whore. He's an attention whore. He does everything for attention. He says he's a Nazi and shit. Stop.
...has helped him better understand himself. Autism takes you to a Rain Man.
Oh my fucking God.
Wes said. When people tell you not to do it, you just get on that one point. And that's my problem. When fans tell me to do my album a certain way, I'll do it the opposite way, he added. West referenced his song Can't Tell Me Nothing and people close to him. I haven't taken the medication since I found out that bipolar wasn't the right diagnosis.
Oh, good.
The Download podcast this week. It's finding stuff that doesn't block the creativity. Obviously, that's what I bring to the world. It's worth the ramp up as long as y'all get the creativity.
He's autistic, like the Rain Man. Like the movie, you know the movie Rain Man?
Yeah.
That was an accurate, scientifically accurate portrayal of what autism is for everyone who has it.
No.
And that's what he's got. And he's going to stop taking all that bipolar medication. Doesn't need it anymore. All he needs is a little bit of nitrous from the dentist.
More nitrous, please.
From that beefcake dentist of his. And he's got that covered.
Yeah.
He's paying out the nose for it, but he's got it covered.
Nitrous, please.
So, great. He's off the meds again and is instead just letting it ride, I guess.
Unlocking that creativity.
This insane wife of his. That's like crazy to be like married to not just any bipolar man, but Elon Musk and be like, hey, maybe you should get off the meds.
Yeah, Elon Musk and Kanye West are very similar, so I can see how you could mix them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're not claiming that Kanye doesn't have autism. We're certainly not making fun of him if he does in fact have it. But it's not making folks with autism feel better knowing that a bunch of rich and powerful assholes are using autism as an excuse for their repeatedly awful behavior.
Yeah, it's actually a dick move to do that.
It's not really how it works.
Not at all.
No.
as everyone has put, because yeah, we have a few viewers, obviously, and people have pointed out, like, hey, by the way, I'm on the spectrum, and I don't do Nazi salutes or say slurs on a constant basis.
We shouldn't let this be normalized.
No.
There's a lot of people on the autism spectrum who they don't need that shit in their life.
Dare I say the majority of people.
Yeah, we've already got like the R word making a really bizarre
comeback.
We don't need the autistic community doesn't need this Nazi association.
All right, though, back now fully to the horrors.
Take
because,
me.
as we mentioned on our most recent video, Trump and his buddy Benjamin Netanyahu
BB
seem to have a lot of big ideas.
I hate these motherfuckers. Them and Biden can go jump in a ditch.
Ideas about what to do with Gaza. And folks, their plan is quite literally, by definition, ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, also, it's only big ideas. And that's what drives me crazy about this.
No other ideas.
Like, it's like,
do it.
Step 1, evict every person in Gaza. Step 5, profit.
Yeah.
Like, have they even clarified, like, who would own Gaza? Because
No,
they're
Elliot,
talking.
that's the point.
Like,
the point is to leave it a mystery until it's too late. The point is to say that they're going to invite all of the Palestinians.
No, I
back.
know that.
Beautiful place, but then not actually ever fucking
But like
do
they're
it.
talking, some of the discussion about it has been like it would be like an American like territory or something, and I'm just like, wait, what?
Listen, Elliot, the problem is that you're trying to put rationality to this, or trying to think about it in terms where it could legally actually be done, and that's not what they're doing.
I don't think there's any way
they're
this could
declaring
legally
what
be
they're
done.
they're declaring what they're doing, and then going to attempt to do it and hope that no one stops them.
That's obviously the goal.
Yeah.
But like you'd think they'd have a better cover story for it because this
No,
is
they just don't care
ridiculous.
anymore. They literally don't care anymore because no one has shown any effort to push back against anything so far.
Well, not
in a significant.
Not in this country, but like these people have to, if you are gonna in fact evict like 1 million fucking people, like they have to go somewhere. And none of the countries that Trump seems to assume would just let them in have entertained the idea at all. They're like, first off, fuck no. And also, if you do this, all the hard work that the U.S. State Department has put in for the last like 2 decades to make us friends with Israel will be completely undone.
Yep.
And we will revert to like a late 90s, early 2000s situation.
It's
so
not,
maybe don't.
Not the greatest plan, I don't think. And also fucking clearly horrific for the Palestinian people who are
horrific, but also
it's been announced that they will be ethnically cleansed from their homeland.
Horrific, but nothing new.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, like at least 1948 had the pretense of a civil war. This doesn't have any fucking pretense. This is just like we're gonna do some ethnic cleansing.
I mean, honestly,
or just because we want to do ethnic cleansing.
It really appears like this was the plan the entire time, because if you look at the photographs from Gaza, like they bombed it to the point where it is impossible to rebuild.
Demolition.
Yeah. And yeah, there's no beating around.
Like, we gotta move the Palestinians. They're suffering here. There's nowhere they can live. Meanwhile, the guy that did all the bombing and blew everything up is literally sitting right next to Trump. They can't live there. It's not nice. They can't live there. We gotta move them.
Around the bush. They are talking about forcefully moving millions of people out of their homes and land and into other countries entirely. And this announcement was met with obvious pushback from everyone in the world except for Israel. Even members of Trump's own party were at the very least baffled by this plan or caught off guard by it because it's, illegal.
Yeah, also there's a lot of people in the MAGA movement who really don't like Jews and have opinions about Israel specifically that are kind of counter to the administration. And those people have been letting their voices be heard on Twitter saying, why do we want to like kick off the second 9/11 era for Israel?
Also,
just for their benefit. Why would we do that?
As you'll see from the elected officials, outside of any moral quandaries they may have, it's just like, why are we spending money on this?
Yeah.
From a strictly fiscally conservative viewpoint, they're saying, aren't there more important things to focus large amounts of money on?
That's what drove me crazy during the last year of Biden's term, was just like, even if you don't give a fuck about any of this, like from purely utilitarian perspective, like why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Why are we fucking putting our rubber stamp on this? Why are we giving them our money?
No, this is something that will haunt the United States for decades to come, the same way a lot of other things do. It's awful, and it's awful to have not directly, but live in a country that was responsible for it. Anyways, we should reiterate that pretty much everything Trump has tried to do so far is technically
what's
illegal,
one more crime?
Which is why so many end up being put on hold by federal judges. All these orders are just immediately going through the motions and getting stopped. And the fact that this is not only morally reprehensible, but also illegal doesn't matter at this point because they're just seeing what they can get away with. And now they're doing it on an international scale.
Yeah, I forgot to talk about it in the last episode, but Marco Rubio is just like, the dictator in charge of El Salvador said we could send our convicts down there to go to El Salvadorian prisons. And it's
I
like,
guess
what?
so.
That's not a thing that, what? How would that work? Like, not just like sending illegal immigrants, just like, prisons are full up here. I guess you're going to El Salvador.
They come up with a lot of
yeah, it's a
crazy
really
ideas.
interesting idea. We're going to look into it. Anyway, Republican Senator Josh Hawley said that he doesn't think it's the best use of U.S. resources to spend a bunch of money in Gaza. Thank you, Josh Hawley, I guess. Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina said, obviously it's not going to happen. I don't know under what circumstance it would even make sense, even for Israel. Now, if Israel's asking for the U.S. to come in and provide some assistance to ensure that Hamas can never do again what they did, I'm in. But us taking over seems like a bit of a stretch. It's important to note how none of the Republican critiques involve concerns over the fact that they would be doing ethnic cleansing to a region once populated by millions and still populated by
who are now returning home and trying to piece back together whatever lives remain, and now are hearing from across the world that they're just gonna have to leave again, and probably almost certainly never allowed back.
Right. Like they've 1948 was not that long ago. In 1948, they also like left, assuming, all right, once this blows over, we can come back. And it's like a pretty central part of their culture now is don't make that kind of deal ever again.
Yeah.
So there were also people like our old friend Nancy Mace, who took a moment away from being completely fucking deranged about trans people to say, let's turn Gaza into Mar-a-Lago.
Oh.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene, who said, under President Trump, America will be the beacon of peace for the world. It's time to change the Middle East in pursuit of ending endless war. And this is exactly how it's done.
That's how you stop endless wars, by giving away someone's land
Doing
to someone
ethnic
else,
cleansing, yeah.
shoving them into a different country, and you're a person deciding thousands of miles away that people who live in one place no longer live there.
I mean, it is a really interesting aspect of this that doesn't get discussed enough, but like a lot of people on the pro-Israel side of things think that like Arabs are completely interchangeable, even though like the Arab region is quite large.
Yeah.
And they
like,
do all
Arabs, Muslims, they're all the same.
speak technically the same language, but like in a lot of ways not really. But they're like, yeah, a Lebanese person, a Saudi Arabian person,
they'll take them in.
Like, they're all the same. Who cares? They can live anywhere. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's very sickening watching the discussion between Trump and Netanyahu. Regardless, here's what Trump actually said about Gaza through social media posts and during his meeting with Philadelphia native.
Hey, I'm making cheesesteaks over there. Kosher cheesesteaks.
Hey, go Eagles! And obviously, it goes without saying, Netanyahu, of course, supports everything Trump said, and even went to the press afterwards to confirm that.
Yeah.
With more on these plans.
He was like grinning the whole time too.
He was stoked.
Trump's just like, yeah, Gaza's like, they've been bombed as shit. It's a very fucked up place. And BB's like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I did that. Put a sticker on that. I did that.
With more on these plans, here's the BBC. U.S. President Donald Trump has restated a vision in which the U.S. would take over Gaza after officials in his administration appeared to contradict his earlier statements. The Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of fighting, Trump said on Thursday. He reiterated that the idea would mean resettling Palestinians and that no U.S. soldiers would be needed. Trump's resettlement idea has prompted accusations that he is planning ethnic cleansing and has drawn condemnation from the UN, human rights groups, and Arab leaders. Analysts doubt it will ever happen. Under his plan, Trump wrote on Truth Social, Gazans would have already been resettled in far safer and more beautiful communities with new and modern homes in the region. The U.S. would then be a part of an effort to redevelop the enclave, he said. His post did not make clear whether the 2 million residents of the Palestinian territory would be invited to return.
I think the answer is probably no.
Yeah, not to spoil how this ends, but they would not be invited to return.
It's also like, again, he's a real estate guy. Like, this is literally just like, oh, this fucking slum tenement that I've been sitting on for years. Suddenly the area is getting gentrified. I need to get these fucking people out. And I'm going to make a bunch of promises. Oh, yeah, I'll get you set up in a new place, but like, we need to renovate this building.
Yeah.
But once the renovation's done, you can come back.
This is just like with the resignation letters. It's get out and worry about it later. We're going to take care of you. And they will not. They will not take care of anyone.
And it continues. Under international law, attempts to forcibly transfer populations from occupied territory are strictly prohibited. White House spokeswoman Carolyn Leavitt said on Wednesday that any displacement would be temporary. I'm winking.
Yeah.
In his own comments made on the same day, Secretary of State Rubio said the idea was for Gazans to leave the territory for an interim period while debris was cleared and reconstruction took place.
They're lying! They're lying to you!
Yeah, they're gonna steal the land. Don't leave. They're gonna steal the land. If you leave, they're gonna take that land.
These views contradicted Trump's initial comments on the matter. Speaking on Tuesday, when he proposed the development of Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East, Trump suggested that the displacement of Palestinians would be permanent.
Now he's telling the truth.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. he said on Tuesday during a joint press conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who called the idea worth paying attention to.
So he's got some pretty wild ideas, huh? I think we should take him at his word. In fact, I'm fully supported. And no U.S. troops needed. We got everything we need.
Yeah, we won't need any troops.
Joe Biden gave us billions of dollars.
We don't need troops. We're just going to go there. All right, come out. Come out. We're taking you to, well, we're not sure where we're taking you.
Egypt. You guys love Egypt, right? Let's go.
Yeah, and Egypt, they were like the first because they're like, we know what Trump's fucking thinking here. And just so we're fucking clear, no. The answer is no. We are not in a good state right now. We kind of haven't been in a good state for a while, but we can barely... the shit's barely running right now.
No, Egypt is
shit's barely running right now with the population we have.
Yeah. Also, they're trying to put him in the Sinai Desert.
You may remember that because of the whole genocide on the Palestinian people thing, Netanyahu is wanted by the International Criminal Court, the ICC, but that's okay because, ironically enough, just total, wow, can you believe these two things happened on the same day? President Trump just signed an executive order sanctioning the ICC, accusing the body of improperly targeting the United States and Israel. Here's NBC News with more on that. The order includes both financial sanctions and visa restrictions against unspecified ICC officials and their family members found to have assisted in investigations of U.S. citizens or allies. Last November, the ICC sparked bipartisan backlash in Washington by issuing arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and several Hamas leaders simultaneously. The Trump administration order claims this created a shameful moral equivalency. The court said that there was reason to believe that Netanyahu and Gallant used starvation as a method of warfare by restricting humanitarian aid and intentionally targeting civilians in Israel's campaign in Gaza. Charges Israel...
That's true. They said, we're going to cut off all water, all food, these are human animals. They literally said all that.
The officials dismissed as false and anti-Semitic.
Also, those charges are literally based on like actual statements made by those people on camera.
Yeah, and
on camera.
And humanitarian organizations.
Yeah.
Many of whose members were killed in these airstrikes.
But Yoav Gallant, who's a really good guy, actually, no, there's like a video of him talking about doing like a total war siege on Gaza and saying like there's not going to be any food.
Also very telling that it ends with, that it's false, but also it's anti-Semitic for you to say that.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should feel bad. You're doing anti-Semitism by like pointing out the words that we said about what we were going to do
and the things we did
and how we did those things.
Yes.
Continues. The signing of the executive order Thursday appeared timed to Netanyahu's visit to Washington, which included an Oval Office meeting Tuesday. The ICC's recent actions against Israel and the United States set a dangerous precedent, directly endangering current and former United States personnel, including active service members of the armed forces, by exposing them to harassment, abuse, and possible arrest, said the text of the executive order. The ICC was designed to be a court of last resort. The fact sheet on the executive order reads, both the United States and Israel maintain robust judiciary systems and should never be subject to the jurisdiction of the ICC.
Cool. Again, this is toothless, and it's just Trump doing more PR stunts to flaunt his relationship with people like Netanyahu and show where his alliances are.
Yeah.
This doesn't mean or do anything.
I mean, I am kind of heartened by the fact that no one is taking this seriously. I mean, you should take it seriously because they are definitely signaling their intentions. But again, it's just so fucking outlandish and so
I'm taking it very seriously. I believe everything he says at this point because the amount of time spent questioning whether or not he's actually going to fucking do something is time wasted on taking him at his word and trying to do anything to stop it.
I mean, like in his last administration, like Jared spent like 4 years coming up with this plan to build like 100-mile long like tunnels connecting like Gaza and the West Bank, and it was like this whole they made a big fucking deal out of it, and it's like, no, this is ridiculous. It's completely impractical. No one believes this is actually going to happen.
Well, finally today, it has been a long time coming, but unfortunately, it might actually be the end of the Department of Education as we know it, because Trump
Department of Education is going to be gone, guys.
Has apparently already drafted an executive order that will attempt to eliminate the department entirely. Say it, Elliot. It's illegal. You can't do that. Say it. Come on.
No, that's illegal. Stop.
Here's CNN.
Sir, have you no decency?
The move would come in two parts, the sources said. The order would direct the Secretary of Education to create a plan to diminish the department through executive action. Trump would also push for Congress to pass legislation to end the department, as those working on the order acknowledged that shuttering the department would require Congress's involvement. The president said Tuesday he wants his Secretary of Education pick, Linda McMahon, to put herself out of a job. I told Linda, I hope you do a great job in putting yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job. Education department.
Take a chair to the face, as they say in your business.
Bonk. Dozens of employees at the education department were placed on paid administrative leave Friday as part of the Trump administration's larger effort to rid the federal workforce of employees associated with diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts.
Which I guess is just every federal employee. They're all DEI. How is that? That doesn't make sense.
Look at that fucking Texas guy out of here. He has accessibility issues.
Oh yeah, Greg Abbott's woke.
Greg Abbott, yeah,
he's too woke.
That he is.
Greg Abbott's literally on a wheelchair, but it's okay because he's a Republican, so he's not DEI. But everyone else that's black or disabled or trans or gay or Latino or you gotta go. I'm sorry, you're DEI.
DEI hire.
He is.
Isn't there a white man with legs that can do this job?
Come on.
On the campaign trail, Trump repeatedly pointed to the department as a sign of federal overreach and tied it to culture war issues. We will drain the government education swamp and stop the abuse of your taxpayer dollars to indoctrinate America's youth with all sorts of things you don't want to have our youth hearing, he said. So,
okay, but like,
here goes Elliot again saying you can't do it.
No, I was just like getting rid of the entire department, the entire Department of Education. Yeah, I guess it won't be woke anymore because it won't fucking exist.
They're just throwing out the baby with the bathwater. You know how they say, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. They're like, oh, what? Oh, fuck this baby. Boop. And fuck the bathwater.
Maybe woke
like
there.
It's all been just like throwing out not just the baby with the bathwater, but throwing out just like an entire school bus full of babies with the bathwater.
Knocking the house
Like,
over.
all right, I fixed it.
Yeah.
Literally, they're throwing out a whole fucking school bus.
Hey, baby bathwater doesn't exist because the house is gone.
Yeah, you sorry, you got rats in your house?
Yeah.
Well, now you have no fucking house. I burned it to the ground.
Exactly.
No more rats.
Problem solved. Problem solved. This Sunday, Big Game Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday. Come see us live at Dynasty Typewriter in Los Angeles, California, alongside some folks from Smosh and also the Willemses. And we'll be having a fun little...
Cool, Smosh. That sounds pretty cool. Here's the last video. It's about Kanye and Elon and racism and Nazi shit. I'm going crazy.
Is Jackson.
I'm going crazy. The Nazis are coming for me, man.
Letters, the fraternities and sororities. And trust me, so are we.
Yeah.
They are, of course, in today's episode, but thankfully we can put off today's trip to hell for a few brief moments and look at a story that really takes us back to when things were so much simpler, and this show wasn't just an accounting of all the insane shit that our two presidents have gotten up to in the past 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah. But in other news that we're using to delay talking about the sad state of the U.S. government, the global war on drugs has been, to put it lightly, a total failure, with drugs emerging as the clear winner. Ding, ding, ding.
We declare drugs the winner.
And with the rise of fentanyl, things have gotten even worse in recent years thanks to the danger of overdosing due to cross-contamination. But what is there to do about this? The libertarian answer is we should simply legalize all drugs, even though libertarians are baby-brain clowns. They do kind of have a point there, as shown by the effect cannabis legalization has had on illegal drug business. Of course, compared to a lot of other drugs, cannabis is relatively safe and has never killed anyone. Though if they keep insisting on making that shit stronger and stronger, maybe they actually will kill someone. I think that seems
They're
to be
working
their
on
goal.
it.
Yeah.
They've said no one's died from cannabis yet.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna distill an entire forest of cannabis plants into just a little bit of wax right here.
Yeah.
And one hit from this is gonna put you to sleep for 7 to 12 days.
The scariest is the wide discrepancy in potency, because in a cooler you'll have like a drink that has 5 milligrams in it, next to one that has it says 10 milligrams, but it has 10 servings in one thing.
Yeah, there's listen, I think it's
I don't want to see the face of God yet.
I think it's good that it's legal, and I think it's good that they're finally coming around to the idea that a lot of people don't want to get completely fucking blasted on this shit. I just want to like watch some TV and go to sleep without rolling around for an hour and a half.
I talked to a friend, an older friend who hasn't smoked in like 2 decades, and said that he got offered some and took a hit, and he said that he made the friend drive him home.
Yeah.
And he was like, it was horrific.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's not a fun time. I don't like it.
It's full on tripping now.
Yeah. They gotta turn it back down.
Yeah, they gotta get the diet weed. Anyways, what about something like cocaine though? I mean, it can certainly kill you. That can definitely kill you, but its legal status has also killed a whole lot of people. And the president of Colombia, where most of the world's cocaine comes from, has some ideas about what to do about that.
Okay.
Here's Politico.
We'll skip that.
Colombian We're not quite to the politics section just yet, but this next story is definitely politics adjacent. I mean, we saw it in 2016. We're seeing it again now. A lot of people see Donald Trump being in the White House and think that that means that it's just open season on being a total piece of shit. And Kanye West may be a few weeks late to the party, but he has clearly decided that having Trump back in power means it's time to do a little bit more insane Nazi shit. We're bringing it back. Around 2.5 years ago is when we last saw Kanye go on a weeks-long anti-Semitic rampage. And while it cost him a ton of money in lost business deals, it did succeed at giving him the attention that he craved. So this week, after getting some attention, showing off his naked wife at the Grammys, and coming out as autistic, Kanye was back at it again with the Nazi shit. And honestly, by the time this video goes up, there's probably going to be even more, because this was ongoing all throughout Friday. Also, he keeps tweeting like 100 tweets, deleting everything, and then coming back and doing it again.
Well, hey,
I should probably cut it out. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to cut it out.
I mean, again, because of our filming schedule, we were just here 24 hours ago and just talking about how the omen of Kanye publicly stating that he is now off his meds was not making me feel too great about the future of Kanye West. And yet here we are in the same spot 24 hours later being like, yeah, so he's already online saying stuff, and this will spill over into real life as it has in the past. So
here we are.
Yeah.
24 hours later. But yeah, here's just some of the stuff that Kanye tweeted.
I'm a Nazi.
I love Hitler. Now what, bitches?
Call me Adolf Hitler, and your bitch still wants to fuck.
Hitler was so fresh.
I'm going to normalize talking about Hitler the way talking about killing N-words has been normalized.
I can say Jew as much as I want. I can say Hitler as much as I want. Matter of fact, I do say it when I want. Okay, yeah, that was obvious.
Okay. Ain't nobody ramped up either. I'm calm as ice. This is how I really feel, how I really felt, and how I will always feel. Fuck all of your fuck-ass unfair business deals. Any Jewish person that does business with me needs to know I don't like or trust any Jewish person. And this is completely sober with no Hennessy. Also, no meds, obviously. No medication.
Maybe a little.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? You need to be you need to be institutionalized.
Nitrous. Some of my best friends are Jewish, and I don't trust any of them.
Sorry to all of Kanye's friends. I'm buying 2 Maybachs tomorrow. I'm going to make the Jewish person who's selling it to me read all these tweets, and I bet you see me whipping Maybachs.
I'm racist. Stereotypes exist for a reason, and they all be true.
Elon stole my Nazi swag at the inauguration. Yo, my guy, get your own third rail. What? Hey, just little self-awareness there. Yes. Hey, you don't want to touch that.
Yeah.
Leave the Nazi stuff
That's
to
for me.
Kanye. What?
I do love that he's fully acknowledging, too. Like, no, it was a Nazi salute. I would know as Kanye West. What Elon did was a Nazi salute.
Yeah, but the end of just being like, no,
that's my thing.
What?
That's my controversy. Get your own. And yeah, that's not even close to all of it, but if all that wasn't bad enough, if you can excuse the Nazi shit, maybe this will be something you can't excuse, because he took some breaks from Nazi posting to chime in on the whole Diddy situation, saying something like, "Free Puff!"
At Real Donald Trump, please free my brother Puff.
I stood up for Puff, and I'm still winning 20 Grammys next year and doing the Super Bowl.
I don't think so.
I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to be doing any of that.
And it wasn't all anti-Semitism and sticking up for Black Jeffrey Epstein. There were some interesting tangents. Like, for example, at one point, he seems to have claimed that he had sex with Ivanka Trump. Okay, so that's the whole Kanye situation currently.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. There's a lot of tweets, not all of them about anti-Semitism or how much he loves P. Diddy and everything he did, or about fucking Ivanka Trump. There's some really strange ones in there. Sometimes he's writing long-form essays. Sometimes he's going all caps. And
I'm going to do it. I'm going to touch the third rail.
Yeah. But he's what they say in the medical industry, he's manic.
Yeah, he seems to be in a manic.
He's in a manic state because he's bipolar, not autistic. Maybe he's a little autistic, but he's very bipolar.
Yeah, there was that.
And having autism doesn't make you a Nazi.
Yeah, as if we have to keep saying that.
I just want to clarify for all the autistic people out there and the non-autistic people.
But we do have a way to solve this. Someone needs to get Jonah Hill on the phone right now, talk Kanye down, put on 21 Jump Street, the movie that saved him before.
Yeah, that's last time this ended all kind of with a whimper. He's just like, all right, I watched 21 Jump Street, and that Jew, Jonah Hill, that is one funny Jew. I can't stay mad at the Jewish people after seeing Jonah Hill's masterful performance in 21 Jump Street. And Kanye, he's got so many more movies than that. And he's great in pretty much all of them. He really is a national treasure. And yeah, maybe you need to be reminded of that.
Yeah.
He surfs now, which is pretty cool. He's also a bad boyfriend, but maybe you'll be into that.
Yeah.
I bet Kanye would be into that.
Could be. Yeah.
Anyway, we've now reached that point, the point of no return, where we have to once again talk about Elon Musk.
Here we go. The dipshit. The president. The double dipshit president.
And his Hitler Youth Brigade.
My heart goes out to you.
So last we checked, a day ago, one of the young boys that Elon had put in charge of the U.S. government had flown a little too close to the sun and had been forced to resign from his position due to blatantly racist tweets of his being uncovered that weren't even old and had in fact been posted within the past year, within the past few months, within the past few weeks.
Yeah, literally weeks ago.
Now, this was good news considering that this kid, Marco Ellis, had reportedly been granted read-write access to the U.S. Treasury's computer systems. But it did strike some as odd that a few racist tweets would cost someone their job considering their boss was on stage doing Hitler salutes just a few weeks earlier. And sure enough, within a day, Elon was polling his followers on whether he should give little Marco his job back. And Vice President J.D. Vance was endorsing the idea with, "Here's my view. I obviously disagree with some of Ellis's posts, but I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life. We shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people, ever. So I say bring him back. If he's a bad dude or a terrible member of the team, fire him for that."
Sir, these aren't old, resurfaced tweets from years ago. This isn't someone who was even 25 is, especially in the Teen Boy Squad.
He's a 25-year-old boy. He's about to age out of the Teen Boy Squad.
But still, 25 on the upper end of this. But still, this isn't someone who's 35, 40, 50 or whatever, going back and they're pulling tweets from 20 years ago or something. He said this 3 weeks ago.
This isn't a millennial posting in 2010.
Yeah. This is someone posting.
This is a Zoomer posting in
multiple
2025.
Yeah, within weeks. And while at these jobs, while working for Musk, while working at X, while apparently knowing that he's going to be working for the government, tweeting this stuff. Also, your wife is of Indian descent.
Yes, yes.
So, of course, we're going to unpack. First off, it should be noted that among Marco's racist tweets were, "You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity," and "normalize Indian hate." And of course, J.D. Vance is in an interracial marriage with an Indian-American woman. The word cuck has lost...
Yeah, that's so sad, bro. Stand up for them, you fucking loser.
...much of its meaning over the past few years, but this is some serious cucked behavior from J.D. Vance. He's literally admitting that racist bigotry toward his wife and himself does not make someone a bad dude. Yeesh. Maybe defend your wife instead of this random person online.
No, this is like the definition of cucked is like selling out your wife for political gain.
For the approval of someone you don't even know.
Approval of a 25-year-old, like, groiper.
Also, you can't say that Marco Ellis is just some dumb kid who said some dumb shit like kids tend to do, and also endorse the idea that he should have full access to highly sensitive government systems.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
You can't be boys being boys and then give them the levers of power.
Yeah, either this person has no responsibility for their actions, or they have enough responsibility for their actions that we let them have control over the fucking U.S. Treasury.
They don't have control over their actions, but they are supposed to be in control over the financial stake of millions of people. So yes, Ro Khanna, who is Indian American, replied with, "Are you going to tell him to apologize for saying normalize Indian hate before this rehire? Just asking for the sake of both of our kids." To which Vance replied, "For the sake of both of our kids, grow up. Racist trolls on the internet, while offensive, don't threaten my kids. You know what does? A culture that denies grace to people who make mistakes. A culture that encourages congressmen to act like whiny children." Fellas, is it woke to defend your wife and children from blatant racism against them? I mean, Jesus Christ. Also, in that response, admitted that the dude posted racist tweets.
Yeah, it was racist, but I didn't have a problem with it. I want to be clear.
And I speak for my wife, who is Indian, and I'm speaking for her.
And my fucking children, who this guy probably thinks are like fucking mongrel half-breeds.
Yeah.
But you know what? First Amendment. So anyway, this little racist, the little racists, the little rascals.
Yeah, you have to do that little thing with the hair in the back.
Yeah, he could be alfalfa, but this little racist got his job back.
Yep.
Here's CNBC. Elon Musk said Friday he will rehire a Doge staffer who resigned from a Treasury Department post after the exposure of his tweets advocating for racism and eugenics. Musk's announcement on his social media platform X came after Vice President J.D. Vance urged Musk to hire the staffer back, and President Donald Trump endorsed the view. He will be brought back, Musk, the head of Doge, wrote on X in response to Vance's recommendation. To err is human, to forgive divine, Musk wrote. Less than an hour earlier, Trump was asked about the post by the 25-year-old former staffer, Marco Ellis, and Vance's opinion that he should be brought back to Doge. Well, I don't know about the particular thing, Trump said during a press conference at the White House with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. But if the vice president said that, what'd you say? I'm with the vice president, Trump said. He's so lazy.
I know.
That is like the one of the key differences among the many key differences between the administrations is that Trump is clearly 8 years older than he was in 2016.
He's tired.
He doesn't want to do the fucking work. He's always been lazy, but he's extra lazy this time.
It's also
sure, whatever.
It's also a tactic that he uses to actually not commit to having an opinion on anything. He can just be like, okay, well,
I don't know.
You can't pin this on me.
Yeah.
But it is, pretty telling that Musk, along with JD Vance in their response to this, both seemingly admitted that the viewpoints were wrong. Musk said to commit an error or whatever, and JD Vance said don't be a racist troll or whatever. So what I'm understanding here is that that he did say something wrong. So Musk is publicly saying that what this guy said was wrong. So just so everyone knows.
It was wrong, but he liked it.
But what this really does is it just kicks open the door for anyone
Yeah.
to do or say anything again.
Well,
with zero repercussions. Because they just did this very publicly.
Yeah.
So it sends a clear signal to the rest of the Gooner Squad. Meanwhile, if you can believe it, a second Doge boy has been outed as racist. I know. What are the odds?
I'm shocked.
When your hero is a legendary racist, you might be as well. Here's Reuters. One of the people working with billionaire Elon Musk in his efforts to overhaul the U.S. government is a Berkeley-educated computer scientist who has boosted white supremacists and misogynists online. Gavin Kliger lists his job on LinkedIn as special advisor to the director at the Office of Personnel Management, which has been spearheading Musk's efforts to shrink the federal workforce. His USAID email address was copied on a message reviewed by Reuters that was sent to staffers at the International Aid Agency on Monday. It urged them to stay home while the agency was being shut down. Kliger is one of about a dozen men identified by Reuters and other news outlets who have been recruited by Musk and his Doge office to reshape the federal government. Reuters could not determine the importance of Kliger's role at OPM. In social media posts between October 2024 and January, Kliger has voiced controversial views and reposted content from white supremacist Nick Fuentes and self-described misogynist Andrew Tate. Again, not 5 years ago, not 10 years ago, not 15 years ago, last month.
In response to a post about New York Mayor Eric Adams possibly shutting down a migrant shelter in November, Kliger wrote, "Just leave them be for a few more months. Will be much more convenient to deport them all if they are in one spot." Kliger has reposted comments from white supremacist Fuentes, who has at times been banned from social media platforms, including Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, for hate speech. Kliger shared a December 4th post from Fuentes' X account. Kliger has since unshared the post, but Reuters examined a copy of the original repost via the Internet Archive. In the post on X, Fuentes mocks a post praising a photo of an apparently white couple pictured with 2 light-skinned children and a dark-skinned baby. In his post, Fuentes referred to adopted black kids, denigrating the apparent interracial adoption. He also used the word huz, a pejorative term for women. Reuters cannot immediately establish the identity or ethnicity of the people depicted. Fuentes did not respond to a request for comment on the post by email. Kliger has also reposted social media influencer and self-described misogynist Andrew Tate. The British-American former kickboxer is being investigated by Romanian prosecutors for human trafficking, trafficking of minors, sexual intercourse with a minor, and money laundering, and has since founded a nativist British political party. Tate has denied wrongdoing. The post shared by Kliger exhorts foreigners to respect British culture, standards of hygiene, and social norms. You operate within our parameters. Problem? Leave. Multiple complaints of the contrary? Visa revoked. It is especially rich that Andrew Tate is doing a British, nativist fucking thing. Sir, you live in Romania and you are literally a, prolific sex criminal. But, I don't know. I can go to someone else's country and do all that. But don't you dare fucking come to Britain and not adopt all of our fucking customs.
Well, if you believe it, or if you can believe it, there's also a third member of Elon's Teen Boy Squad who has some serious dirt dug up in the past day or so. And this next one is the one with the broccoli hair.
God damn it.
Whose online moniker is apparently Big Balls. Which, again, I'm not going to slight him for that. He is a child still. So it's just but it is funny to know that Big Balls is standing at the computer with all the information. Here's Bloomberg. Edward Korestein, a 19-year-old member of Elon Musk's squad that's crisscrossing U.S. government agencies, was fired from an internship after he was accused of sharing information with a competitor. Edward has been terminated for leaking internal information to the competitors, said a June 2022 message from an executive of the firm Path Network, which was seen by Bloomberg News. This is unacceptable, and there is zero tolerance for this. A spokesperson for the Arizona-based hosting and data security firm said Thursday, "I can confirm that Edward Korestein's brief contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure." Afterward, Korestein wrote that he'd retained access to the cybersecurity company's computers, though he said he hadn't taken advantage of it. "I had access to every single machine," he wrote on Discord in late 2022, weeks after he was dismissed from Path Network, according to messages seen by Bloomberg. Posting under the name Ravage, which 6 people who know him said was his alias, Korestein said he could have wiped Path's computer supporting servers if he'd wished. He added, "I never exploited it because it's just not me."
But I could have.
And yeah, that's a pretty big strike to have against you when you are...
I could have completely destroyed the U.S. government's computer systems. but I didn't because it's just not me.
Until someone was mean to me online and said that I was racist or something. Oh, or any reason. Just the fact that he has a strike against him in this field, you would assume that a normal process for clearing someone like this would catch that.
Yeah, it would definitely be a mark against him.
Yeah.
His comments, made in a Discord server focused on another competitor company, worried executives at Path Network who believed there was no legitimate reason for a former employee to access their machines, according to a person familiar with the incident. The person asked not to be named, citing the sensitivity of the matter. 2 U.S. law enforcement officials who investigate cybercrimes told Bloomberg they've been tracking online chat rooms that Korestein and others participated in for at least a year. The officials, who requested anonymity because they are not authorized to publicly discuss their work, said they first became aware of him under the usernames Rivage and Joey Crafter while investigating an alleged hacker who Korestein was communicating with in an online forum. The officials wouldn't identify the hacker or the case they were investigating. In one message from November 2022, seen by Bloomberg News, the Joey Crafter persona wrote, "Looking for capable, powerful, and reliable L7. That message, posted in a Telegram group, refers to a type of cyber attack that knocks out websites with overwhelming internet traffic, according to 3 people familiar with that type of attack and its terminology, who asked not to be identified, citing the sensitivity of the matter. It's unclear whether he acquired or used the application." So he's literally under FBI investigation.
Mm-hmm. Well, somehow it does get worse. A lot worse. And first, we have to read from a particularly vile Wikipedia entry to provide some context here. 764, previously Cult and also known as the Com, is a decentralized and transnational sextortion network with alleged ideological ties to the Order of Nine Angles, a right-wing Satanist terror network. It is classified as a terror network by the U.S. Department of Justice and is considered by the FBI as a Tier 1 terrorist threat. The RCMP also classifies 764 as an ideological violent extremist network, and it has been characterized as a satanic neo-Nazi cult by multiple sources. The network is most present on Discord and Telegram and usually targets children ages 8 to 17, particularly marginalized children or those suffering from mental health challenges. 764 was founded in 2021 by Bradley Cadenhead, a teenager from Stephenville, Texas. The group derives its name from the town's zip code. Victims are forced to commit recorded acts of self-harm to disseminate internally or share on social media platforms. They're often asked to carve names on their skin as cut signs, a form of branding to show their subjugation to the group. They're given the end goal of committing suicide on livestream for the network's entertainment or for the perpetrator's own sense of fame within the network.
Wow, that's fucking horrible. What does that have to do with any of this? What does that have to do with Edward Big Balls Korestein?
I hope nothing.
I'm sorry, Ricky. It's not nothing. It's something. Here's Krebs on security. Wired reported this week that a 19-year-old working for Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency was given access to sensitive U.S. government systems, even though his past association with cybercrime communities should have precluded him from gaining the necessary security clearances to do so. As today's story explores, the Doge teen is a former denizen of the Com, an archipelago of Discord and Telegram chat channels that function as a kind of distributed cybercriminal social network for facilitating instant collaboration. Internet routing records show that Korestein runs an internet service provider called Packetware. Also known as Diamond CDN, Packetware currently hosts Tesla.sexy and DiamondCDN.com, among other domains. Diamond CDN was advertised and claimed by someone who used the nickname Rivage on several Com-based Discord channels over the years. A review of chat logs from some of those channels show other members frequently referred to Rivage as Edward. From late 2020 to late 2024, Rivage's conversations would show up in multiple Com chat servers that are closely monitored by security companies. In November 2022, Rivage could be seen requesting recommendations for a reliable and powerful DDoS for hire service. Rivage made that request in the cybercrime channel DStat, a core Com hub where users could buy and sell attack services. DStat's website, dstat.cc, was seized in 2024 as part of Operation Power Off, an international law enforcement action against DDoS services. So that Wikipedia entry, that awful fucking shit, he was in their Discord for fucking 4 years, chatting it up, exchanging tips on fucking DDoS and other types of cybercrime. Not really a guy I'm comfortable with running the U.S. government.
Yeah, this is all, needless to say, concerning, considering how sensitive the data that this 19-year-old incel has access to. I certainly don't feel comfortable.
Also, he's like, he's the heir to like a popcorn empire.
Great. Not Orville, right? Not Orville Redenbach?
No, it's like some other shit I haven't heard of.
Multiple experts that Bloomberg, Wired, and other outlets spoke to, just regarding the first stuff that we talked about, not the stuff about the Com, have said that if this guy was properly vetted for the high-level security clearance that he has, this stuff would have absolutely raised serious red flags. And there's a good chance that the clearance would have been denied. But he wasn't vetted. He was just handed the keys to the U.S. government along with his other young racist coworkers by his racist boss. Having a small, unaccountable group of guys who were in high school or middle school during Trump's first term seize control of all U.S. government computer systems is bad enough, but you'd at least hope that none of them have a recent personal history of misusing sensitive data for nefarious purposes. But again, this seemed inevitable.
Anyway, what's especially maddening about the insane way that all this fucking bullshit has played out for the past couple weeks is that nobody asked for this. Nobody voted for it. I mean, this is quite different than the Doge that was pitched during the campaign, when the impression was that Elon Musk would be advising the president on cost-cutting measures, not just taking over multiple government agencies and putting them in the hands of broccoli-haired, Zin-munching, 4chan Zoomers named Big Balls. And it bears repeating that in spite of the mandate that Trump supposedly has as president, Elon Musk definitely does not have any such mandate.
No.
Here's an Economist YouGov poll from a few days ago. So Elon Musk's total favorability is just 43%, with an unfavorability of 49%. But then you look at the polling specifically regarding his influence on the Trump administration, and whoo boy. First off, only 51% think that he has a lot of influence over the administration, which should be a lot higher. But then you look at this section here. How much influence do you want Elon Musk to have within Donald Trump's administration? And only 13% answered a lot, with 46% answering none at all. Even among conservatives, the most popular answer was a little, and significantly fewer answered a lot. None of this shit is happening because the people want it. In fact, what's happening would appear to be something that people, by pretty wide margins, do not want. And it's important to remember that if you don't want to go completely insane and lose your minds right now.
Yeah. But yeah, well, like with everything else Trump does, is he is, I'm sure, very happy that Elon Musk is thrilled to be doing this job, because Trump gets to just separate himself from any of the failures.
I didn't do that.
Any of the failures, any of the terrible things that happen because of this, he gets to separate himself from. And any wins that he can market for himself, he's going to take as well. So meanwhile, he has Musk just doing whatever, which is how Trump has operated for decades.
He's a businessman. He delegates.
He delegates, and that also delegates the blame and the guilt. You know, and the legal problems.
You know, it's kind of weird. Barely heard anything about Beavis and Butthead, his two sons. The hell are they up to?
Well, I know that Don Jr. is on the board of a crypto gambling site, so he might be busy with that.
He's busy with that.
Super Bowl, or sorry, big game weekend.
What about
Eric? Eric. Not ringing a bell. Never heard of him.
What about Barron?
Barron, yes, he's in the NBA.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Any others?
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
Probably many others that we don't know about.
Yeah. What's that one that always comes around every once in a while? Tiffany.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, well, just one more bit of Elon news quick. It's one of our favorite genres of political news. Congressional bills that are named with ridiculous acronyms.
I love it. It's like that's like the coolest part of the job.
When you look back at that.
All right, let's skip over this. Oh, let's watch this video. This looks fun and different. Different types of communisms.
Marxism. German philosophers Karl.
This is by Professor Stein, which seems like a pretty cool guy.
Marx and Friedrich Engels developed this political philosophy in the 19th century. The core idea is how a society produces goods shapes everything else, like its laws, culture, and societal change. In Marxism, society consists of two parts, the base and the superstructure. The base is the economic system, including how goods are made and who owns the factories and land. The superstructure is everything influenced by the base, like laws, politics, and culture. Marxism explains that new technology can make old ways of producing goods outdated, causing problems and conflicts. These conflicts lead to big changes in society. Marxism highlights the struggle between two classes. The bourgeoisie, which is a small group of wealthy and powerful people who own factories and land, and the proletariat, which is pretty much the workforce or the workers' class. Marxism argues that the elite exploits the workers' class in this system. Marxists propose replacing this with a system where the workers share ownership and goods are only produced to directly satisfy human needs instead of focusing on private profits. Marx himself believed that capitalism would eventually fail because it couldn't improve everyone's lives. He thought workers would start a revolution leading to socialism. Leninism. Based on the ideas of Russian revolutionary leader Vladimir Lenin, this ideology aims for a dictatorship of the working class. Lenin believed that a small, dedicated group of revolutionaries called the Vanguard Party would lead the working class. This party would guide and organize the workers to overthrow the existing capitalist government and establish communism. In this system, the working class holds control over state power, takes control of the economy, prevents domestic industrial competition, and redistributes resources to ensure equality. Leninism supports holding direct elections within the ruling Workers' Party. Elected representatives join workers' councils, which take over private property and turn it into collective ownership. During this time, the party must govern strongly to stop any attempts to reverse the revolution and to help move towards a permanent communist society. Lenin expanded on Marx's ideas by arguing that capitalism had reached a new stage called imperialism, where powerful countries exploit weaker ones for resources and markets. Lenin believed that imperialism would lead to more conflicts and revolutions worldwide. Stalinism, the official political ideology of the Soviet Union, developed by Joseph Stalin in the 1920s. Stalinism is a synthesis of Marxism and Leninism.
Hey, Joseph Stalin, my friends. Back in Kazakhstan, Joseph Stalin was a very big figure. Very big figure. We always pray to Joseph Stalin. I was trying to do a Borat style. Anyways.
Like Leninism, it holds that a communist revolution is needed to replace capitalism. A one-party socialist state takes over and controls the industry, suppresses opposition and counter-revolution, and promotes state ownership of natural resources and production means to pave the way for an eventual communist society that would be classless and stateless. It's also known as Marxism-Leninism, which today is the ideology of the ruling parties in China, Cuba, Laos, Vietnam, and others. Trotskyism. Leon Trotsky, a Russian revolutionary and Marxist theorist, developed this communist ideology.
I like this guy's theory of it.
Trotsky believed that the working class should continue to push for revolution worldwide and emphasize the need for international solidarity among workers. Unlike Lenin, he argued that communism or socialism in one country wouldn't survive without global revolutions. Trotsky opposed Joseph Stalin's policies. He criticized his authoritarian rule and claimed that the Soviet Union became a degenerated workers' state where class struggles re-emerged in a new form. Trotskyists advocate for a workers' democracy with elected councils making decisions. They opposed the centralized and bureaucratic control seen under Stalin. Maoism. This was a communist trend developed by Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese Communist Party and the founding father of the People's Republic of China. Mao believed that in agrarian societies like China, peasants were the main force behind revolution. Central was the theory of new democracy, which stated that a socialist state can only be formed through a national, popular, democratic, anti-feudal, and anti-imperialist revolution led by communists. Maoism also advocates for a strategy called the People's War, which involves guerrilla warfare. Revolutionaries should build support among the rural population and gradually encircle and take over cities. To prevent the rise of a new elite and to keep the revolutionary spirit alive, Maoism emphasizes the need for continuous cultural revolution. For example, the New Culture and May 4th movements in the 1910s and 20s aimed to root out old customs and thinking, plus educate the masses, taking away power from a small group of educated elites. Maoism encourages self-reliance and independence from foreign influence, focusing on local industry and collective agriculture to meet the country's needs without relying on external assistance. Mao Zedong also used what he called the mass line leadership method, where he supposedly learned from the people, understood their needs, and implemented policies that reflected those needs while encouraging collective action. Anarchist communism. This is a political ideology that seeks a stateless, classless society with collective ownership of resources while retaining personal property. It's rooted in anarchist principles, emphasizing the abolition of a government and hierarchies. Factories, land, and machines are collectively owned, but personal items like watches remain individually owned. It follows follows the Marxist principle. Everyone should contribute what they can and receive what they need. There's no money, prices, or wages. People decide for themselves what they need, but within the context of a community that ensures fair distribution and prevents exploitation. It relies on the idea that in a cooperative society, people would be motivated by mutual aid and fairness, not greed or competition. People work in necessary roles they find fulfilling for a communal effort, not just for survival. Anarchist communism is an egalitarian philosophy. It ensures freedom and well-being for everyone, not just the wealthy, at least on paper. It also opposes the idea that communal property requires force to maintain. It advocates for decentralized confederations of communes rather than centralized state control. Communities operate independently but cooperate with each other to work on common goals and share resources as needed. This structure promotes local decision-making and autonomy. This system also opposes patriotism and loyalty to the state, favoring community-based governance. Historical examples include the anarchist territories of the Ukrainian Magnovshchina during the Russian Revolution and revolutionary Catalonia during the Spanish Revolution. The Russian Revolution and revolutionary Catalonia during the Spanish Revolution.
So in revolutionary Ukraine, anarchist territories of the Ukrainian Magnovshchina, and then revolutionary Catalonia during the Spanish Revolution. Wow.
Primitive communism. This is a way to describe the ancient gift economies of hunter-gatherer societies where resources and property are shared among all members based on individual needs. There was no concept of private ownership, everything was owned collectively. This concept is often credited to Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as well. Religious communism. This form of communism arises from the teachings and principles of a religion. It promotes communal ownership and sharing of goods among members. Unlike Marxism, which aims to eliminate religion, religious communism is rooted in religious beliefs. Religious communism often predates secular communism as well. Historical examples include 17th century Protestant movements that rejected personal property and practiced communal living, the religious Shakers community in England where all goods were shared, and the Hutterites, a branch of Anabaptists in North America that practiced a form of communism based on strict adherence to biblical principles and community rules. Even early Christian teachings and practices are sometimes seen as examples of communism. Acts 4:35 describes early Christians in Jerusalem sharing all possessions. Christian communists believe Jesus taught and practiced communist principles. Left communism. This is a critical branch of communism that seeks to uphold what it views as true Marxist principles, opposing many mainstream communist and socialist practices. It emerged during World War I when most left communists supported the October Revolution but criticized its development, with some arguing it led to state capitalism rather than true socialism. Proponents believe that communists should not participate in democratic elections or trade unions. They emphasize autonomous organization of the working class without political parties, while some advocate for a separate communist party or workers' council. Left communists oppose alliances of political groups, nationalism, and a government system based on parliaments. They also preferred aggressive and direct confrontations to achieve their goals. However, they opposed national liberation movements because these often involved collaborating with broader alliances or adopting nationalist sentiments. Communist Bundism. Bundism was a secular Jewish socialist movement primarily represented by the General Jewish Labor Bund in Lithuania, Poland, and Russia.
Bundism.
Founded in the Russian Empire in 1897. The movement initially opposed the October Revolution but later supported it due to anti-Jewish attacks by anti-communist movement. During the Russian Civil War, Bundism split into communist and social democratic factions. The communist faction supported the Bolsheviks and eventually merged with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Bundism rejected Zionism, viewing immigration to Palestine as escapism. It emphasized Jewish culture and community over the establishment of a Jewish state. Eurocommunism. This variant emerged in Italy, Spain and France during the 1970s, advocating for a more democratic and less authoritarian approach to achieving socialism. Eurocommunism emphasizes democratic means rather than revolutionary methods to implement socialist policies. Eurocommunist parties supported democratic institutions, embraced new social movements like feminism and gay liberation, and openly criticized the Soviet Union while moving away from traditional Marxist ideas and communist party structures. Autonomism. This is a Marxist-based anti-capitalist left-wing political movement. It emerged in Italy in the 1960s from the workerism movement. Autonomism expanded the Marxist definition of the working class to include both salaried and unpaid labor, such as housework and raising children, to cover all of society. It claims that collective work produces modern wealth, which often goes unrecognized and undercompensated. It introduced the ideas of immaterial and social labor, emphasizing that all forms of work contribute to the society's wealth, not just traditional manual labor. The movement also mentions feminism, recognizing the crucial role of unpaid female labor in capitalist societies. Subscribe for more videos and hit that like button to support us.
This is a real B&H. Shut up. Let's check out the Humanist Report. Humanist Report. Humanist Report.
They say I can't run again. That's the expression. Sure. Then somebody said, I don't think you can. Oh.
Those were comments Donald Trump made at the National Prayer Breakfast, where he once again floated the idea of staying in power beyond what is allowed by the 22nd Amendment. So to say that he has no regard for the Constitution would be an understatement. He also tried to end birthright citizenship via executive order, which is codified in the 14th Amendment. He is considering sending incarcerated U.S. citizens to El Salvadoran prisons in direct violation of the 8th Amendment. He's sending immigrants to concentration camps as we speak in Gitmo to deprive them of their 5th Amendment rights, which everybody is entitled to, by the way, regardless of citizenship status. His Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is criminally investigating companies that have DEI initiatives, which is a brazen violation of the First Amendment. And he's reportedly drafting an executive order to abolish or dismantle, we don't know how far it's going to go, the Department of Education, which requires an act of Congress. Now, on top of that, he's letting Elon Musk illegally gain access to our government agencies, which now includes the NIH, the Department of Education, and probably more as I record this. He's also gained access to Medicaid and Medicare computers. He is trying to line item veto payments appropriated by Congress at the U.S. Treasury. And that's obviously illegal, but what's crazy, or not so crazy, depending on, what you know about politics, is that Republican senators have willingly ceded that power to Elon Musk despite its illegality. And as this Notice headline put it, Musk's actions may be unconstitutional, but, quote, nobody should bellyache about that, Senator Tom Tillis said. Right. So in other words, this is a constitutional crisis, and nobody's acting like it. But even that doesn't sufficiently describe the danger of this moment, and
We're fucked.
I think that Jamel Bowie put it best, writing for the New York Times, quote, to describe the current situation in the executive branch as merely a constitutional crisis is to understate the significance of what we're experiencing. Constitutional crisis does not even begin to capture the radicalism of what is unfolding in the federal bureaucracy and of what Congress's decision to not act may liquidate in terms of constitutional meaning. Together, Trump and Musk are trying to rewrite the rules of the American system. They are trying to instantiate an anti-constitutional theory of executive power that would make the president supreme over all other branches of government. If Trump, Musk, and their allies succeed, then the question of American politics won't be if they'll win the next election, but whether the Constitution as we know it is still in effect. And that's what we're contending with right now, in this moment. Donald Trump is in the process of fundamentally transforming our entire system of governance and consolidating power so rapidly that there might not actually be any going back when it's all said and done. We're talking about an informal dictatorship or an explicitly illiberal system of governance, if not de facto regime change altogether. And it doesn't take long to dismantle democratic institutions. In a piece published in The Atlantic by historian Timothy Ryback, he describes how Hitler was able to do it in just 53 days. And the parallels between then and now are truly striking. But we're going to revisit that article in a bit. The point is that it's not too early to start having serious conversations about contingency plans if Trump chooses to go full Hitler. Senator Chris Murphy urged Democrats to act like democracy is weeks away from disintegrating, because it is. And given the speed with which Trump is moving, I'm afraid he could be right. And on a recent episode of Secular Talk, Kyle Kulinski encouraged Democrats to take some pretty extreme steps, admittedly, but they're necessary.
I really hope the Democrats are smart enough right now to be making alliances, which might be necessary for the future. And what I mean by that is you got to get the National Guard on your side. You got to get police departments on your side. You got to try to peel away some generals from the Trump administration, because the fact of the matter is, what is stopping these guys? What's stopping Elon and what's stopping Trump from... The courts are going to say, and this isn't a maybe they'll say this, they are definitely going to say, Elon's got to stop. They got to stop. What's to stop them from saying, from Trump to come out and say, no, I disagree. I want to keep going. I'm the president. My word stands. That's beyond a constitutional crisis. That is literally just a fascist coup. That's what that is. Where it's like, hey, you can't do this. This is in brazen, flagrant contravention of the law. And they go, agree to disagree. What do you do then? What do you do then? If you are not making alliances with muscle right now, and all the muscle is on the side of Trump and Elon, then they literally get to do whatever they want. The law is whatever the fuck they say it is at that point. I mean, these are literally the conversations we have to start having.
And I totally agree. With everything that we've already seen, it's not too early to start having that conversation. And I would rather over-prepare than be under-prepared. And the reason why Democrats should prepare for that scenario is because the judiciary, which is still a check on Trump to an extent at least, doesn't have a way to enforce their decisions. So while Congress won't hold him accountable, well, the judiciary might, but they don't have a police force, right? They simply interpret the Constitution and they say what is or isn't permissible. So if they say that Trump can't send U.S. citizens to El Salvador, for example, he can technically just do it anyway, and they'd have no way to enforce their decision. There's no way to stop him, essentially. They can't arrest him, and the Supreme Court already granted him near absolute immunity, so Trump could just threaten to ignore the Constitution and then ignore the Constitution, and absolutely nothing could be done about it. And we're clearly building towards that moment. And Republicans also know that it's getting to that point because they're feeling pressure to let us know that this isn't what it looks like. For example, Senator Mike Lee asked, name a fascist dictator whose agenda entailed limiting the size, cost, and power of government. I can name one. Hitler. The Adolf Hitler. And one of the more popular replies to that by SDL pointed out this excerpt from Jerma Bell, who explained how the Nazis pursued privatization to win over support from big industries and business leaders.
Okay, so this is looks like an Airbnb, and it looks like people are just walking through the kitchen, the living room, and they're not any the wiser. And again, this camera could be any.
In other words, they outsourced public services to private industries. And that is exactly what Trump is doing. In fact, he already won over the business industry, right? I mean, the Broligarchs showed up to his inauguration, the richest people in the world, with an estimated net worth of nearly $1 trillion, were sitting shoulder to shoulder at his inauguration. And this notion that Trump is limiting the size of government because of some ideological commitment to anarcho-capitalism or something is bullshit, and Mike Lee knows it's bullshit. Trump is specifically hollowing out the administrative state in order to consolidate his own power and eliminate checks and balances. That's the extent to which he's committed to shrinking government. He wants the government to be so small that he is effectively the government. And he has the first and last say on everything because he is a fascist who aspires to be a dictator, and Mike Lee knows it, which is why he felt like he needed to address that, because it is exactly what it looks like. And it's easy to be alarmed by the most blatant things that he's doing that's driving the constitutional crisis that we're in. But him and his cronies are also making other more subtle changes that are either dubious in their illegality, disastrous, or just straight up Hitlerian, literally. Case in point.
The governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, basically admitted that he knew somebody that didn't have full documentation, that he was hiding over his garage. Then we have Tom Tillis, senator from North Carolina, saying that People should have the right to sue sanctuary cities and states that aid and abet in lawbreaking. Your comment on all of that?
Well, I think the government's pretty foolish saying what he said, because I got note of it. Won't let it go. We'll look into it. And if he's knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien, that's a violation of Title 8 United States Code 1324. I would seek prosecution, or the Secretary would seek prosecution.
Just to be clear, Tom Homan, Donald Trump's border czar, is threatening to prosecute and arrest a governor for harboring and concealing immigrants. I mean, the Hitler particles are through the roof. This is straight up Nazi shit. And on that note, look at what one of Trump's State Department appointees tweeted back in October. Quote, "Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work." Yeah. And to make matters worse, Trump is literally in the process of making that a reality right now. He rescinded an executive order signed by Lyndon Johnson in the civil rights era. He recently forced NASA to purge any mention of women in leadership from their websites. So, I mean, he is in the process of making sure white men are the ones in charge, as if they already weren't. Look at the makeup of Congress. But to be crystal clear, when he says competent white man, it's redundant to them because it's assumed that they're automatically competent due to their whiteness. And just to go back to Pam Bondi's criminal investigation of companies with DEI, Gabrielle Perry put into perspective what that could actually look like in practice. Quote, "This is the return of Jim Crow. My mentor at work texted me before I could even process the news myself. My boss keeps saying to be calm. I can't believe anyone would think this is not going to lead to companies not hiring marginalized people and women." That's exactly it. They are trying to discourage companies from diversifying their workforces under the pretense of eliminating DEI. So we are getting a much better sense of what Trump meant when he said he wanted to make America great again. You know, people often responded by asking, well, when was America great and what era do you specifically want to return to? And the answer apparently is somewhere between the 1930s and before the civil rights movement. And speaking of going back in time, the CDC's contraception page has officially gone dark, which may be an ominous sign of what's to come. And I say that because almost everything Trump is doing was outlined in Project 2025. And Brendan Carr, who is an author of Project 2025 that Trump appointed as FCC chair, outlined what he's doing to crack down on critics of Donald Trump, which is something that was, again, outlined in Project 2025.
You know, look, there's a lot of people in this country right now on the radical left that are upset about this investigation into CBS and the work that I'm doing on broadcasters. And sort of paraphrase Thomas Sowell, when the government has been weaponized in your favor, it feels like discrimination when all of a sudden there's even-handed treatment.
I've got to say, him using a Thomas Sowell quote in that context is genuinely disgusting, because he's referring to his agency's frivolous investigation into 60 Minutes because they did an interview with Kamala Harris and edited it down. And he claims that the agency was weaponized against Fox News, therefore it's justified for them to do the same since the precedent was already set by the last chair of the FCC, except he's not telling you that Fox News was punished for breaking the law by platforming defamatory claims about the 2020 election being stolen, whereas 60 Minutes cut out portions of Kamala's interview to save time, which is a very common practice in all of media. But this is what they do. They lie about something that's happening, or they exaggerate to give themselves a justification to later do it themselves. Conservatives were being censored on social media. Well, look at that. All of a sudden, now there's mass censorship, albeit on the left. Well, the election was rigged by Democrats. Well, I guess that means we have to engage in voter suppression in order to stop their rigging. But I mean, with respect to the FCC, the goal is to send a message to every single media company in the country that if you criticize Donald Trump, we will come after you. It's explicitly authoritarian and has a chilling effect on free speech. But that's the point. A wannabe dictator's consolidation of power necessitates a crackdown on political opponents. It is what Hitler did, albeit to a much more severe extent. But nonetheless, Trump is doing that. This is the beginning. And on the subject of Hitler, terrible segue, I know, but on that subject, I do want to circle back to that piece from The Atlantic, because when you look at the similarities between then and now, it really puts into perspective how dire the situation is. Here's some key similarities. Quote, Hitler believed that an empowering law was crucial to his political survival, but passing such a law, which would dismantle the separation of powers, grant Hitler's executive branch the authority to make laws without parliamentary approval, and allow Hitler to rule by decree, bypassing democratic institutions and the Constitution, required the support of a two-thirds majority in the fractious Reichstag. But that agenda was thwarted, so in a meeting with cabinet officials, the following happened. Hitler opened the meeting by boasting that millions of Germans had welcomed his chancellorship with jubilation, then outlined his plans for expunging key government officials and filling their positions with loyalists. Sound familiar? Trump also talks about having a mandate, and he's doing that. At this point, he turned to his main agenda item, the empowering law that he argued would give him the time, 4 years according to the stipulations laid out in the draft of the law, and the authority necessary to make good on his campaign promises to revive the economy, reduce unemployment, increase military spending, withdraw from international treaty obligations, sound familiar, purge the country of foreigners, sound familiar, he claimed were, quote, poisoning the blood of the nation, and exact revenge on political opponents. Heads will roll in the sand, Hitler had vowed at one rally. Moving on, he wanted to purge communists from government, but he worried about whether or not they would launch a national strike that would cripple the economy, to which he, quote, wondered whether the army could be used to crush any public unrest. But it was ultimately dismissed by his defense minister because he couldn't imagine a situation where Hitler would be able to direct the German military to shoot down protesters in the streets. Hitler had campaigned on the promise of draining the parliamentarian swamp, only to find himself now floundering in a quagmire of partisan politics and banging up against constitutional guardrails. He responded as he invariably did when confronted with dissenting opinions or inconvenient truths. He ignored them and doubled down. Now, that's where we're going to stop, but I will link you to the full story down below if you want to find out what happens next. But spoiler alert, Hitler did end up breaking democracy entirely fairly quickly, and then he went on to do a Holocaust. And where we stopped reading is about where we're at now in history, just in our own version of that story, where Trump is in the process of dismantling the administrative state and purging government of anyone who isn't loyal to him. Also, Hitler, like Trump, wanted to conduct mass deportations, and Hitler said that Jewish immigrants were poisoning the blood of the nation, and Trump quoted Hitler on the campaign trail and said that same thing verbatim. Hitler, like Trump, couldn't do everything that he wanted to do right away because of democratic checks and balances, so to get around that, he systematically dismantled them and characterized that effort as draining the parliamentarian swamp. Sound familiar? Hitler also went after political opponents. Trump wants to do the same. I mean, Trump talked about wanting to crush dissent using the military. He talked about going after the enemy within on the campaign trail, and as you saw from that article, Hitler wanted to do the same thing. Trump's defense secretary, unlike Hitler's, who was just confirmed, by the way, wouldn't say whether or not he'd order the military to go after U.S. citizens if Trump asked him to. So the parallels are very chilling, and this is a really dangerous moment. And I'm not saying that Donald Trump will definitely go as far as Hitler did, but what I am saying is that we should treat this moment as if he will, because we can't afford not to. So no, you're not being hysterical by thinking about this. Don't let the fascists gaslight you into thinking that this is all normal, because it's not normal. And they know that it's not normal, hence why they're trying to convince us that it's not what it looks like. That's why Mike Lee made that tweet, because it looks really bad, because it is. You're not being unreasonable. In fact, it's unreasonable for your hair to not be on fire in this moment because it's bad. We are in the process of transitioning into an autocracy, and we don't know where we're ultimately going to end up. Maybe we land on illiberalism, or end up in a soft dictatorship, or we go full-blown totalitarian. We don't know, but it's clear we're sliding further and further along that scale, and we'd be foolish to not prepare for the absolute worst.
Do yourself a favor and click the join button on YouTube to become a member. Because Mike's doing a great job getting to watch his videos before everyone else is tremendous. Many people are saying this. Join
Let's check
today,
out
folks.
Chris Norland.
The gray area between hacker hunter is not as gray as it used to be.
There are hackers out there that want nothing more than to cause damage and wreak havoc. There are hackers out there that are protecting your infrastructure.
I got to admit, a threat hunter is very well a hacker on that good connotation. They just want to know what happened, where, how, and they want to be able to uncover the big picture.
It's all about the intention behind the hacker. What does that hacker want to do?
When you're threat hunting, you might have the potential to dig into.
So Elon Musk, the Tesla CEO and leader of Doge, is a loser.
and he's pissed.
He is a fucking loser.
Check out these recent headlines. Elon Musk has lost more money than any other top billionaire so far in 2025. You also got this. Elon Musk lost nearly 18 billion in one day.
Let's
On top
go.
of that, Musk loses 51 billion, but wait, there's a lot more at stake. And you got Elon Musk has lost 100 billion in net worth this year alone as Tesla stock plunges. Now, is it no wonder that suddenly, magically, Elon Musk is looking to possibly replace that billions of dollars by getting it from the government? So he's going to claim fraud at the Pentagon, fraud everywhere, right? And he's going to try to get some of that sweet cash. So he's angry, he's pissed off, he's losing in the courts. That's the subject of today's video, and check out what he's tweeting out today. I'd like to propose that the worst 1% of appointed judges, as determined by elected bodies, be fired every year. This will weed out the most corrupt and least competent. So basically, Elon Musk is upset because courts are ruling against him. And this happens quite a bit because he tries to break the law in so many different ways and brushes up with courts quite a bit. His fan base love Elon Musk, of course, because they hate the law. One of his guys is going, oh yeah, there's this judge in Delaware, and that refers to Elon Musk in his frozen pay package. He also got, great idea, I like it. That's a great idea, absolutely. Bottom 10%, the bottom tier. Again, Elon Musk wants to fire judges. They haven't been following this story. Basically, they are currently blocked, him and his Doge team, by court order. Judges blocked them. And here's the kicker. They have to delete any data. And I think this is a part that may really end up getting Musk in the end. We'll see. Musk has been actually tweeting out nonstop.
Yeah, because they're not going to delete that data they got.
It's hard to go through all this stuff. I'll just show you a little bit of it. He tweets out lots of memes. So this is some sort of cartoon. And he has like accounts that he interacts with all the time. So this one shows it's
also most of the judges that are literally like telling him to stop are Republican judges. They're not even Democratic judges. That's bullshit. Because Trump appoints a lot of these judges.
Cartoon of I guess Democrats stealing from someone's purse, and then Musk is there to be the hero, and then the judge says let him go. Or Musk is tweeting out Mike Lee, who's a senator from Utah, and Lee's big issue is that he wants to basically get rid of Social Security. Does it all the time. And they tweet about the issues that they, are into, the vaccine stuff like that. And you also got this. Elon Musk is fighting on his platform with members of Congress. So this is Daniel Goldman. And Daniel says, it wasn't just a freeze on Elon Musk and Doge accessing America's personal data. He was ordered to destroy any data they already took. Elon must confirm he has followed the court order. And this is Elon Musk's reply. We don't have any personal data of Americans, you corrupt moron. And Daniel replies, tell it to the judge under oath. And it's funny when you read through this stuff. And this is something I want to point out, guys, is when you see the interactions of people and you see sort of like who's on one side, who's on the other side, you'll get a sense of like how these things go down. So for example, Representative Ro Khanna is interesting. He was saying, this is back in December, cutting wasteful funding and saving taxpayer money is not a partisan issue. We need to work with Elon Musk and Doge to break up the five prime oligarchy.
This guy's a sellout. Fuck this guy.
And hold defense contractors accountable. And basically the idea is saying, hey, if you want to cut waste and spending, sure, we can do that together. Just do it through the proper channels, basically. He actually even went on TV. This is, again, Khanna saying the same kind of stuff. Hey, Elon Musk, if you want to do waste and fraud, come do it to proper channels. Come to Congress and testify. Michael Steele on this was also saying the reason why he's not doing it is because Musk is a liar. And I said the same thing all the time. Musk is a liar. I would agree with Michael Steele on that. And yes, if you do find anything, present it before Congress, evidence, etc. Do it through the proper channels. And that's the main thing with Musk. He doesn't like to do things properly. He's the kind of guy, for example, with his car company Tesla. if he develops whatever new technology, he wants to put it on the road, forget about any proper licenses, forget about safety. Just he wants to do what he wants to do, which is essentially ignoring the rights or the safety of other people. That's sort of how Musk thinks. But yeah, I agree with Ro Khanna. Hey, if you want to do it properly, come to Congress. Also, it's kind of interesting one. Can we sue Elon Musk? This was Jamie Raskin talking about this. And the other thing I want to mention, a lot of these guys on the Democrat side, these are like law professors, lawyers, etc. They speak in ways that aren't necessarily name calling and sound pretty reasonable to me, but that's just me. These are kind of it depends, right? And we'll get into the sort of how other people have different arguments of what is quote reasonable. But this is kind of stuff I guess you would get Musk on if you want to do a class action on behalf of the American people. Computer espionage, that would be against Musk. Unauthorized access to information. Trespassing on a government computer and computer fraud. Like there's any number of things that they can charge this guy with. I think the data and whether or not they delete it, it's going to be a big one myself. You also have this, Elon Musk tweeting out, a corrupt judge protecting corruption. He needs to be impeached now. And Glenn Beck, and it's just these people kind of run in the same circle of like, 20 or so in the manosphere / brolyarchy, which I'll kind of show you guys some more. But Glenn Beck says, let me see if I have this right. The Treasury Secretary cannot access any data from the Treasury. Wow. Who is afraid the secrets are coming out? This judge was not elected, nor was he given the mandate by the people. Enough is enough. We the people demand. And I think one of the big arguments that the Musks, the Trumps, and all their bros are arguing essentially is we won the election, and since we won the election, we can do anything, and law doesn't apply to us because we won the election. And I get the point of winning the election. That point I get, but the idea that just because you win an election, then suddenly law doesn't matter, I think is kind of a ridiculous argument. But that's kind of the arguments you'll see being floated around, and I get their argument, but I think it's kind of a weak one. And I wanted to point this out, sort of like the brodosphere, manosphere. I was just kind of curious, what is Andrew Tate up to? Because that sort of captures that, audience base or voter block, however you want to say it. And this is the kind of stuff and the stuff that appeals to that type of person. Andrew Tate, 2 hours ago, winners America, right? They want to be around winners. The Trump era is the winners era. You have 30-year government veterans being fired by 19-year-old geniuses. Winners firing losers, right? So that's kind of, I guess, this sort of talk, appeals to guys who are into UFC fighting, boxing, right? Young, and they want to see, all these old people go away, etc. And actually, I don't disagree in the sense of like, I'd like to see a generational shift, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want, all businesses and all, government run by people who are, really good at boxing. It's not necessarily, and in terms of Andrew Tate stuff, my point of view of Andrew Tate is if you were to take a class from Andrew Tate on how to fight, I think he'd probably be pretty good. I think he's actually a pretty good fighter from my understanding. You guys can let me know how good he is. But whether or not I want to take, business things from him, that remains to be seen. But this is the kind of stuff that, again, appeals to the brodosphere, manosphere. The real world champions, Andrew Tate's.
The only thing my man knows how to fight is a damn woman, bro. Be smacking women and shit. Like, Andrew Tate probably ain't no good fighter. Come on.
Dark motivation secrets. Learn how he used fear to make billions. And again, this is the stuff that the Musks and the Tate fan base, they kind of intersect what they're listening to. On top of that, you got Elon Musk tweeting out American flag, American flag. And this Percent guy, he gave this odd kind of interview, and he was claiming that the Musk people, in his own words, these are highly trained professionals. This is not the same roving band going around doing things, not some roving band. This is methodical, etc. So they're trying to claim that Musk teenagers are really, really awesome. On top of that, I don't know. Musk has he tweets out so much crap. He's talking about Europe now. We want to get rid of Voice of America, that kind of stuff. They want to get rid of any kind of independent media in Russia or Ukraine. A lot of this stuff comes across as being pro-Russian to me when I look at this stuff. Mike Lee is angry. He's calling the courts a coup. Again, that's the senator who wants to delete Social Security, complaining about Social Security, this kind of stuff. And I'll just say this, guys. If you're in Tesla stock or whatever, it's pretty hard to stick with this stuff. I mean, you got your CEO just tweeting out nonstop nonsense, and I guess he's preoccupied with everything else except Tesla. I would personally, I mean, I'd get out myself. I think there's no way you can stay in it. And then I saw this that I thought was kind of funny. Elon is upset that folks have started calling his Teslas swastikars, right? And then this was part of the hologram was projected on the German factory in Tesla. Hail Tesla. And apparently he's furious. So Elon Musk is furious that his cars are being called swastikars. I want to read some comments from our community here. This is from Stormlight. Stormlight says, the rumor is Trump and his wealthy associates use tariff announcements to manipulate the stock market for profit, causing market fear and sell-off. They could buy stocks at lower prices, then sell them at higher prices at once market stabilizes. This strategy based on timing the market. This is a market manipulation, illegal, subject to regulatory scrutiny.
Oh, fucking stupid game ads, bro.
So that's a something like, for example, that could be a thing. I don't know, but this is something that if there is indeed market manipulation, you just certainly want to look at it. But the Trumps and the Musks, they hate anyone looking at them. And this is something that they do. And I'm talking about Elon Musk, say, for example, he tweets out about whatever cryptos, same with Trump's. And yes, whatever things that they tweet out does go up. And the question would be, are they informing people ahead of time that they're tweeting out said things? So generally speaking, most people don't get involved with this kind of pump and dump kind of stuff. So be careful out there, be it your crypto coins or whatever. Here is MS Cololia. They say, according to Silly MTG, that would be is it Marjorie Taylor Greene? It's a representative in Congress on the Republican side. According to MTG, the 20-somethings are the best, right? So again, the Republicans are going with I'm going to go with these young kids are awesome. The 20-somethings are the best. When did they learn forensic accounting or accounting, and do they have any collegiate degrees or project management certifications? We need to know more about them, their background, and their expertise, because Elon is on something working 120 hours a week, so his words mean squat. And to answer your question, my understanding is I don't think any of those kids graduated from college. I don't think you have any particularly fantastic education. I'll just say maybe just okay. I know one of them has got some problems with leaking out information at a former cybersecurity company that they worked at, and it's got some Russian connections. I personally don't trust any of these things that these Musks are saying or the people he's working with. He rushed them way too quickly through, and I don't know what their security clearances.
He didn't even do a security check on them.
Through their external revenue service into their sovereign wealth fund, which he just did executive order on. They actually could get the money to buy TikTok, and the question would be who would run it. So we'll see if they end up doing that. One of the things I will say about Musk is he tweets out like these kind of images quite a bit. So again, this appeals to that young male fan base. And lately, he's been interacting a lot with this guy named Mario Nawfal. I've been noticing quite a lot, like I don't know, like 20 tweets in a row kind of thing. And I looked up this Mario guy, and you'll see it. I think this is one of Mario's tweets here. Yeah, it'll just be a ton of Mario stuff. He just retweets it out. I noticed though that this Mario guy, if you just Google him, he has some sort of crypto thing, and like people have been suing him or whatever, not paying people, scamming people. And that's the kind of things that you'll notice in this sphere that Musk hangs out with, a lot of these like scammery type of people. If you guys haven't seen this movie, it's called BitCon, and it covers that kind of world. These guys may be handsome. Like this guy in the documentary is named Ray. He's a handsome guy, and he can get away with all kinds of stuff. And when you look up the Mario guy, and I guess you could say Mario's a handsome guy. But yeah, because I never looked into Mario before, but that's the kind of people that Musk will sort of pump out or pump up. That's a better way to say it. And they have this like whole sphere of influencers, right? And I'm just showing you guys this stuff. So there's Musk, Tulsi, Robert Kennedy, Vivek, right? For some reason, Hunter's on this list. It's kind of interesting. Who knows? Ask him. You got Linda, Yaccarino, Prince Walid bin Tayal, President Bolsonaro, like all of these people. Like, and I don't want to go through all the names, but it's the same kind of like bro people. And it's interesting how they all pump each other up, right? I'm just showing you guys different pictures. I just noticed this. I was like, that's really interesting. It's all the same people. And I think there's this like, again, this group of dudes that just worship these guys for some reason. It's strange. Trump is still supporting Musk, and now they want to go after both the military and Department of Education. And the last thing I want to mention is the White House, their press room now, they're inviting more and more sort of these right-wing influencers that appeal to young dudes.
They're not gonna ask any questions with these dipshits.
That's what they're going for. And I guess they've gotten 11.
They're inviting like Jake Paul and Logan Paul and dumb motherfuckers like that. Jesus Christ, we're fucked.
1,000 applications from these sort
This
of
country's
podcasters,
cooked, brother.
YouTube-y, questionable credentialed people. And the room now is full. So they'll have like seats, right? And then they got a bunch of standing room only. You would think this is a fire hazard. But who knows what, I don't know what they're doing. And then the other thing too, I noticed in the Pentagon, they've kicked out more traditional media people and bring in sort of like your right wing, again, YouTube-y, online kind of stuff. And this is sort of what they're trying to do is same as, Musk's agenda basically is get you to believe everything all day, every day that he tweets out on Twitter. But you have to understand it's coming from a lot of meme type people, questionable crypto type people.
Thank you, Chris Norland. Subscribe to Chris Norland, y'all. He's great. I'm gonna end it here, I think. I'm brain fried, y'all. That was too much dumb bullshit. Nazi content. Ugh. Fetterman needs to go. Elon has nuclear codes. Yeah, Fetterman does need to go, brother. Fetterman needs to fucking go. Fucking done with Fetterman voting for dumb Republican bullshit. Let's check out what Bill Burr thinks about Elon Musk. Before I log out.
I'll tell you a claim.
No, that's 2 years ago. There's a more recent one. Was it this one? I know it's definitely this one.
You need a mouse case and a mouse backpack. And here's
In that same event, Trump advisor Elon Musk raised eyebrows for a gesture some are comparing to a Nazi salute. Nazi salute? Nazi salute?
Nazi salute.
A Nazi salute.
Dude, what happened to the fucking Twitter guy? I don't watch the news. That guy has lost his fucking mind. That dude has lost his fucking mind. I also don't understand neo-Nazi people. I don't understand how they're in this country going, support the troops, America, love it or leave it, and all of this type of shit. And it's like, all those guys who died on D-Day, they were fighting Hitler.
For real.
Like, I've lived so long. Like, everything just sort of changes after a while. It's like, wait a minute, are people trying to say he was a good guy now? The fucking level of ignorance out there. And what is that fucking Twitter guy? He literally sieged Heil. He didn't just Heil. You can accidentally Heil. Hey! Oh, so, I didn't mean like that. But when you add the sieg, you meant it. Good Lord. It is just so funny to me how when I was growing up, all of these fucking women that hated men, they were always focusing on the athletes and they never paid attention to the nerds. And now look at it. You were paying attention to the wrong fucking people. I don't know what they're doing.
Fucking dumbass. He looks like a total dumbass. Jesus Christ. Our country's cooked.
You know, you were paying attention to the wrong fucking people. You know, I don't know what their deal was. They were upset because you were a good-looking guy and you could fucking score a touchdown. And these nerds just silently resenting beautiful women, resenting, you know, the fucking good-looking guy, the Burt Reynolds guy out there with the T-tops crushing it. Silently resenting. And now we are in the true revenge of the nerds era. And look at that guy. With his Turkish hair plugs and his laminated face, and now he's out here Sieg Heiling. I mean, that guy is off his fucking
Turkish hair plugs.
Rocker. I can't believe he's still in, like, whatever position he just got. Like, how the fuck do you keep that guy in that position? It's like, wait a minute, this guy is he rooting for the other side? He's on the Axis side? All of these movies along the fucking way, The Greatest Generation, D-Day, all of those lives that were sacrificed so that people could live free. And this fucking nerd, because he couldn't get any pussy in high school, is now identifying with Hitler.
Literally.
Oh my God.
Loser. Fucking pussy ass loser.
This is where liberalism is bad. Because, and why extreme conservatism works over liberalism is because liberals at heart are non-confrontational. And this is like some shit that needs to be stomped out immediately.
Smash this shit.
That people are going to like fucking try to lead us back in that direction. I mean, what are we doing? This is the United States. We're united, not divided. And like, are we really going to fuck this up? Because Elon Musk couldn't get any pussy in fucking high school? Like we're really going to fuck this whole thing up? Fucking guy. I mean, I don't know. It just boggles my fucking mind. I don't know. Well, we'll see how that plays out. We'll see how that. Why would he be a Nazi? Like, what does he feel he's not getting as a white man? I mean, it's like you're a fucking billion. You got more money than anybody. You're still upset? Like, how do you have the bandwidth with the amount of fun you're shooting rockets off and all of this stuff? You still have the bandwidth to fucking you to be like not liking people because they don't look like you? Is that what it is? I mean, to be honest with you, nobody looks like Elon Musk. That's what scared me about that guy. You know what I mean? Like, Hitler couldn't live up to his version of what the perfect human was. What do you like?
For real, yo. Elon looks like a fucking alien.
Blonde, blue-eyed, and all of those fucking Scandinavian people. And like, he was this ugly little fucking troll. That was one ugly son of a bitch, I will tell you that. You know, scowling. He definitely came with the grunge vibe before grunge music. Hitler definitely had Seattle energy.
Damn.
He was not a Sunset Strip guy. T-tops, doing some blow, walking, flying, driving down the street with some big-titted fucking blonde. That was not his vibe. He was... Hitler's chicks had hairy legs. I'm going to say that's what it was. That's what he could get. He was a private. He was a private in the service. He was a private in the army. And I don't know. And we all paid the fucking price. So now here comes another one. Here comes another one.
Here comes another one, yo.
You know what? The greatest country and the freest country in the world needs fascism.
Springfield will have its first annual Do What You Feel festival this Saturday, whenever you feel like showing up. It'll be a welcome change from our annual Do As We Say festival, started by German settlers in 1946.
Do as we say.
Unreal. Unfucking real. I hate that expression, come to Jesus moment. The fuck does that mean? All right? I'm running from that guy. All right? Not him personally. All right? I got no problem with that surfing-looking guy. You know, he looks like he, goes out on a board out there in Malibu. carves up the waves or whatever. I got no beef with him, but it's who he works for. I stay away from those guys. I cut out like the middle. Religion, it's like trying to give money to a charity. It's like trying to get the money to the actual people that use it once it goes through the fucking infrastructure is impossible. And that's what I find with, like, if you're going to try to have a relationship with the higher power, I don't get how you do that through organized fucking religion. Just inherently, it doesn't make any sense. I feel like your sense of a higher power and that there's something bigger than you is your own personal thing, and that somebody privatized it and turned it into a fucking business and then starts throwing down rules and scaring the shit out of you and telling you if you do this, you do that, all of this shit. They don't know. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And now it's a business and they're making all this money. You make money, you got boats. You got boats, you got money, you got whores. You got whores, you're out there fucking, fucking having a good time. You don't want it to end. So then, I don't know, it all fucking goes away. So I feel like that's my own business. And if all these different groups can make up their own bullshit or what the fuck they think's going to happen after you die, why can't I? How come I can't have my own bullshit? And I like my bullshit because it doesn't involve anybody else. I'm not putting it on anybody. There's no collection basket. There's no pedophiles. There's no getting in bed with the Nazis. And, oh, did we have some of your money? Sorry about that. There's none of that shit. None of that shit. There's no terrorists. There's no fucking 90 virgins. There's none of that shit. None of that shit.
Don't ask how come, why come the pastor have to have him a nice house? Why come pastor got to have a nice car? Don't ask.
None of that shit. I don't even know what it is. It's just, it's your own fucking thing. You're on your own. Maybe that's what some people, I think they just like the group dynamic. Just to be part of something. I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but the Nazi party started with a bake sale and people just wanting to be part of a community. Who is Elon Musk dating? Can you imagine his chick when he just sees him go out there and then just watches him start Sieg Heiling? Like, oh my God, what is he doing?
I mean, he's dating a woman every other year, so.
He's going to burn this whole thing down. I think he just lost his job. Oh, wait a minute. Nothing happened. I cannot believe nothing happened. Nothing happened. How do you explain that away?
Musk posted on X, frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired.
I saw some guy who was saying gesture truthism and trying to make it seem like people were saying that he wasn't Sieg Heiling. He goes, okay, what was he doing? What was he saying? And then my rockets are going to get launched and they go that way.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a Roman salute. That's not a real thing. Roman salute is not a thing. That's a Nazi salute.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was taken out of context. You know who would do the Sieg part of the Heil, but not the whole Sieg Heil, was that Celine Dion. It was like she was a Nazi that was stuttering. You know what I mean? She couldn't quite get through it. She would Sieg. She'd punch herself in the cleavage. Hey, Elon Musk, if you don't mind, we'd like to enjoy our life. I don't think we need to reboot Adolf Hitler, you fucking lunatic. I'm sorry pretty girls don't like you until you have $1 billion. Dude, when he was Sieg Heiling, that looked like one of those crazy Nick Cage movies. Like, you ever see that clip when Nick Cage went out and he was throwing karate kicks? He was promoting a movie and he just fucking went out, and I don't know what. He was probably towards the end. Some people don't know. You do those press junkets, you're going to get asked the same 30 questions 30 million times, and after a while you kind of fucking lose your mind.
And that's what I love about that clip. I feel like Nick was at the end of his wits there, and he was just out there fucking throwing kicks. Yeah, I feel like maybe Elon, he has all this money and power, and he thought it was going to fill that fucking void, and it didn't. And rather than face it in a panic of the profound loneliness. Okay, and I'm coming from an empathetic place here because I experienced that when I took mushrooms. It's a profound sense of loneliness. And then you either face that and figure out where it is, or you just go full Nazi. I don't think I feel he's more Mussolini. If I'm to look at his face, I feel he's more Mussolini than he is.
What ugly motherfuckers, bro. Mussolini looked like the weirdest fuck. The weirdest square-headed fuck. Jesus Christ. And this dude looked like a pedo.
Than he is Hitler. I got to be honest with you. The fact that he did that and everyone isn't fucking outraged is just is beyond me. Because I always felt like this country collectively all agreed that Hitler was not a good person, to put it mildly. And I also think that we all look at World War II as far as the sacrifices that were made and what was prevented was a good thing. I feel like that's the last war that we had where people weren't like, you know, some people like, well, Vietnam, oh, you know, they were stopping the spread of communism. And other people like, no, that was just a fucking whatever, right? But World War II, I was always collectively like, yeah, those were bad people. They needed to be stopped. And the sacrifices that people made was not in vain. That was, without a doubt, a just operation. I thought that's where we all were. And the irony that this fucking asshole was able to make $1 billion in the nation that those kids saved in the 1940s would then turn around and fucking spoon with the person that was killing their fucking fellow soldiers. It's beyond me. It's just fucking beyond me. I don't know. You know what? He
Fuck Elon Musk.
Reminds me of, like, back in the day, like when I was coming up, there was an entire generation of comedians that I was in that was enamored with Bill Hicks. And you'd see these Bill Hicks ripoffs, and they would go on stage and they would have like a leather jacket and they'd be smoking a cigarette talking about society, man. I feel like he's doing that. I think he's like a recovered nerd, and now he's trying to be like the bad boy. What was that Johnny Depp movie? It was a really good movie. All of it. I like all those movies, but like it was that one. What the fuck was it called? It was almost like a musical. It was like 1950s Crybaby or something like that. I feel like he's trying to be that character. He's trying to be like this bad boy. This bad boy that Kate Moss would date. And I just don't think it's going to happen no matter how much money he has. I think that realization hit him. And he didn't know how to handle it. And in a panic, he went full fucking Third Reich. He went Fourth Reich. He's trying to fucking... he's trying to keep it going. Sorry I'm laughing about this shit because I don't know what to do about it. It's fucking terrifying. It is absolutely fucking terrifying. Not that he did it, because there's idiots everywhere. It's that the lack of we need to stop this fucking immediately is beyond disturbing.
Oh, look. Someone hardly touched their pumpkin pie. Want to share it with me?
A partially eaten piece of pumpkin pie from a homeless shelter with Elon Musk? You bet I do!
Life's good, life's great, don't be afraid.
Oh, God. Kill me. Kill me. All right, yo, I'm going to end this shit here. It's too much brain rot. It's too much brain rot for my brain. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. But anyway, thank you guys so much for staying with me. 7 people stopped by the stream. I'm glad you guys stopped by. We got 3 likes on the stream. If you love this, subscribe. Share this with your friends. You know what I mean? Like, let's make this channel pop off. I'm almost at 1,000 subs. I could really use some more subs right now. So if you're here, you like the stream, you're one of those people that stop by, subscribe, please. Abduction. I'm going to end it with a song. With multiple songs.
A lot of times people see battles and skirmishes on TV and they say, aha, the revolution is being televised. Nah, the results of the revolution are being televised. The first revolution is when you change your mind about how you look at things and see that there might be another way to look at it that you have not been shown. What you see later on is the results of that, but the revolution, that change that takes place, will not be televised.
See y'all, love you guys.
Police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad cause I'm brown. And not the other color, so police think they have the authority to kill a minority.
Can I tell them that I really never had a gun? But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got gunk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
In the land of the tyrant, where the sun never sets, we march to the beat of oppression's drums. With a powerful ally, our ruling fist is clenched. We'll trample over the weak. Our kingdom will never crumble. On the blood-soaked soil, our empire will rise. No need for healthcare or homes. Strength is our disguise. With oil and gold flowing like rivers of night, we proclaim loyalty to the tyrant's might. Oh, hail the tyrant, nation's pride. In his iron fist, we will forever abide. We'll sing our anthem with passion and might, for the land of the tyrant, shining in its dark light. In the land of the tyrant, where the sun never sets, we march to the beat of oppression's drums. With a powerful ally, our ruling fist is clenched. We'll trample over the weak. Our kingdom will never crumble. On the blood so